Hello and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy. Welcome in, everyone, to the show that we do every week here on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, which you probably know if you're watching. But yeah, we're just a couple guys who been friends for a while, former Christians, deconverted, became atheist-ish a few years ago, and now just kind of still trying to figure out life, looking back on things we thought about Christianity, what we think about it now. Watching a lot of videos, reacting to them, giving our thoughts, hanging out. Yeah,
Drinking
about
burrs.
it. That too. Yeah, whatever that is. So, let's see. I'm just trying to think. It's like I'm having to remind myself how I do a show because I'm like, I remember after we do the intro, and then I say maybe some updates, but I'm like, I don't know if I have any updates. So
I'm playing with settings.
We got Spooky sauntering in, trying to be kind of casual. Don't overdo it. Just be just casual enough. I mean, I'm just wearing sweats and slippers, so
Yeah, I just put shoes on for no reason.
Well, maybe this feels like going out.
Well, it's cold down here.
Yeah, that's why I got some pretty nice, like comfy slippers. Like my son says that they look like sleeping bags, which they kind of do, and they kind of feel like it too. They're Rock Dove, I think, is the brand name or whatever. But yeah, really cozy.
I was at a rich person's house, doing work on their home office that they're putting like 10 grand into it, just to update it.
Yeah,
I think that might actually only be like 5 grand, and that wasn't even counting what the paint that I did. Anywho, he had some Dr. Scholl's house shoes by the door. I was like, does that mean I'm old? Where I'm like, those Dr. Scholl's house slippers.
That might mean you're old. Yeah, maybe. So here's like speaking of things that make us feel old. I guess life update for me. So like my daughter, she's been driving for a while now. Like we're pretty much at the point where we're ready to like schedule her driver's test. Like she's got all her hours in, like on her learner's permit and stuff, and so she's like been driving to school like every day. But she had a moment it was yesterday where she was like, we were stopped at a red light, but she was like about to turn right on red, but it was right as the traffic was switching. It's like there was that pause in between, like where the cross traffic was like had their green arrow, but then that stopped. So then the other traffic's coming. So, but it was like right in between. So she had time. But also we were running a little late. So I think she was just wanting to get to school quickly. But so she went ahead and like started to pull out like right before like the other traffic like started coming.
Yeah,
so I actually yeah, no, but I stopped. I was like, "Whoa, stop!" And then you could tell like she was getting a little frustrated with me because she like said like, "I could have made it," and I'm like, "Oh," because in my mind I was thinking because in my experience like I didn't think she had got to that point yet where she was confident enough to do a move like that. So I thought she legit just didn't see the traffic coming. But they was like, oh, no, she's actually is at the point where she's confident doing that. So now she's like mad at me for making her stop. So like, oh.
Well, now you just say, well, good to know.
Yeah, so I explained it to her this morning on the way, like we were going to school. But the way I put it, it's like, see, that was just like a very real and tangible example of you growing up so fast it almost gives me a heart attack. So
yeah, because you spend like 16 years trying to keep kids out of traffic, and here they are just jumping into it. And
yeah, here, not just go in traffic, be traffic. Be a part of the traffic. But
they're now a danger to others.
But no, she's actually been doing great. So yeah.
That's good. You guys seem to have been pretty laid back about it.
Yeah. And also to give, full credit. She has been doing most of the driving with her mom. Like, she's a really good driver. So I remember when we were dating, she actually tried to teach me how to drive stick. Yeah, whew, bless her heart. She tried, but no. To answer your question, Maya, you don't have to dress up for spooky, but like, we're whatever level of dressed up or casual you feel comfortable. So, and man, we got. I know 7 may not sound like a lot to some of you folks, but like 7 right now, right from the jump. But let's see.
I got
Oh yeah, and only one of them is on Twitch. So that's
Is that our bot?
yeah. I'm gonna say, like, potentially 6 of you are actually real people. I've
Look
only
at
seen
that.
2 in the chat. So anyone else watching, yeah, jump in the chat just to say hi. Let us know you're here. Let us know if you like Matt's hat, or if you think my bald head looks weird, or
This is my dad hat.
yeah.
It's my
Like,
Gen X dad hat, where like
mhm,
everything's low key except for like the logo of University of Cincinnati.
yeah.
Everything else is like barely there.
hmm Which, and I appreciate it. UC's, that's my alma mater. So
I feel like
thanks for
Gen Z is redoing some of the Gen X stuff, like very meh about things.
yeah. Well, that seems to be like a lot of things like come back like every other generation. Because I remember like when we were, at least like when I was younger, like, I'm a millennial, um, but I remember when I was in high school, like, early, like late '90s, early 2000s, around there. I remember like like '70s style fashions were coming back. Like,
Yeah,
they weren't calling them bell bottoms; they were like boot cut, but like those kind of jeans,
yeah.
like the hairstyles and everything. So like, well, that's a boomer thing. So we got the boomer thing, skip to X, and then it's back with the millennials. So maybe like an X thing, skip millennials. Now it's with the Z's. So
I did
but
like seeing the low cut, the low rise boot cut pants.
yeah. And speaking of things that are sexy and things that I like to see, thank you, Maya.
It's good to know because I'm
I'm
losing my hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll get there.
I got my
And good
testosterone
evening.
levels to the right place. My hair was just like goodbye.
And good evening, Melly. Mealy.
Hello to everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, let me know, Melly, if that's a short or a long E, or if I'm pronouncing the I at the end correct. This is why English fucking sucks, especially when it comes to names, because there can be like 50 different ways to pronounce any letter combination. But anyway, we've gone a long time without me drinking or telling people what I'm drinking. But I'll let you go first, because I'm super excited about mine. Kind of excited, but also disappointed.
I'm content with my Yingling Black and Tan. I got a case
Oh,
of it
yeah.
yesterday because I needed a cheaper beer to fill in the gaps between my expensive purchases.
Right. Yeah, Yingling, that's usually my go-to cheap beer.
Yeah, it's like a light porter. It's a porter mixed with
Mhm.
lager, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I've
Just
had
as
that one
porter
before. It's
and
pretty
premium beer. It's a little generic.
Yeah, well, that's probably just their regular lager, which that's what I usually get, because I mean, it's like you can get a case of it for the price of a good craft 6-pack.
Yeah, it's like $12.99.
Yeah, or for only slightly more, you can get a case of Tall Boys, which
Mm.
that's only like that was like maybe $15. It was probably less, actually, but no, it was definitely less, because like you can, yeah. Anyway, so but yeah, good old Black and Tan. So my beer for this evening, I was at the store with my daughter the other day doing like some Christmas shopping something, and I wasn't planning on getting beer while we were out. We were there for other things, but you see, Matt, there was an emergency
Oh, uh-oh.
because they had one of the like Bell's Two Hearted like variety packs that they
Yeah.
do. So there's like the Bell's Two Hearted Ale, which is like just one of the iconic IPAs, like just one of those like I never don't want to have one. Like, I mean, I don't actually get it very often, but like if that's available and like if that's what they're like, I'm never
It's a little
upset or
pricey to get all the
disappointed.
time.
Yeah, but it's really good. But so they had the Two Hearted and the Hazy Hearted, but then the two other styles I was very excited about. And the first one this is actually one I'd never seen before. The other one I had and had been super excited to try, but this one I had not. I'm excited because it's Red Hearted
Oh, that's
IPA,
new.
which, yeah. And for people who know me, like I've said before, like red IPAs, maybe my favorite style ever, like just like across the board. So I was super excited because like it's
It's a good color.
looks much better in real life than on the webcam here. But so I was super excited to get it because, like I said, Two Hearted IPA, absolutely fantastic beer. Love to try the red version. It's good, but honestly, I'm kind of disappointed because it's not like really good. It's just like, it's an IPA.
They should make a black IPA and call it Dark Hearted.
Funny you should mention that.
Nah.
My second one, well, they did make a black IPA, but they call it Change of Heart.
Oh, I have seen that. I've had that before, actually.
Yeah.
I had that on vacation.
So whereas the red IPA is my favorite style, like that I actually enjoy more, black IPAs might be what I think of as conceptually my favorite style because I just love the concept of it. If that makes sense.
He says.
What's that?
My beard looks crooked. You said conceptually, and I said conceptually. He says.
I did. And good to know. I'm saying it correctly. Awesome. Thank you. That's the thing I've always been big on is like making sure I'm pronouncing people's names properly, calling them what they want to be called. Like even before the whole, like preferred pronouns thing, which I'm also a big proponent of honoring those things. But yeah, I've just always my entire life like
I'm against pronouns in general. First names or nothing.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if. I mean, I like to say, it's because I just want to be like accepting and accommodating of people. That's a big part of it. But if I'm honest, it's probably mostly the autistic part of me that just hates being wrong about things. I'm just like, no, I need to be accurate. And because that's what you prefer, yes. But with the black IPA, like I said, similarly, it's okay, but I was disappointed in how awesome it wasn't. But like, it's still good, but. I guess I'm just maybe a little spoiled because maybe my favorite beer ever was a black IPA. It's Stone's Sublimely Self-Righteous Ale, which it was one of their anniversary beers that was like so good they just kept bringing it back. But yeah. So but yeah, that's what
we might be up to 1K subs.
Ooh. By the decade after next. Oh, yeah, I was going to say next decade. Oh, hold on there. But okay, a decade after next.
Well, YouTube doesn't like long streams, apparently. Long posts. And we say so many different things. I think it really does not know what to do with us.
Mm-hmm.
And we say a lot of things like it doesn't like. So.
Yeah. And yeah, tonight may or may not be different. But yeah, I think since last week we gained 3 subs, which for a week for us, that's pretty good. So yeah, thanks for subbing, everybody. Yeah, thanks, Spooky. That's exactly what I need right now. But speaking of things I need, a cholesterol-colored IPA called Heart Transplant.
Oh, that would be good. Like
that's good.
Orangey brown hazy.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. All right. But yeah, as No Way reminds us, also, good evening. Good to see you again. I guess we do have a video to get to this evening, so maybe we should, unless you had any other updates or...
Oh, hey, I got a real short one. I don't know if anybody's going to care about, but so I've been hanging wallpaper, installing wallpaper, if you will.
I will.
And I kind of like it, and it's like tedious and repetitive. And very like autism coded. And I went to do an estimate today for somebody, and they asked to see the wallpaper or like if they have a description or a link to it, because that changes the estimate quite a lot sometimes. And so they showed it to me, and this came with 3 pages of instructions. Now, granted, one of those pages was for a different kind of wallpaper, which is already a red flag.
Yeah.
But this is like artisan wallpaper. It's hand screened. It's hand screen printed in the Europe. And
oh, not just any Europe, the Europe. Nice.
so I asked, ChatGPT, I'm like, how bad will this be? Essentially is what I asked. And okay, it can be off by as much as 1/8 of an inch, right? So you could trim anywhere from 0 to 1/8 of an inch. 1/8 of an inch is an annoying trim, but like a 1/16 of an inch trim and a 1/16 of an inch at a potential angle, because over like a 30-foot length, and the surface is incredibly delicate. It's the edges are incredibly delicate. You can't have HVAC running in the room that you're putting it in while you're doing it. You can't hang it in direct sunlight. You basically have to, it's like a surgical procedure to put it on.
Yeah.
No, man, they usually comes with like one strip of paper that tells you how to do it, and it's usually like the same as every other kind from that style. But like everything about this is special needs. And
we would
basically you need like a decade or more of experience to be able to do this, because each roll, I haven't even been able to find it online. You can find the pattern online in regular stuff, but they got the one that's in like super fragile. So I'm going to turn it down and say, look, I don't know if you meant to do this. I don't know if you want like super delicate artisan wallpaper, or if you want something, because they have a kid, at least one.
Yeah.
And it's in a dining room. And like,
ooh,
if you get the front wet, even with just water, you got to wipe it off immediately with a natural sponge. No synthetic fibers and no regular fibers, because it's too grabby. And they might have spent like somewhere between 250 and 300 plus on each roll. They only got 3 rolls. And I think they think that's all they need. False. So
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know. Nerded out for a minute. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Well, void speed.
We got more people watching now.
I know. And hey, thank you, Windmill, also for reminding the people. I love how like the chat. I love how the chat is more on top of things like this than we are, and it's like our fucking show. But thanks, Windmill. Yes, smoosh the like button, smash, squish, suplex, whatever you got to do.
Suplex someone else into the like button.
They won't know what hit them, but neither will the like button won't know what hit it either. So in the future, aliens will find the stream's archives and build a statue of Matt and their alien language chant to it, "All hail the Sync Wizard."
It's a utility sink made of concrete. I love. It smells like floor drain in there most of the time. Might as well smell like pee too.
I love that that's part of your lore. That just makes me happy.
It's such a big deal. We have one bathroom in our house. One.
Let's
plus.
see. 2% can't chat. Oh well, that's all right. Windmill, you can always watch us later too, and leave comments whenever you can. Always appreciated. Let's see. Too grabby? Is it Trump wallpaper? You see, when you're expensive wallpaper, they let you do that, and they're a synthetic sponge. Yeah, just grab them right in the microfibers.
Like that's I would. Like I'm gonna tell them, like if you want this wallpaper, one, you're gonna need this many more rolls of it. It's gonna cost you a lot, and whoever installs this, they need references.
Okay, so you're still watching, just plugged in with a short cord. Yeah, I know those short cords. I mean,
that's the worst if you're in bed. And you're trying to use your phone, you gotta see roll over a bit.
See, that's why when I moved into this place, how long? 2 years ago? A little over 2 years ago now.
Cords everywhere.
That's one of the first things I did was make sure next to my bed I have one of the long phone chargers, and it's still there. It's been the same charger there the whole time.
Now, if somebody has a lightning cable or lightning cord iPhone or something, where a long cord is like $30.
Well, I found some good cheap ones. Like they're like the braided cable kind, which I just like for some reason.
I
But
mean, with
like
like
on Amazon and stuff, you can get like multi packs of like 3 or 4 different lengths for
really
like you can get like 6 cords for like under $20. Yeah.
nice.
So check it out if you're hip to the Amazons. I understand a lot of people aren't, but yeah, it's hard for me to keep up with what things we're not buying
Well, it's
anymore.
hard in Cincinnati too because all we have are national
Yeah.
chains for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So, I think that's
I think that
probably
settles
about
it.
it. Yeah. All right. Fucking wallpaper. All right. Ooh, did Matt? So, question from the chat: did you trim?
I did.
Ooh,
It
and
looks
it
a little
must be
crooked to
Christmas.
me right now, actually. I can't tell
Hmm.
because on this side, I got hairs going gray. And so they're like silvery. So even if I trim it, I got a new beard trimmer. And so I trimmed it a little shorter than normal.
Nice. Yeah. See, I don't trim mine very often. Not that you ask, because no one ever asks about my beard. That's fine. It's fine. I don't really trim mine at all. Like this is just how it grows. I think it actually looks like I have more beard than I really do. Like as far as like the thickness and fullness, because one, like all the hairs are probably a lot longer than they look, because they're just all like kind of have to bunch them all together. Otherwise, it's actually like pretty thin. It's like especially like through here, like it's almost like my beard has a bald spot, just like running like diagonally right here. It's really so
Yeah, I
I kind
got
of
a
do.
stripe over on this side where if it gets too short, it has like a part.
Yeah, only this though. It's like a good like inch wide. Like there still is hair there, but it's like so much thinner through there. So basically, with my beard, I'm also doing a comb over. So essentially, but
Well, that's a problem though, because like yeah, when mine was like getting real long,
Mhm.
it was like all the way down here for a bit. Yeah, it just started going like this. And I was gonna have to put it in a
Yeah,
ponytail or something.
yeah. So yeah, that's why I like plenty of product in it.
I
Which
you didn't even notice you had a beard.
yeah. Anyway,
Do you remember the
just
Dane
kidding.
Cook
Love you, Spooky.
Superfinger?
Yeah.
They referenced that on
Vaguely.
SNL recently. I had
Oh,
forgotten.
nice. Leaving the wife and kids, this chunk of beard is just a stuffer. Yeah, but anyway, all that to say, like, I don't really trim my beard because I feel like I can't really afford to. Because if I trim it like at all, it's just not gonna be. There's just not going to be enough of it left to really look like a beard. So basically, I'll just get out the scissors and like trim like a couple strays every now and then. But yeah, I will trim the mustache just because when it gets like over my lips, like especially when I'm trying to eat or something, it's really annoying.
I was gonna say it's giving Forest Troll, but that's a compliment. And it sounds like it's not.
No, I take it. I love me
All
some
right, there you
trolls.
go.
So I actually have a real Norwegian troll from Norway just sitting like on a little shelf thing over there. His name is Oslo. So I think he may have been actually a background prop at one point, like way on back in the show. Back when I was sitting on the other side of the table, as I normally am, and there's that counter behind me, and I have good old Robbie P on this side, but then on the other side now I just have like a scented candle all the time. But I used to rotate like different props, and one time it was my little Norwegian troll Oslo from Norway. I bought it at Epcot Center in Disney World, but in the Norway Pavilion. But
Oh, in case somebody's wondering, this is a lava lamp.
Hey.
That's obvious. Oh yeah, insult time.
Thank you. Yeah.
And
This is one of the chats of all time. That is for
this
sure.
is a painting I did. It's kind of hard to see, but it's
Yeah.
like a impressionist looking up through trees thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Happy
Which also for
puberty!
Yeah. Thanks, Spook. But yeah, for those who aren't aware, like Matt, quite the artist. He's actually the one who like designed like our logo here. He put together this thing, and yeah, he
I
did
might
like
have
the title
something
screen, like the whole like loading screen, like basically anything graphic. Yes, Matt's responsible for everything that's graphic now. All like graphical, creative-y things here on the show. Those are all Matt.
It's a
So,
wood burning thing I never really finished.
ooh,
I can never decide what to do to it.
mean, it looks cool as is, but
Yeah, I might just seal it.
cool. All right.
Lots of dust
I
on
guess,
that.
yeah. Speaking of the show, I guess a couple just quick programming notes. Again, next week, we've mentioned it a few weeks in a row now. Super excited. We're finally doing our big old Bible character tier list. It's like we did it once before, way back before anyone paid attention to the show, but we figured, hey, we want to do it again. And this time we would like to include more people. So I'll be having the link out in the chat. And for anyone who wants to like hop on and join us, help us out. Or if you already know, like, okay, I definitely want to be on the show like the whole time, like let us know. Here, real quick, let me pull up our handy
I had my
email
lighter
address.
under a bushel. What are you talking about?
But well, let me get through this spiel first, then we'll get to, because I'm intrigued by whatever that is. But yeah, if you know, like for okay, I definitely want to join Matt and Tommy for the Bible character tier list. Like email us and we'll send you the link ahead of time so you can be on just from the jump. But otherwise, it will be out in the chat for people to join as well. Or just want to email us for any other reason, as always, questions, things you want to talk to us about, things you'd like to hear us talk about, videos you'd like us to react to, topics you want to hear us discuss, whatever. Just or if you just want to say hi, just send us an email. And I didn't make the live and live and how they're spelled the same way joke, so I'm proud of myself. That's growth. All right. And then, so that's next week, Bible character tier list. It's like dozens of Bible characters, and we just put them all from God tier down to lukewarm. The big mystery is like, will God make God tier? Like he didn't last time, but I don't know. We'll see what happens this time. Other than that, because after next week, the next two shows, or at least as scheduled, will be Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. I already know I will not be available for Christmas Eve, and it's also looking like I will not be available for New Year's Eve either. Did I already say New Year's Eve? I feel like I said New Year's Eve twice. I know I won't be here for Christmas Eve, and it also looks like I won't be available for New Year's Eve either. But if Matt wants to do anything either of those nights, obviously feel free. But we'll let you know if there will be a show on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
All I know is if there is, I won't be here for it. Or if I am, I may pop in briefly, but I won't be able to do the full thing. Let's see.
Oh, my actual news was we decided we're going to get another dog.
Ooh, cool.
It's been about a year since our other dog passed away. We had her for like 13 years. And looked at a few online, and yes, probably a pit bull mix.
Ooh, cool. So nice. Well, I look forward to that. But so hiding your light under a bushel, was that when you were talking about your various artistic talents? And you're like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I haven't done anything in a long time.
Yeah,
really need to.
Yeah, sorry, I have several talents I haven't done anything. Yeah, I have several talents I haven't done anything with either in a while. Like this show has basically been it as far as my creative outlet.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Jesus had a lot of tears. The Romans got a hold of him. Ha, tears. Get it?
Jesus wept.
We're starting with the puns already, but I think we may have put her up there. Only we had it was God tier, but which God did not make. Which
didn't Satan make God tier?
Yeah, Satan made. Yeah, so probably my three favorite positions from our tier list were like Satan made God tier, God made lukewarm tier, which was our lowest because in biblical term, lukewarm, like it's neither hot nor cold. If you're lukewarm, want to spit you out of my mouth. So that seemed like the worst, a good name for the worst tier. So yeah, Satan was God tier, God was lukewarm tier, and Jesus was mid. I think
really
Jesus
makes
being
sense.
mid, yeah,
because Jesus was a combination of earth dweller and God, right? So, human. So it makes sense. Because Satan is what, like the Lord of fuck, I can't remember the exact name. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Basically, Satan was in charge of the earth.
Right. Yeah. The Lord, the Prince of the power of the air, or something like
that.
There
you go.
Yeah. or Lord of this World, or at least that's the name of a Black Sabbath song that's really good. But yeah, apparently Spooky didn't know you did all the graphics and stuff and whatever I was talking about. So yep, that's Matt. All anything that's like visually creative and artistic that you see on the channel, on the show, that's Matt. So will Luke be lukewarm? I don't remember Luke being on the list actually, but like I said, this was like a pre-put together tier list I found online, so I'll be searching for another one. It might be the same one, but
we'll need to come up with criteria, like how well they could do a particular thing.
Yeah, I think our criteria is basically just what do we actually think, like just looking at the Bible like as a story. It's like, what do we think of this character? Not even necessarily like how good was this character in the story, just
and
as
they
they
are,
are,
argue it.
What do we think of
for it or against it?
Yeah. So now we got, okay, these next 3 chats in a row are making me laugh here. There isn't a show, someone else should do a fill-in and call it the Inhumanity. Or the Fill Inhumanity. That's really good. But hosted by Mommy and Tat. You guys really are the chat of all time. So, yeah.
I just quickly tried to picture what those people look like.
See, I'm picturing like an almost like Odd Couple. So like the mommy is like your like very like stereotypical middle-aged white suburban mom type, but then you have Tat, which is this like very like tattooed, like that kind of person. Like that would be fun. I would watch that.
They both look like One Piece characters. Like immediately. I didn't even try. It was weird.
So yeah. So man, if there was if someone else wanted to do a show like on Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. called like the Inhumanity or the Phil Inhumanity, and it was hosted by Mommy and Tat, like I'd be like, fine, I quit the show. Like I'm watching that.
It's like the echo. It would be like the echo to our show. Maybe it starts like 10 minutes later and like responds to ours.
Okay, if someone, anyone in the chat or anyone watching, if someone else wants to actually do that, that would be the fucking.
It would be like, oh, and then if we could somehow like respond to them responding to us,
yes.
It'd be like I'm like looking at a mirror in a mirror.
Oh yeah, like so they're like watching us live and reacting. So they're like partway through the show, we actually pull up their stream live and start reacting to that. Like that would be fun. So
that would be nuts.
I know. Maybe we'll do that next year. But speaking of next year,
sounds like performance art.
So real quick, I know we got a video to get to. Like, but hey, we got tangents. You know, ripping off Ember with our tangents here. But
I finally watched Ember the other day. Listen, I was putting up wallpaper in yet another home office, and Bengal tigers and peacocks was the pattern. Bengal tigers were like this big. It was not attractive, but the wife was damn near orgasmic when she saw it. I'm serious. She went, and before she was even done, I had snickered. I was like,
well, you have that effect on women, I guess. So
I was like, all right. Thanks.
Yeah. So that's our plan for the next few weeks. Yeah. Bible character tier list next week. I will be out Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Matt may or may not be doing a thing, or there may be the Fill Inhumanity with Mommy and Tat. Tune into that if that's a thing. But we'll be coming back definitely in January with finally starting our series on our former church, Crossroads Church's series on deconstruction that they did a few years ago. And if you want to know what their take on deconstruction is and how they think it should go, they titled the series Rock Solid. So it's yes, sorry, Ember, we did pirate your tangents, but hey, at least we used as Matt was like tangenting off of my tangent, talking about your tangents. I was like, it's how appropriate is it that like we're double tangenting by talking about Ember and her tangents. So
it was the
that was the thing.
Uh,
That was the thing.
Consciousness episode with Ember that I watched. Listen, very nice. I really enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, I always love Ember stuff when I can catch it. I mean, and even when I can't, I'm sure I'd love it anyway. So I probably should. And then I feel guilty. And then, yeah. But anyway, so it's like an episode of Sliders, but in this universe, Matt looks like Tommy, is covered with tattoos, and has a nipple on his head. And Tommy looks like Matt, but takes craps in bidets. I don't know where the nipple on the head came from, but
I'm picturing like the baby bottle nipple that like Ren and Stimpy would wear on their heads.
Or are you making fun of like how my head kind of comes to a peak a bit? Or is that? It would be a 34-minute show where they get down to the video immediately and no sidetracks. I feel attacked. That is uncalled for, Spooky.
Well, that's also Spooky's job here.
That's true. That's why he has the wrench.
Like Spooky out of left field with a personal attack.
Or maybe the reason he has a wrench is because he's the first one to ask for it, and I was excited because I just figured out how to do it. So I was like, sure, here you go. But no. But Spooky uses it well. Like I remember especially last week, like really quick on the draw, like posting links in the chat for like everything we were talking about, which was fantastic. So, all right, but
it's like Spooky.
Speaking of
or something.
Yeah, which I was watching a podcast today. It was an interview with a couple of members of the band Lorna Shore, and the vocalist started going off on this tangent about like his vocal technique, and he was getting like super technical about it, and he said like, oh, like warning the guys like, yeah, this is something I could like. What he was trying to get across was the idea like this is something I could go like super like deep into and just like talk like nonstop forever with all the details. But the way he worded it was going full Tylenol, which I had not heard that. I had not heard that as. That's I'm creative. Assuming this was like a way to refer to like, you know, the whole like Tylenol causes autism. So yeah, being super autistic about a thing.
That's some good lateral thinking. That he is neurodivergent for sure.
Oh yeah, he's a self-described ADHD. I don't know if he's ever said anything about autism or like that wouldn't surprise me, but yeah, definitely this guy's definitely ADHD. But and super talented vocalist as well. But yeah. Oh, sorry. I clicked on the wrong one, but yes, it's supposed to go to. I was on fire last week. We'll not see those days again. I'm sure we will, though. Believe in yourself, Spooky, because I believe in you, even though you apparently hate me. But hey, and there's the Twitch bot.
Burly Derivation. I love the made-up names.
Burly Derivation, like that. Okay, that sounds like an album that would go with. Speaking of, this is several tangents ago. I swear we have a video we are going to watch about Trent Horn. Well, it is Trent Horn. It's not about anyway. But speaking of like driving,
it was just about him.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah, it's true. But speaking of like my daughter driving to school, the way she goes, because she goes a route that avoids the highway, because like for people familiar with this part of town, like 75 north between like Harrison and Mitchell at 7:15 in the morning is not a place for a new driver. So
no, it's kind of rough generally.
Yeah. But the way she goes, like there's a place where we turn on to Spring Grove Avenue, and there's a fire station there. But I love how like on the front of the building it doesn't say fire department, whatever. It says Division of Fire. Which I'm like, yeah, Division of Fire. Like that sounds like that sounds like a pretty kick-ass metal band. So I think they would have, yeah, Division of Fire with what was the?
So you found the extinguisher.
But what was it that I literally just said would be a good album title that we were just talking about?
Burly Derivation.
Yeah, Burly. Yeah, Division of Fire with their album Burly Derivation. That to me just.
What
anyway.
Even does derivation mean?
But is it really a Trent Horn video? Well, I guess there's one way to find out.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, yeah. But first, and we are both fond of you. We are both fond of you equally as yourself as well. Yep, that's how you return a compliment right there.
I
All
feel
right.
awkward. Derivation is the obtaining or developing of something from a source or origin.
Oh yeah, to derive something. Yeah.
Duh. Jeez. Brain, you should work.
That's overrated.
Not very
Speaking
good.
of overrated, so there's
Keyboards.
this guy. Yeah, there's this guy on the interwebs by the name of Trent Horn. He's a Catholic apologist, and he has a podcast called the Counsel of Trent, which I gotta give him props. That's clever. So,
And Russian James.
Oh yes, this is
still not convinced. I'm still not convinced he isn't a provocateur who works for the KGB or something.
Yeah,
he's on Facebook and only watches us on Facebook. Who's on Facebook? Boomers, bots, and foreign intelligence influencers.
And me.
Well, yeah, we count as boomers. Because
I guess
it's mostly somehow people older than us on Facebook now.
Yeah, even though like Facebook was a total like my generation, like very specifically like my segment of my generation, because when I don't know if people remember, but when Facebook started, it was back in like 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. It was literally only for college students. Like you had to have a college email address to even sign up. So it came out when I was in college. I was literally in the like extremely narrow segment of people that it was specifically made for. But oh well. So,
yeah.
But speaking of counsel,
is his YouTube channel called Counsel of Trent?
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Yeah, here I'll show you right here.
I was gonna be excited,
but
no, I'm not, because he came up with it.
Oh, what did you think?
It'd be funny if it's Counsel of Trent, and then he was like, then when it was real, I was like, no, it's actually not cool.
I'm confused.
Because there was the Counsel of Trent, like the real actual one, right? And so, for a pun, he calls it the Counsel of Trent. I thought that might be funny and witty. Then I saw it, and I realized it wasn't.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I guess I count. Oh, hey, and so yeah, bots, boomers, and Ember. So, hey, I mean, only you can, you. So, all right, but what
all bots?
But what I like is like it's called the Counsel of Trent, but he spells counsel Counsel as in like I am counseling people, like not a council like CIL. It's like that's also kind of clever because he's like, which is also that's why I titled tonight's video the way I did. Trent Horn counsels us on how to read the Bible. See what I did there? That was clever and stuff. So yeah, Matt does the graphics and stuff. I do the crappy titles and descriptions for the show. So enjoy the puns.
No, it's usually pretty good.
Thank you, Kip. Though Matt has actually come up with some of the show titles as well. I don't want to take like full credit for those, but anyway. All right. See, no way. I'm just going to call you No Way because that's what I found out. That's a exaggeration of. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Alrighty. So also speaking of the actual Counsel of Trent, like I don't remember what that actually was. So if anyone in the chat wants to let us know, because engagement baiting.
They figured out a bunch of shit. Made it official. Here's what y'all should believe.
Yes, but the question is like, but about what specifically though? Yeah,
I don't know.
Counsel D's nuts, Trent. That's never not funny. So, oh, we got another bot. God damn it.
Tommy and Matt working together like a well-oiled machine.
Like, speaking of the beard, I did I did oil it earlier today.
It's like a machine made of wrenches.
It's like, oh, another wrench in the works. How do you think we got here? That's our vibe. So, all right. So tonight's video, Trent Horn will be. So what's the title of it? Yeah, the biggest mistake Bible critics make. And so, Matt, did you end up watching this video?
Yeah, I didn't watch all of it. I started watching it and I was like, I've seen enough.
Yeah, but it does get better though. I will say it's so he's basically well, first of all, like I feel like the title here is definitely like clickbaity because like I don't know if this is actually I don't even know if he thinks this is actually the biggest mistake that Bible critics make.
No,
but
you have to have like a ridiculously clickbaity title or YouTube doesn't think you exist.
Yeah, which like I said, I get it. That's cool. But yeah, it's well, I'm struggling on how to actually describe it. So maybe we should just watch it and let Trent.
I keep yawning. I don't want to keep yawning.
Well, I was going to say, well, hey, it's all right. We're going to start watching Trent, but that's probably not going to help.
A distraction.
Destroyed. Yeah, see, that's where he went wrong here. He didn't put like none of the words in this title are in all caps. So like, come on, Trent.
Mm-hmm.
Bush League. Anyway. All right, so let's hear it together. What Trent thinks is the biggest mistakes that us Bible critics. I guess that's us. I criticize the Bible. Sure, I qualify. So
I'm gonna turn my TV.
But no, alrighty. So, but also we'll say going into this, speaking of Bible critics, like Matt and I are both amateurs in this realm. Like we're not scholars, we're not professional philosophers, historians. Like.
I know we had you fooled.
Right. Man, and if we did, whew, man. Anyway. He's a good Catholic boy. A good, clean boy. Well, I mean, it will only bug him if he watches. But so Trent, if you're ever watching, like I said, we kind of know what we're talking about, so take that for what it's worth.
Matt your arm up with his.
Oh.
So we can type on his keyboard. It's harder than it looks.
Clickety clackety, clickety clackety. Yes. So you're welcome, Spooky. That was for you. All right. And all right, I guess we're just going to watch it. Let's go.
When you listen to critics on the internet, there's a similar bad argument many of them parrot. How could anyone support the Bible when it has such awful things in it? Some of these.
I mean, no, I know I've said that. So he's clearly just talking about me. So, no, Matt, have you said that? Or anything?
I mean, not exactly like that, but yeah.
See, here's the weird thing. I actually said this exact phrase 2 days ago.
No,
I'm just kidding. But
it seems. See, so he showed like how can you be pro-life when the Bible, is murder, and is he going to talk about that? He didn't in the parts that I watched.
Yeah, he really only hones in on one specific passage, and
yeah,
I guess spoiler alert / keep you engaged, stay tuned for this kind of thing. The specific example he talks about is a story of Jephthah's daughter, which, for those unfamiliar with that story, it's from the Book of Judges. Long story short, there's this guy named Jephthah. I don't remember if he was actually a judge, but some kind of like military leader for the nation of Israel, and they were about to go off and fight this battle. And he basically told God, like, look, God, if you grant us, he basically wanted to like make some deal with God to be able to win the battle. So what he told God was, if you assist us and help us win, then as soon as I return home, the first thing I see come out the front door of my home, I will sacrifice to you. And if you're thinking, well, that sounds like a bad idea, correct. Because the first thing that comes out of his house when he comes home is his daughter. So where does it go from there? Well, I mean, the fact that this is brought up as an example of a terrible thing in the Bible, if you aren't familiar with the story, you can probably guess. But so...
You know he was hoping it was a slave that came out first.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be like, oh, well.
Yeah, and I think Trent actually covers that aspect of it as well. Because I will say, like... Well, here, I'll just let him continue, because we're literally, like, not even 10 seconds into this. So I have definitely said and have heard a lot of people criticize the Bible, saying, how can anyone support the Bible when it has such awful things in it? You know, a point to like slavery, the genocides, the graping, the general treatment of women, like all kinds of shit. So, but let's hear how he's going to explain, like, to us, or essentially, okay, if you're finding things bad about the Bible, then you're just reading it wrong. So I'm excited to find out how I should be reading it. And because, like I said, I love being correct. So let me know, Trent.
These critics even want to ban the Bible using obscenity laws that are meant to protect children.
It talks about adultery, it talks about bestiality, it talks about cannibalism. One doesn't have to turn very far in the Bible to find something that is just egregious. And I'm not sure why we teach those lessons to our children.
These kinds of arguments.
Which, fair point.
Yeah.
Right?
Not... Good on Trent for picking something that was a reasonable statement about that. It's pretty... I'd say it's even easier to find people being super hyperbolic about it that he could use as a way.
Which
he's steel manning the opposition here a little bit, which is nice.
Yeah. Which this comment came in so quickly. I don't know if it was referring to this guy, but I made the connection between this comment and this guy on screen. I don't know. But that was quick typing there. No way. Well done, if that's what you were referring to. Or, it was for that. Okay, well, I'm still going to pretend that no way we're referring to this guy in the video, because that to me is funnier. But that's still good. Funny either way. Thank you, both of you. All right, so yeah, the Bible, like, terrible stuff in it. Like, for instance, like, now that, like, I've kind of grown, even I think while I still was a Christian, it was so weird to me that we treat, like, Noah's Ark like a children's story. Like, that is one of, like, the children's stories in the Bible. That you see, like, murals of it on, like, walls on Sunday schools, and it's on the cover of children's Bibles, and like it's about God drowning almost the entire world. Like, drowning. Yeah. Like, of all the ways to be not alive anymore, that is one of the worst.
Biggest genocide ever.
Mm-hmm. So, and we're like, oh, let's teach. This is a fun story to teach the kids because it has animals in it, and some of them are alive, and that's cute because they're on a boat. Like, fucking hell, man.
They sell toys.
Yeah, that's why. Like, if you remember,
makes one.
Yeah. Or the Christian Bible scholar, but good kind of Bible scholar, Peter Enns. I remember he was talking about the question of, like, well, how do you read the story of Noah's Ark to your children? And he says, well, you don't. So I was like, that's a good take. So anyway.
Just egregious, and I'm not sure why we teach those lessons to our children.
These kinds of arguments can catch average Christians off guard when they only remember the more pleasant stories they might have heard in Sunday school. So,
average, little partial slam there.
But yes, they can catch the average Christian off guard because it's like, what? I didn't expect that in there. It's like, well, yeah.
In today's episode, we're going to show how to answer this argument and use one particularly gruesome story from the Old Testament.
One thing we know about the Bible, it's that the way to read one story can apply all of it. I'm sure if Kip was here, he would agree. Like, that's how you read the Bible. Yep. Just analyze one story and be like, oh, I can apply this. It's I believe it's univocal.
Oh,
that's how-
okay. That is better.
At least
that is better.
no, that's a joke. That's how Sean McDowell pronounced it in a video, and it was funny. You could tell
Well, how
like
do
he
they
was
pronounce
trying.
it in the UK? Because they like to fancy up words.
Well, first of all, if it's in the UK, they probably add a syllable like they do to aluminium. So yeah. By the way, Spooky, can you explain aluminium and why? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. True Christians. Oh yes. There's going to be. Yeah. There's some of that. Which, speaking of the whole like the true Christian, like the no true Scotsman fallacy that is used a lot when Christian apologists or other Christians come across different interpretations or the way the Bible looks that they don't like oh, well, people say that aren't real Christians. Mindshift had a great video. It was one of his videos where he goes through and responds to some comments from previous videos. And someone in the comments was making one of those arguments about the no true Scotsman things, like, oh, any Christians who said that aren't real Christians or whatever. And I love the way Brandon responded. He's like, look, if you want to try to make the argument that only like 5 people are actually really Christians, cool, I'll go along with you. But that just made me chuckle. So, I mean,
Does it?
Anyway, but all right. But Trent has something. Before we do,
2 rules you need to remember.
Ooh.
Rule number 1: don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel to help it.
yes, like this video, the one you're watching right now, like this and
Thanks,
subscribe
Trent.
to this channel. I mean, yeah,
Appreciate it.
thanks. I mean, look, like we don't just have Dr. Kip advertising our show. We also got Mr. Counsel of Trent over here himself.
grow and so that you don't miss our great content. And also check out our premium community that makes all of this possible.
I love when people call their own content great.
Yeah,
Yep.
This thing I did is great.
Yeah.
Great
Oh
thing
yeah,
to
this is
do.
true of Melly here. Says, yeah, suddenly everyone's a true Christian when they make an argument for popularity. Oh yeah, this is like the one of the few instances, like in the very conservative Baptist evangelical culture that I grew up in. Like most of the time, we didn't really consider Catholics Christian until we wanted to say like what percentage of the world's population is Christian. Then of course we wanted to include the Catholics because then it made the number enormous. So. But yeah, but also love how Apologia says most Christians agree most Christians aren't really Christians.
The people who are like actual strong Christians and they like, okay, maybe they don't pray to the saints, but it looks like praying, and it's more like paganism. Like the harder core Christian you are about things, the more it kind of feels like paganism. Multiple gods. I mean,
now this comment makes me happy. Not about like the smacking thing or like that, obviously, but just the fact that someone recognizes this as an emperor hoodie. That was actually something I was going to do earlier. I was just going to like show. It's like, all right, chat, let me know if you can actually read this, because like with a lot of like extreme metal, usually the illegibility of the logo is proportionate to how good the band is. Like, though I'd say in Emperor's case, they're actually way better than how illegible their logo is. But props to Daniel for recognizing. Like, it's like, oh, you're like one of the other 10 people in the world who recognize this. Awesome, thank you. So, all right, here we go. Also, like, drop in the chat if you're a fan of Emperor. Let me know your favorite song. Mine. Oh, man, it's a tough one. And now I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's from their Anthems to the Welkin at Dusk, but it's like not one of the big popular ones. It's not like With Strength I Burn or Lost and Curse of Reverence or Jan Trans Imperium. It's like songs. I remember it's like song 6. It's right after the Lost and Curse of Reverence, but God damn it, I forgot the name of it. But I swear it's my favorite. Anyway. Bonds of Acclamation. Fucking love that song. Anyway, all right. It's just so beautiful. It's one of their prettiest songs, I would have to say. But all right.
At TrentHornPodcast.com. And rule number 2, when reading the Bible, remember that just because the Bible records something, that doesn't mean God recommends it.
Correct.
Favorite emperor is Pedro II of Brazil. Not exactly what I was asking, but hey, drop those in the chat too. Let us know like your favorite emperor song or just your favorite emperor. So,
okay, this comment that Trent is making, this is true.
yes.
However, if God seems to take no stance on it,
yeah, or
leaving it open to like assume that that's an endorsement, that's a big problem.
Yeah, or just does nothing about it, or yeah, like we'll see in the case of like Jephthah, like him making this oath to God, like I will sacrifice, so kill whatever the first thing that comes out of my house, and it ends up being his daughter. It's like, so for those who don't know the story, like if you're like if they're trying to make you think that the God of the Bible is this all loving father figure, like he just loves all of us more, like with this infinite love that we can't even possibly comprehend, when presented with this situation, how do you think God should respond to that, or what do you think he should do or not do in this situation where this guy promises to sacrifice something to him and it turns out to be his daughter? Like, how do you think God would or should respond to that if he's all loving? So, but stay tuned to find out what actually happens. So, all right. But yes, just because, and this is like Matt said, this is true. Just because the Bible records something doesn't mean God recommended it. Like God, because the Bible records a lot of stuff that God ends up saying, like, that shit's fucked up, fam. Or I think that's the Message version, perhaps. But yeah, or something like that. But we'll see if that's what happens in this story. But he'll get to it later. I swear we'll get to him.
Okay, that wouldn't even be the Message version. It would be like the Gen Alpha version.
Yeah. Well, it's the updated Message version from like 2017 or something.
Yeah.
So,
contrary to some popular opinions, the Bible is not an instruction book that God directly dictated to human authors. The Bible is a collection of writings from different authors who record events in salvation history across different literary genres. It's
also I think
history was an interesting way to put that.
Yeah. So and he'll get to that with the whole, like, he gets into like progressive revelation and shit, which, you know, we'll get to that when he gets to it. But something else I just want to point out now is I think Trent might be the first Catholic that we've covered on the channel. So, and I do know that in Catholicism, like, they view the Bible quite differently than like what I'm used to growing up in, you know, Protestant American evangelicalism, where it's, especially like I grew up like Baptist, so think like Reformed theology, like all the sola, like, you know, sola scriptura, which it's still confusing how they have 5 solas. It's like 5 solas. I don't think you understand what sola means, but I mean, I get it, how it actually does make sense, but it's funnier if you pretend it doesn't. So, but one of the big ones was sola scriptura, which like, and that was like Martin Luther's big things. Like, the Bible is like the word of God. It is the ultimate everything. It's inerrant. It's perfect. But I know Catholics view it differently. But the thing, and I've heard them explain it, and I get it. But for the part I don't get is that, then why do you still think it's important if it's not this like completely perfect, completely inerrant document? Because the way they describe it to me, like, okay, then it's just like literally any other writing that any other person who believes in God could write. What makes this set of writings special if you're saying they aren't actually that special?
I think it has to do with tradition, and tradition is another
right
way God reveals things to us, which is just really a fallacy all by itself. It's like, well, just because it's always been that way doesn't mean it was ever good. Yeah,
because also if we're that's true, but if we're just going by tradition, I mean, in the environment I grew up in, I mean, obviously they wouldn't say this, even though they said the Bible is the thing. But if you go by what people seem to actually think and how they actually viewed different things. A big part of the tradition, the environment I was growing up in, like then we could include things like the 700 Club or Billy Graham or,
No, because those don't have a lineage all the way back to St. Peter. That's the important.
Okay, so speaking of St. Peter, here's something, and I was having this discussion.
I grew up Catholic, by the way, for people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so here's something that like for years has like kind of confused me about Christianity, and I was having this discussion with my daughter. Like, she's not Catholic, but she does go to a Catholic school. She does identify as Christian, but more like Protestant. But the okay kind, like she's like cool with people in the LGBTQ plus community. She doesn't hate me for being an atheist. Like, she's totally cool with it. Anyway, but we were talking about how, in Catholicism, like St. Peter, he's called what, like basically like the first pope, if I'm getting that correct.
Yeah,
like basically, like, yeah, it's from that verse. I don't remember what gospel.
Oh yeah, the first pope
where
instituted
Jesus,
and
yeah, because that's why he's called Simon Peter. Because I guess originally his name was Simon, but Jesus called him Peter because, like, in Greek, it's from the Greek Petra, meaning rock. Because Jesus is saying, like, I will call you rock because you are the rock on which I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not stand against you, or something. Basically, that was like Jesus saying, or at least the way my understanding of the way the Catholics interpret that is Jesus saying, like, okay, Peter is going to be the foundation for the church, which it's kind of weird. You'd think it'd be Jesus, but anyway, but then after establishing Peter as like the guy, at least, okay, so might say, okay, well, as far as humans are concerned, Peter's the guy. That's where it starts. But then later, when Peter and Paul, so Paul, this guy who never actually met.
That's true. It wasn't.
All right. So in the situation where you have Paul, a guy who never actually met Jesus, like only saw him in a vision, him and Peter, like the rock, are having a disagreement. I think it's in the book of Acts. And the church basically ends up going with Paul and his like side of I think their conflict was essentially like, how Jewish do new Christians need to be? Because you got to remember, Christianity started as a sect of Judaism, and Peter was like, oh, we still got to expect them to like keep the law and all this stuff. And Paul's like, no, we can't expect them to keep the law. They're like, because Paul's big thing was like, just anyone can do it because he was more popular that way. And like, you don't got to chop off the tip of your dick, even though most Christians still think you do these days. But anyway,
well, that's just what you do. Because otherwise, it looks like Pepe the shrimp.
So real quick, I want to back up. Looks like we have a newcomer.
Hello,
Griffin, a Protestant converting to Catholicism. That's a choice. But
all right then.
Yeah, welcome. Let's see. Let's see here. Other people
probably in for a different flavor of more of the same.
I guess it's if you aren't as keen on like the Bible being like super inerrant and you like wine, then it's a good move.
Well, the ritual is really appealing to a lot of people.
No, yeah, for sure.
I can get that. But.
Yeah. Okay, it does. Okay, it does show them being very good chums, but they did have the one incident. So yeah, back to what I was saying here.
That was okay. Isn't that when?
Or not back to what I was saying.
They were chums once they saw how much money Paul was bringing in for the Jerusalem church. So
that's the real story. Yeah. But when I was having this discussion with my daughter, like goes to a Catholic school, and I said, okay, you have this conflict between Peter, the guy who was supposed to be the rock, and Paul, like a newcomer who never actually met Jesus. Peter like was one of the disciples, and they had a disagreement. But since then, the church has gone with Paul. I'm like, so Jesus declared Peter the rock and him as the foundation, and then within a matter of a couple years, the church is already going with another guy. I'm like,
do you think that's because Paul did things Jesus didn't do? Paul focused a lot on like how to apply those teachings. Okay, yeah, that looks like but not completely. I know because he changed some of it and ad-libbed others.
Yeah. Or like with Paul, like from what I remember, like he came up with like his own like theology and teaching, but it wasn't even necessarily based on the actual teachings of Jesus. For him, it was really more about like the death and resurrection. So that's really where he barely mentioned the actual teachings of Jesus like at all. So
my point was, I guess, that Paul fills in the gaps in more practical application than Jesus did. Jesus was pretty radical / esoteric, depending on what gospel it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I literally called him the devil.
I remember that actually being Jesus who said that to Peter.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Because I think that was when Peter was basically trying to convince Jesus, like, no, you don't have to die. And Jesus is like, fuck you, man.
The hell I do.
I got a death wish. Or again, I think that's in the Message. That's how it was in there. Something. So, or the TRSV.
Wait.
Which I realize, like, that's a little inside joke that literally no one got because TRSV, like TRS, those are my initials. Nobody knows that. So, like, I make that joke and, like, nobody gets it. But I made it anyway, knowing that no one would get it. So,
if Jesus was more of like a radical leader where he felt like, or he was kind of trying to, if he was more of a revolutionary figure, like politically, where he was trying to overthrow, like supersede and replace the state, not necessarily overthrow it. On the cross, he could have been expecting his followers to kind of like rise up and get him down. And when they were just like, oh, this is really sad. They didn't do anything. And then he says, God, why have you forsaken me? Like, these dipshits, they do nothing. It's kind of hard to tell how he actually was in real life.
Yeah.
You're probably getting an idealized version, and he may have been revolutionary in more ways than one.
But speaking of the, like, why have you forsaken me? That reminded me of something. Can you guess what that reminded me of, Matt?
Not.
It might be a little video clip we have.
Oh, what is it?
Yeah.
Ellie! Lama sabachthani.
He was always a rather stupidly optimistic man. I mean, I'm afraid it came as a great shock to him when he died.
The rhythm in her delivery is perfect.
I know, like Madeline Cotton, just rest in peace, or whatever happens to her right now. Yeah,
and she also always sounds like she is. There's always a sarcastic tone to how she says things, like she's holding it against all of us that she's there doing that.
So Rare Books with a fantastic question. That's assuming there is a point. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, stick around and find out.
Very short version. We are atheists or atheist adjacent, depending on.
Well, I'm firmly atheist. Yeah. Matt is the more esoteric.
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it.
It often depends on how much THC is in my system. But yes, we watch Christian stuff, respond to it. Today we're doing Catholic stuff, which is kind of unusual. That's more of the underpinnings for what happens here. The rest of it is tangents and hanging out and responding to chats.
Yeah.
So if you want to see a Trent Horn talk more frequently, you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, basically go to Trent Horn's channel or literally anyone else on YouTube who responds to Trent Horn, and you will see him talking more. So, and I mean, what else can I say but word? Yeah, if you don't accept the truth of the flying spaghetti monster, then life has no meaning. Objective something. So there. Oh, see, now you get it. Yeah, that's what we're here for. So,
Yeah.
So yeah, so stick around. Let us know your thoughts. Like honestly, like agree or disagree. We love knowing people's thoughts, and not just because it's good for the algorithm. We do genuinely enjoy the interaction. So yeah, thanks for showing up. Glad you're here.
Indeed.
Yes. All right. So Trent looks like he's sleepy, so we should probably get back to him.
It's true the Bible records evil deeds like the rape of Dinah or Cain's murder of Abel, but it does not condone these acts. This should be a common sense principle, but you'd be surprised.
See, okay, but of all when atheists or like other people critical of the Bible, when they say, "Oh, the Bible looks like it has bad things in it," are they ever talking about those obvious examples? Like, okay, we know that there are things that people do in the Bible that are bad, and then God says no. Our problem is when people are doing bad things in the Bible where God at best does nothing about it, or he blesses it and says, okay, that was cool. Yeah. Or he commands it.
Yeah.
Or does it himself. So that's why I get so frustrated by like this. Is this a red herring? Him saying like, well, yeah, the Bible, like the things that he's talking about, like that's not what we're talking about when we're criticizing the Bible. But there's like, oh, you don't understand that it. Like, no, we get it. That's just not what we're talking about. Is that a red herring? Someone chat, let me know if that's a proper application of that.
I don't know. All I could think about was the time. Remembering that there's times where God commanded that the Israelites do a thing, and then there's also a second version of that story where God did that thing, or they give credit. One version of the story gives God credit, the other one gives the Israelites credit, and they can't
or
both be true.
Yeah, or because also for people who know their Old Testament, they know. So there's the story of like in the nation of Israel that's covered in First and Second Samuel, and First and Second Kings. Like that whole like story, the whole story is repeated in First and Second Chronicles. So, I mean that's an honest mistake. Happens to the best of us. Like, oh, okay, but in that story, and there's a version in First, Second Samuel, First, Second Kings, and then there's another version of the same events in First and Second Chronicles. I don't remember which is which, but in one instance, God tells David to number his troops and then punishes him for it. But in the other version, it's Satan that tells David to number his troops. So yeah, it's all over the damn place.
And then does God punish him? Does he get punished in both of those stories?
Oh yeah, in both he gets punished the same, and that is like, and not just any punishment. That is like the punishment where God says, "Okay, that's it." Like that's where that was God's most severe. Well, I don't remember if it was God for that.
Wasn't patient in that moment.
Well, I mean, considering all the rest of the crap that David did, I mean, and say maybe that like you could say he was patient leading up to that, but okay, but real quick, because like.
No, just no. You know, definitely don't take our word for anything.
Yeah, no, we're trying to teach people about what we think about it. But Kip, feel free to chime in on any of the stuff we're talking about. But real quick, I just want to cover this because we can't cover this tonight. Because I mean, I don't like. I can only give the short version. Is I think it's a terrible argument because I don't see fine tuning. But my favorite response ever to the fine-tuning argument, I think, was by Sean Carroll, where he said, like, fine-tuning is really only necessary in a natural universe. Because in a natural universe, you would need things to be fine-tuned for life to exist. But if you're talking about, like, God creating everything, like, things shouldn't need to be fine-tuned. It should just all be conducive and life to be possible in all kinds of circumstances. Yeah. Like, fine-tuning is only necessary if there isn't someone all powerful, like driving the thing.
And kind of along the same line,
yeah.
There's the assumption in the fine-tuning argument that like things could be any other way. Like we don't know that's actually a fact. Like this just might be how a universe is.
Yeah. And maybe that's something we should cover. I think I know like the fine tuning argument is something we have mentioned like here and there, but I don't know if we've ever like just done a full episode specifically on that. So that might be a fun thing to do essentially, eventually, like once we get through all the rest of our things we've planned. But thanks for answering my question, Kip. Yeah. Not it. Also, it wasn't Satan. It was the Satan, or Hasatan, I think it is in Hebrew, which is not Satan as we currently know him, because that Satan didn't even exist in the Bible.
It's like God's prosecutor, his employee.
Mm-hmm. So there's a hockey game on. So at least we know Kip is going to be awake, even if he's not actually watching. At least he'll be awake. So that's good to know. Speaking of Dr. Kip, though, like for people who watched, I think it was 2 weeks ago where he actually joined us for a good and was kind enough to actually read to us from his new book, because yes, he has finally written a book.
And I was really high the whole time, and I didn't know Kip was coming on.
Yeah. Neither did we. It was one of those, we just put the link out, and happened to be one of the people who joined. But I do want to, and people let us know if this is something you would love to see. I mean, I'm probably going to do it anyway, but just let me know you want to see it, because it makes me feel better. I want to clip out just a portion where we were talking about like the book of Job, and he was actually reading from his book, God's propaganda.
Fireside book reading.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a really cool little teaching session, if you want to call it that. But okay, but speaking of other comments that we cannot get into now, but I do want to acknowledge, where do I think logic comes from? Brains? I don't know.
Math.
I mean, I'm assuming this is like, well, if you don't believe in God, where do you think it's come? I mean, comes from like, completely honest answer is just, I don't know. But I don't know doesn't mean God. Or to one of my favorite quotes from Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, just because we don't know what it is doesn't mean you know what it is. Or in this case, just because we don't know where it comes from doesn't mean you know where it comes from. I mean, of course, God explains it, because God was literally invented to explain these things. So yeah, of course he explains it, but prove he actually exists before you can use him as an actual explanation. Also, that's all I got to say about that.
Logic has it's heavily related to mathematics, and mathematics are just a description of how things work in the universe, essentially. And so it comes from observations of the universe. There doesn't have to be a God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It can just be something else. Even if there is something out there who actually specifically designed things, it could be something else that's just not God, but is a thing. But Ember here with a good question. If you plan out a fine-tuning show, is it finely tuned? Well, I mean, you're going to have to watch and find out. Spoiler alert, but it'll be tuned. It'll be tuned.
You know how, like, on the old radios, how they're, like, the big, like, living room radios, there was that, like, tuning knob, and that thing had like momentum. You could just spin it. That's what happens here. Because our brains just go, they spin that tuning knob.
Okay, well, you have a degree comparable to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I wouldn't put too much stake on what he says on philosophy. So does this mean I also shouldn't put too much stake on what you have to say about philosophy? Zing. Sorry. But I mean, like, he wasn't using that phrase in regards to philosophy. He was talking about something with science, but I just think it's more widely applicable. That's the word. Yeah.
Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson does like to go outside of his area of expertise sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. And so Rare Books, you're asking like a lot of questions that unfortunately we are not going to be able to get to tonight, because believe it or not, we're actually trying to watch a Trent Horn video. I know, like, we do have, act like it.
You can't direct message on YouTube, which is dumb. But our email is the
Here, I'll put it up. Where'd it go? It's under here. There it is. Yeah. That's our email.
If you have things you want to hear us talk about, not that we're experts, we're chuckleheads, like Dr. Kip says.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a bachelor's of fine arts in electronic media. I don't use.
I nearly have a bachelor's in product design, and I nearly have an associate's in digital print technology. And I'm a professional handyman. So whatever that accumulates to.
But But also, like, real short backstory. But I was a Christian for 35 years. Pretty strong, pretty devout.
Yeah, I was for about 20.
And then survived stage 4 cancer and ended up deconverting very shortly after. So
yeah, I survived a car accident that broke physics essentially, and
yeah,
and then
and no problem.
took
problem.
me longer to leave Christianity than done.
Yeah,
After the near death.
yeah. But hey, you're not wrecking the stream. Like, I mean, we're just easily distracted. That's all. But yeah, okay. I'm trying to. I swear, like I'm trying to think of a way to say this that doesn't sound like super like sarcastic, but this is like in all seriousness. Comment on things we're actually talking about, but seriously, like, because like I love that you're asking questions, and these are great questions that I love to address, but I just feel like we just can't get to those tonight because we already got this going on. But like I said,
we have before,
those are
and
good
it took a
questions.
while.
Yeah. So yeah, but so I'd love to discuss those if you're willing to come back later, and we can do like more episodes. But like I said, we got the next several weeks like well into January already kind of planned, which is super unusual for us. We do not normally do it. Yeah, it's usually like the day of, like me and Matt texting each other. Oh, what are we talking about tonight? So anyway, so yeah, but yeah, like rare books. The questions you're asking, there are great questions that again we love talking about, but. I don't know. I was about to say I feel bad keeping Trent waiting, but
wait, but I want to point something out
so.
real short before we go back to it. He doesn't blink very often at all, and he has some of the least expressive eyes I've seen on a person. It's kind of freaking me out.
I don't know. Honestly, the thing that caught me the most off guard when I started this was like, because I've seen like Trent Horn and a bunch of other videos, and like this might sound weird, but I was actually like legitimately taken aback. Like I did not remember him having this much hair. I don't know why. That's like the one thing that stood out to me.
If he's not rocking the Just for Men at his age with like that jet black hair, that's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I also say like, yeah, just having that much hair, because like I'm usually horrible at like guessing people's ages. I'm assuming he's older than me, but like so to still have that because
his face, yeah,
but also like I know I'm bald, but I don't know if you can tell when I did have hair. Yeah, it's like before I shaved it. Started shaving it several years ago. I was getting pretty thin on top. Like I've always had a bit of the like hair peninsula going on, even going back to high school. But yeah. Just a reminder that Trent is not sure if slavery is evil and should be condemned. Yeah, like I said, like Trent actually for a while with like my limited exposure to him, I still kind of to me he was in that kind of like Gavin Ortland camp of okay, yeah, I disagree with a lot of stuff he says, but he still seems like a cool guy until he started talking about trans people and like.
Wait, well, welcome, Luis. By the way,
oh, he's only 40.
He's only.
Is that true?
We clicked on the same time.
Here, you click on it. Yeah. Okay, then he's younger than me because I'm 42.
What the fuck?
So,
man, he's had a hard life or something.
Yeah. And also,
cool.
I mean, love you, but
I'm pushing 50. I'm 47.
Oh yeah, that's right. Maybe he's friends with Shatner's toupee guy. No.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either hair or some kind of cap.
Yeah, but so I was about to say, like, I had Trent in that kind of like seems like a nice guy. I just disagree with him camp until I heard him talking about like trans people, and he didn't just say like women pretending to be men. Like he said it like with a tone, like women pretending to be men, like that attitude. Like okay. Like, because that is a thing I take extremely seriously, because that kind of attitude, like not like I don't want to sugarcoat it. That leads to people unaliving themselves.
Yeah,
I have zero patience for that at the fuck all. So,
and the fact that somebody doesn't care to find out how much that might hurt people saying that, And if they do know and they still do it,
Yeah, 'cause that's why, like, I can understand, to use the term loosely, as in I understand, strictly speaking, why certain Christians or other people might disagree with things like people being transgender. But there are other people who, like, they're at least nice about it. If you can be nice about saying this, people shouldn't be a thing, but
yeah, if they're just
But
like,
he
I
was-
don't
but
want
he-
to
but
hurt
like-
you, but my convictions are such.
yeah, but he isn't even nice about it. Like, he is straight up just an asshole about it. So, yeah. Anyway,
The not blinking thing, by
Also-
the way, is something that like either sociopaths or psychopaths do.
yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, but speaking of non-sociopaths and psychopaths, welcome, Misinterpretations. Good to see you again.
Hello, welcome back.
So, yeah, man, we got a lot of people on tonight. This is great. So,
This is fun.
all right, all right. So if 20 is the new 30, and I'm 40, which is twice the 20, so does that mean I'm the new 60? Actually, I'm 42, so I'm the new 64. I'm like the Nintendo 64. I'll take it because Ocarina of Time is one of the greatest games of ever. So,
Well,
Yeah.
20 being the new 30 is kind of poignant because
yeah, and also thank you, Kit, for reminding me what her real name is. So, 'cause I like people using people's real names, and Spooky again on point with the links. Yeah, check out
Look at that.
Misinterpretations. I'm subscribed, and so can you. So, man, yeah,
that's what I was saying.
today this is like that time like a year and a half ago where all of a sudden like Facebook like flooded us with like over 1,000 views, which was like the weirdest thing ever.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
sorry, I interrupted Matt with things.
I don't
but-
remember what I was saying. If anybody cared about what I was saying, please remind us in the chat. But I will say, like, isn't that interesting? We were talking about consciousness last week, and we're doing a Catholic dude this week. The algorithm really wants to push consciousness, and yeah, we're doing a Catholic dude.
Yeah, thanks for wording it that way. That was fantastic. But
Isn't it-
speaking of why we're doing a Catholic dude, our
Why would
Facebook
you?
ultra fan James, it's actually in a lot of ways because of James that we're doing Trent this week, because he commented in our Facebook group that yes, we still have, and honestly, I had forgotten that we have until James commented in it, and I got a notification like James posted in the Humanity Facebook group. I'm like, the Humanity Facebook group? The fuck is that? Oh
It's like
yes, a thing
like a
that's
zombie
like we
group.
set up. But
We didn't know he was
But-
still alive.
But he posted in there asking like if we were going to be covering Trent Horn, and I was like, funny you should mention that, because literally like a couple days before he posted that, I was actually thinking, maybe we should cover Trent Horn. So if the Russian bot who am a people, as we affectionately refer to James as, if our minds are on the same wavelength, first of all, fuck. Second, hey, we should probably do the video. So, but speaking of James, because like we give each other shit, but we love that James is here. But so
Yes,
that's
true
why
story.
instead of just saying this, I'll ask you, Matt, would it be offensive for me to say that James is like if a Russian bot had its "I'm a real boy" moment? Would that be
I don't-
offensive to say? Because I don't want to say it if it's offensive.
Because James does
So-
get testy if you call him a bot. So
Yeah, that's true.
that makes it sound like James is actually a bot, but thinks he's human. And that would probably make James upset.
Yeah, no, I definitely know James is definitely a real dude. So, but yeah, like I said, we just enjoy giving each other shit, or I enjoy thinking that we enjoy giving each other shit. But you
That's
can,
the fun
correct me
part.
if I'm wrong. Oh, got Ocarina of Time sitting 4 feet. Okay, you have Ocarina of Time sitting 4 feet from you, and you recognize the Emperor hoodie. We've never really done this before, and I don't know if this is actually a thing, but DP may be winning chat tonight. So, at least as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you still
This
haven't
is proof
told.
that the algorithm doesn't know what to do with us. But when it does, it really nails our audience.
Right. Oh, and hello, Chris, or Allo,
I don't know.
as some may say, and Allo. Yes.
Good for Burns.
Yeah, Russian bot Pinocchio would be peak. So, Hey, you have the wrench. It's your burden to carry. So let's see.
Yeah, if Spooky's here,
Oh, but
generally,
Jimmy
Spooky
Tux.
should be asleep.
So here, I'm gonna do a thing here real quick. So talk amongst yourselves. Because my computer's being really slow, so this might take me a minute. So regale the people with an anecdote there, Matt.
Huh. Have you ever seen a house where you're like, you sure it's not real?
Okay, like for for a second, my brain literally thought you were just saying, "Ever seen a house?" And like that's how you were gonna like start. And that warmed the cockles. So,
all right, I did work recently in a house where it was. Remember, have you ever seen a Hallmark Channel movie? You're like, that can't be real. I was in the house like that, and the wife like smiles all the time, but like legitimately, not like I'm full of pain, but yet I smile. Not that kind of shit. And then like the husband came home while I was there, and comes around the corner. I didn't even see him yet, and he goes knock knock, and I was like, oh no. And then I see him, and he's like super tall and handsome. I'm like, I'm working at a fucking Hallmark movie house. It's like these people have never had a bad day in their life, is what it seems like. Kind of made me mad.
All right. Well, I'm finally done with the thing I was doing. But
cool, because I was done.
All right, Jimmy, you have been wrenched, like because he wants to share an image link. So yeah, like I said, I don't actually have rules with who I give the wrench to. So I guess give me a good enough reason, and it's yours. So, but yes. Oh, and you have the GoldenEye cartridge. All right, so.
Whoa.
Apparently, since this is what the people are here for, another tangent. Of all my like old video games, like I had an original Nintendo. I still have a Super Nintendo at my parents' house. I don't know why it's still at my parents' house, but for what I had at my house, I had an original Nintendo, Nintendo 64, and a GameCube, and a bunch of games that went with it. And they were in my basement when we were living up in Columbus. But then the basement flooded, and like half of it, like all the systems were just gone, but some of the games were still good. But we were having a garage sale one day. We didn't have any of the games out, but people were asking about video games. We're like, well, I don't have the systems for any of these, so mine as well. So I ended up selling all of them, except I held on to my cartridge of Ocarina of Time because of like, especially at that time. Nowadays, I don't know if it's still the case, but favorite video game of all time. So I'm like, I gotta keep that. So I still have it somewhere in my house, but so maybe I actually should sell it.
I couldn't get past the moon.
No, that's Majora's Mask.
Damn it!
Yeah, they're very similar. Like they look the same, like same assets and everything because they were made like just a couple of years apart. But yeah, so all right. So Jimmy already using it. I don't know what this is, but everyone enjoy. So
yeah, we can't click on it. We can only show that you put it.
All right, but yeah, Spooky tagged you. All right. Anyway.
Spooky has never gone to bed before and told us.
Yeah. I didn't think Spooky went to bed. This is weird. Like, but what's a house? Oh, Spooky. Anyway, so I guess before we get to Trent, one more thing. I'm on to my second beer already because yes, I'm just doing that to me. So yeah, This is the black IPA that I'm already. Like I said, I like it, but I wish I liked it more because it's a black IPA. I love black IPAs. I love Bell's Two Hearted, which this is a kind of a variation on, but it's just, it's okay. Yeah.
I started my second one already. This is my second one. These beers are only like 5% alcohol.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're going to go through those quick. Yeah. Here's the thing about this. It's supposed to be a black IPA, but honestly, if you didn't tell me what style this is, and I just took a drink, my first guess would probably just be like a robust porter. No, not a porter, just a really dry stout. Like, cause it's got a lot of that, like really like roasty malt character to it. But like the hops, like they're kind of there, but pretty much all I'm getting is bitterness. Like, cause That's the thing about like
Yeah.
Bell's Two Hearted Ale, which this is supposed to be a take on, like super floral with the hops, like very like aromatic, but this is like just bitterness,
Yeah.
which is fine.
But
But,
with
yeah,
all
just-
that roasted flavor, I think you have to go more like earthy and bitter.
Yeah, but there are like ways you can go like more aromatic to kind of match that, whether it's like more like piney or herbal. Like you can do more than like, but like,
Okay.
but I'm saying, but whatever. But this, like, it's pretty much just bitterness. I'm not getting much any kind of like aromatics or anything.
If somebody could pull off a citrusy hopped robust porter or something,
Ooh.
that would be impressive.
Well, maybe we should try, because remember how we keep talking about how we need to like start making beer again. So
Yeah,
maybe
we
that
could
should
live
be.
stream some of that.
Yeah, maybe that could be like our next project. Like that's our goal, to make whatever that thing is that you just said. So
And everybody will get to see what hops in was it hops? No, the grain bag. The grain.
yeah, the
in
barley
mucilin
nuts.
bag. Yeah, it looks like just droopy testicles.
Yeah, looks like moose balls or something. Yeah, Kip probably knows what we're talking about. Moose balls. Yeah.
The bitterness of atheism.
Speaking of Kip, second period just started. It's 2-0 for Detroit. It's kind of frustrating. Well, who's Detroit playing? That's my.
Man, if you're here for the restart of the videos, we're just going to frustrate you.
This is why Kip's watching hockey. But hey, it's all right. Nitty's here.
Hello.
What's up, my man? Yeah.
This is why Catholics like wine. That's a good tagline.
Oh,
for the show.
All right. So I guess like people should click on that link that Jimmy posted. The link is to a pic that juxtaposed with Trent might make us suggest Trent's side job. Okay, now I got to open that up again because now I'm curious.
Here,
All right. So
I have to grab another beer soon.
oh, because I was about to tell you to say a thing, but
Oh, damn it!
because now I'm just going into the chat myself just so I can actually see what Jimmy posted there. I may or may not.
How does everybody feel about like the sets that YouTubers have, like Trent Horn, where like that's not a regular room? I don't know how I feel about like the whole set. It feels very Mr. Rogers' house to me.
Yeah, because like for me, like this is literally like just that's my living room, but okay. So I'm gonna real quick share what the picture that Jimmy posted is like. So okay, this could be like if people are wondering, does Trent have a side hustle, or like does he like moonlight, like doing something else? Maybe this is it. Let's see if I can.
What is that? We jump on it today. It's their slogan.
That's a good find there, Jimmy. That's. I mean, I will say I have never seen Trent Horn and a Precision Today person in the same room at the same time before. So you may be onto something there. So
that really sounds like a fictional company that you see in like a porn movie or something.
Oh yeah, we jump on it right away, or whatever.
Yeah, we jump on it today.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, for sure.
I am here to fix your plumbing, electrical, and heating.
And Ember just reminded me. Oh yeah, we have a Catholic person to talk about. Wine. All right. So Trent's back. Here we go. What were we talking about, Trent?
I'm surprised at how many critics simply list Bible passages that sound evil and then make the incorrect inference that the Bible itself is evil while ignoring the context of these passages.
Oh yeah, he's talking about how like when critics of the Bible say like, "Oh, there's so much terrible stuff in it," he's like, "Well, duh," because like not all the stuff in there is stuff that God is actually endorsing or commanding or saying is good. Sometimes it just lists stuff like David like committing adultery with Bathsheba or whatever. But I'm like, okay, all that stuff like where it's just people doing bad things, like that's what none of us are actually talking about. That we're talking about the things that God either blesses, commands, or does himself. that are bad. So, and I think as someone confirmed in the chat earlier, that's a red herring. That's how I'm choosing to remember that. So I was right. Haha. So, all right. Moving on.
Pope Benedict XVI addressed these kinds of passages in his post-synodal apostolic exhortation, Verbum Domini. He wrote the following: God's plan is manifested progressively and it is accomplished slowly, in successive stages and despite human resistance. God chose a people and patiently worked to guide and educate them. Revelation is suited to the cultural and moral level of distant times and thus describes facts and customs such as cheating and trickery and acts of violence and massacre without explicitly denouncing the immorality of such things.
Well, isn't that convenient? Like, this is basically like something that's known as progressive revelation. Is kind of like involved in what he's describing here. So, Matt, what is progressive revelation? Unless you're about to say something else.
It is where, instead of revealing all of the good, okay, if we want to do it in Christian language, instead of revealing all of the good news and how to get there at the very beginning, little bits at a time. And it's not that it contradicts itself; it's that it develops over time for the content, for the context and the hard-headedness of the people of the time. Which
right, because also like sense. Yeah, a big part of this is because I mainly learned about like this what's called progressive revelation from Greg Boyd, who's like a pastor in Minneapolis, an author. He's like written books. We used to be so into Greg Boyd. It was actually kind of ridiculous now that I look back on it. But this concept, like the way he talked about this concept of progressive revelation, was basically God just like working with people where they were at. So basically saying like, yeah, Palpatine was the best. Yeah, I was surprised by that too, Kip. Like, really?
And he didn't say very much here. This is
Palpatine. Oh, see, you're already winning, Daniel. But like
the distant times, distant context thing that's in what Pope Benedict said. That's really the main point. The rest is just kind of like describing things and is filler.
Yeah. Yeah. So the way I heard like progressive revelation explained by Greg Boyd and other people like him was basically like God has to work with people where they're at. So it's like people are limited. Like, so when he's talking about, this is used a lot of times specifically in the context of the slavery discussion. And this is why God in the Old Testament still had to allow the Israelites to do a slavery, because it's like, look, for that place and time, like just saying no slavery would have been too extreme. Like he would have lost them. Like he had to meet them where they're at. So he's like, okay, you can do a slavery, but you got to do it this way. And they keep trying to tell us that, oh, this is better, but it was still pretty fucking terrible the way he was telling them to do it. But regardless, but whether it's that or like any of the other things that like people like Greg Boyd would try to excuse, like God condoning or ordering or blessing or whatever, or doing himself, or appearing to do it himself, as Greg would say. He's like, oh, the people who wrote the Old Testament, they only thought that God like killed all these people, but he really didn't, but he just let them think that he did but here's my thing with all that. It's like, okay, so what you're telling me is concepts of God and the way people follow God tracks with just like where humans are in their natural development across history. You know what else tracks with like people's natural development across history? Just the way people are without a God. It's like, so this looks exactly like what it would look like if you just had people with no God, but they thought there was a God and they wanted to describe this God as being their God and condoning what they're doing. It's like, oh, well, of course God condones what we're doing. He's our God, and this is the way we're doing things, so this must be the way he wants us to do things. Like, that's exactly what that would look like. But you're telling me, oh, no, it's because God did it that way on purpose. Like, yeah, right. Sure. So, right.
Yeah,
okay.
Kind of indistinguishable from the alternative.
Yes. So, but yeah, this is also like Melly, like this is one of my favorite responses, like saying like, well, you can't expect people to not have slaves. Like, well, apparently you can expect them to cut off the tips of their dicks. I'm like, that's not too extreme, because especially with the slavery thing, like I don't remember who I heard this from first, but I've heard it from several people. Like you think about like when God was giving those orders, it was basically as Israel was coming out of slavery of their own in Egypt and like starting to form their own nation. Someone made the point, like or a lot of people have made the point, like, okay, that would have been the perfect time to say no slavery, because like you're literally starting a nation and society from scratch almost. Okay, now we're like starting over, like we're doing things our way, like just don't do slavery. It's like that would have been the perfect time to do it. It's like, no, like still have slaves, but chop off the tips of your dicks. It's like, the fuck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So that's my
genital mutilation.
Like, yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's my take on this whole like progressive revelation and how that's supposed to excuse all the bullshit. And it's like it's so like so many things in apologetics. It's so ad hoc, which I think basically means like just coming up with an explanation. Like it's not so much an explanation as it is an excuse, I guess, or as Mr. Deity likes to call them, excusegetics or excusagists instead of apologists. Yeah, essentially what it is. So, oh yes, and this is also a good point from Kip, because Kip knows the Bible. You see, the problem was that the Israelites were already Yahweh's slaves, so he was pissed about Egypt enslaving his people belonging to him. It was like stealing. Yeah, because that was the thing. God wasn't against, like, God didn't free the Israelites from Egypt because he was against slavery. He was against someone else enslaving them because they were supposed to be his slaves. So
it's like a pyramid scheme. And so the Israelites are allowed to enslave people. And so, but they should have let those slaves enslave people too. You know, follow God's example.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. So that's my take on the whole progressive revelation thing. I think it's just bullshit.
Does that make Moses Harriet Tubman?
Only if Harriet Tubman was like delivering slaves into more slavery, but
correct.
Or telling the slaves, "No, you can buy your own slaves," which apparently some did in rare circumstances, which is its own kind of fucked up. But yeah. Anyway.
My colleague Jimmy Akin likes to say God was working with blunt instruments when it came to the people of Israel, who lived.
That sounds a little bit or a lot racist.
Well, there's that.
Or anti-Semitic.
Yeah, how is God so anti-Semitic? That seems odd. But okay, so he's talking about like the tools were too blunt. So here's the phrase that came to my mind, and there was something like a poor workman blames his tools.
Yeah.
Is that? I mean, I'll let him finish here, but like I have so many thoughts on this.
In an historical context very different from our own. But God was able to use even their primitive cultural intuitions as part of his plan of salvation that he established from before the creation of the world. The Catechism says this: to God, all moments of time are present in their immediacy. When, therefore, he establishes his eternal plan of predestination, he includes in it each person's free response to his grace. The Catechism then references Acts 4:27 through 28's descriptions of Herod and Pilate's freely chosen evil deeds as part of this predestined plan, and says, for the sake of accomplishing his plan of salvation, God permitted the acts that flowed from their blindness.
So what you're telling me is God couldn't accomplish his plans without all this bullshit.
And is the Catechism really arguing for predestination? I didn't think the Catholic
they put it in quotes, so maybe they're like predestination. I don't know.
Right, it's the Catholic version of predestination, which is probably different than how everybody else refers to it.
Yeah, it could be like I have no idea. I'm not as familiar with the Catholicness.
No, I just think it's dumb. They have a book that refers to another book, so you refer to the Catechism that refers to the Bible. It's like the middleman, the tome of the middleman.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, primitive, a word that most historians are at great pains to avoid. But hey,
Right, right.
Trent's no historian, and he may be no cold case detective.
No,
But
it's a shit. It's not exactly. It can be racist to say that. There's got to be a word for it.
Yeah.
It's not classist.
Yeah.
It's not quite racist. It's
yeah, and so Melly here with another fantastic point. Primitive cultural later corrected as intuitions. So Trent doesn't believe that morality was written on people's hearts. Yeah,
no.
because this is one of those things
that's
like
different than intuitions.
because this is one of the things that, like, the Christians love to have both ways. It's like this is how the whole like morality thing is completely unfalsifiable. Because like anytime humans seem to be inclined towards doing like things that Christianity considers bad, they see, oh, see, that's their corrupt nature, the fallenness of man, our sinful nature, and all that. But anytime we're like more inclined to do things that are good, like, oh, see, that's God's morality written on your heart because everyone knows what's good. It's like, or maybe people just have all kinds of different inclinations, and people have different opinions on whether any of those given inclinations are good or bad. I don't know. That seems more reasonable to me, but
That's kind of why there's a catechism, is because it was at least two different ways, and so it needed to come to a decision about which way it actually was.
yeah. See, all right. So, but this whole thing he's talking about here with like the progressive revelation, like, oh, God, all this bad stuff happened, but God used that because He needed that for His plan. So it was all on purpose. It's intentional, even though we have free will, but He meant for this to happen, and He's just using that. See, this is just what apologetics does. It takes the concept of an all-loving, all-powerful God and the, as they would say, broken world that we're presented with, and they just try to make them fit in any way they can. Where in anything else, if you're considering a proposition, so let's say, for instance, like, say like you're coming to this like just completely like clean slate, like no presuppositions, and you're presented with the idea or the proposition that there is this all-loving, all-powerful God, and He made everything, including you. He's got a plan for you. He's got a plan for nature, all creation, and He loves you, and like all this stuff. But then you have the reality you're faced with, because this is what we normally do with propositions, right? Like we test the proposition against reality to see do the proposition and reality actually match, and if they don't, then we say, oh, that proposition must be wrong, or there are at least some flaws with it, or something weird's going on that it's not at least not completely true, if not completely untrue. But with the way apologetics works is it takes these two things that don't actually fit together and like, okay, well, how can we basically rewrite reality to fit with this proposition that we've already accepted? Because that's basically what this is. Like, because I promise you, if you
has a problem of reality.
Exactly. So, because this is something I've like a thought experiment I've mentioned before. Like, if you could just like completely wipe your memory and like awareness of anything about the way the world actually is, like take away all of that, and someone were able to just come to you with the idea of, the all-loving, all-powerful God who created everything, like I said, and then they were to ask you, okay, what do you think this world that this God created, what do you think that world would look like?
Oh yeah.
Like, I promise you, the world that we actually have would be like one of the farthest things from your mind. And I promise, if you came to this like not with the presupposition that this concept of God has to be true, if someone is just bringing it to you as a proposition, like, okay, here's the God we're proposing, and then now they show you the world as it is, and they ask you, okay, do these things match? if you were actually, I believe, if you were actually honest with yourself, like no presupposition, you was like, no, these things absolutely do not match at all. This is not at all what I would expect from a God. But what the apologist does is like, well, let's try to think of a way that actually works. So that's where they come up with this whole like progressive revelation bullshit and like, well, okay, yeah, all these bad things happen, but God had a reason for it, and you just got to trust Him for it. Trust Him about it because it takes faith. His ways are higher than ours. Like all that bullshit that we've all heard, like ad fucking nauseum, ad infinitum nauseum. Is that a proper use of the Latin? I don't know, but I'm just thinking infinite nausea. That's all I can. So. Right, yeah. So God is okay with appearing like a jerk because humans take thousands of years to get it. And you know what? I'm sure all those people that like God told the Israelites to enslave and like literally beat within an inch of their life, as long as they didn't die, or if they did die, at least it was a few days later, so it was cool. I'm sure all those people, I'm sure it'd be so comforting to tell them, like, look, God could have told them not to do this to you, but they just don't get it. So this is all just part of His plan. So you just got to let them like enslave you and abuse you and probably kill you. But like, okay, here's the good news. They're going to kill you, but it's actually going to take several days for you to actually die. So that's the good news. But like, how is that supposed to be any sort of consolation to the people who are actually going through the pain of these people progressing in their revelation or whatever the fuck? So
also, God's a bad communicator. If he needs to have patience for everyone to get it.
Yeah, because here's the other thing. Like when we talk about, because that's a lot of the Christians' excuses, like, oh, well, people are broken. So my response to like people being broke is like, okay, well, who made us so fragile? Like if you're going to tell me, because to me, this is why the problem of evil is such a problem. Because if you're going to propose to me a God who literally created all of everything from scratch, including the way everything would work, what all the consequences would be, all the proclivities that people would have, the inclinations we would have, the capacities that we would have, He literally designed all of it from scratch. So he also knew, because you're also telling me He's all-knowing, what we would do given the certain parameters and limitations and capacities that we have. So it's like literally everything is His fault or His responsibility, whatever you want to call it. It's like, I swear, like they don't actually say this out loud, or at least for the most part, but it occurred to me, like the way so many Christians treat God and how He's dealing with creation, it's like they treat it as if it's not something that He made. They treat it as if it's some sort of like messed up chaos that He just happened upon and just figured out a way to make it work. Now, that actually may be closer to the way that Genesis actually describes creation when it talks about like, the chaos in the waters and God like forming things. But most, at least American evangelical Christians that don't consider it like that way anymore. They say, no, God literally just made everything out of nothing, but they treat it as if He came across this huge problem and He was so smart, He was able to figure out a way to make it work. It's like, but He's the one who made the fucking problem. It's like the example, and I know I've been ranting for a while. I'll just want to finish this and I'll let you talk, Matt. But for one of the examples I love to use is like, so take like the Earth and like how it has like its atmosphere and like the magnetosphere that like ostensibly protects us from like all these dangerous things from space, like ultraviolet rays, which I know in my case didn't protect us fucking enough, but regardless. So yes, the atmosphere, like the ozone, protects us from UV rays. The way the magnetosphere works, it can like repel asteroids. And so people say, oh, look at how finely tuned, speaking of the fine tuning argument, like, sorry, I forgot your name, whoever you were talking about that earlier. They say, look how finely tuned the Earth is to protect us from all these dangerous things out in space. It's like, well, my question is, who the fuck put all that dangerous shit in space to begin with? Like, how finely tuned is that He made dangerous things that He needs to design things to protect us from? Like, to me, fine tuning would be like, we just don't have that dangerous shit and we don't need protecting from it. But anyway, I'm getting thirsty. Talk, Matt. Or we can just get back to the video unless
we should probably get back to the video.
All right. Yeah. Sorry for the rant, everyone, but that felt good.
I will need to go grab a beer.
All right. Well, you go grab a beer. I'll look at a couple more chats here. So Ember says, okay, check this out. God exists outside of time. So for him, every moment happens all at once. Suddenly, poof, universe. So what if we take that same idea and apply it to elsewhere? Going from nothing to cosmic inflation takes a lot of preparation. So you have to build physics, set up superforce, and how it will split off and when, pack all that matter into plasma fog, etc. Ooh, and there's more. I'm waiting. But in the meantime, God creates mosquitoes. Also, God enjoy the malaria. But God chooses to protect us from malaria through medicine that wasn't invented until well after malaria became a thing, and also isn't available enough, so millions of people still die from it. But that's the best he could do. All right. But if you do all it in a different time dimension, all of it happens in no time for the universe. All right. Not going to lie. Like I was not able to keep up with all that.
Time be having dimension. Dimension time. Well, there is like the time is a dimension.
Ooh. I don't understand dimensions. So
yeah, I don't think anybody really does, even the people who do that for a living.
Yeah. It's just one of them things. Yes. So yeah, Ember, thanks for all that. I apologize. I wasn't able to follow all of it. It was just over my head. And I was about to blame it like, oh, I've just had too much to drink, but I'm not even finished with my second. So yeah, maybe I'm just tired. All right. So.
Oh yeah, like for the universe, from the universe's perspective, this everything takes no time at all.
No, so Matt gets it. Good. I'm glad. All right. So yeah. So all that to say, progressive revelation, kind of bullshit. It's just an excuse for things happening. All right.
In other words, as the saying goes, God can write straight with crooked lines. And even the leaders that God selected to guide his chosen people were not perfect, like anyone.
He can write straight with crooked lines. Like, okay, well, good for him.
Wait, then why couldn't he get shit done? If he can write straight with crooked lines and people aren't perfect, didn't he just basically say...
Yeah, which
God could do what he said God didn't do?
Right, exactly. Because so they're saying both at the same time that God can still, God can accomplish his purposes no matter how imperfect people are.
Sure, he totally could.
But also God has to accommodate with how imperfect people are and can't. So it's so he can do his stuff, just not right away.
Could he have created it different? Oh, of course he could. He can do anything he wants, but he wants to do it this way, so we should be okay with that.
Okay, so
Spooky apparently didn't go to bed.
Also, thanks / fuck you for that. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree.
Really?
No. I mean, he's
calling me. I'm the only clever one. Sorry, that sounded like a slam when I first said it.
Well, but he's calling me eye candy, so I'll allow it. And also, I'm the single one, so fuck it. That's how I want to be kind of pigeonholed. I'll go with that. So okay, but God makes God even more of an asshole. I can be perfect, but you assholes are my neurotic little handful. Yeah, apparently so it's one of those things is it God has to, God is so cool because he can accommodate our brokenness and use the fucked up shit we do to still accomplish his plan? Or are we so powerful that we can influence God's plan and how he really wants to do things, and we can actually hold him back with how fucked up we are?
Right.
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty awesome.
God is our creation.
Almost. Again, this goes back to the whole, it's kind of weird how what God wants us to do just like tracks along with how humans progress naturally. It's almost like we just like invented him and we keep changing what he's like based on where we are in our natural progression. It's weird. It looks exactly the same. God must have designed it that way. That's what it is. So, all right. The born again RN. I don't know if that's born again right now or born again registered nurse or born again renal narcolepsy. I don't know what that means, but it's a thing. All right. How does Trent Horn explain the Roman Catholic Church only claims to have infallibility, interpreted 6 verses in the Bible, so the rest fell? This sounds like more like Christian, Christian infighting. Like, I'll let you all figure that out for yourselves. I don't know. That's okay. It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, born again RN, but you sound like a non-Catholic who takes issue with how the Catholic Church explains certain things. I was like, look, work that out amongst yourselves. I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know. So
yeah, that sounds
also just because I'm not super familiar with like Trent and like all his things. So see, here's James with an awesome question. Is man merely a mistake of God's, or God merely a mistake of man? I mean, if God is real, I would say we are a mistake of his. But if he's not, he is a mistake of ours. So,
yeah, based on the requirements he has for us, he made a mistake in making us. And I don't know, like, is God merely a mistake of man? If man invented God, I don't know. I hesitate to call it a mistake because I don't know that we could have done anything differently. Because we needed something to be okay. Our ability to understand the world outpaced our ability to be okay with the world. And so I think inevitably we would create something that allows us to be okay with the world and allows us to like grow into a deeper self. So I think that God serves that kind of function for people.
Yeah. I agree with Jimmy. But all right, so this was a quote. Looks like it was Nietzsche saying the kinds of things that the new atheists were saying with decades before and better. Well, hey.
No,
But also like this whole like new atheist.
It's a little outdated.
Yeah, which I don't care like who said it or when. I just like that was a good quote. I liked it.
Yeah. No, Nietzsche said some good stuff.
Yeah, but also like this whole. I'm like so tired of the whole like people slamming like the new atheist movement. Like even though like, yes, it had its issues and downfalls, but I'm like,
and nobody was trying to do a movement at the time. They were a group of authors that happened to get attention.
Yeah, but even if they were like, oh, okay, so it's like, yeah, I get tired of that whole. Oh, new atheism is outdated and whatever.
I mean, it's so outdated. Like half of them are dead.
Yeah, right. And man, and Dan Dennett, he was my favorite. Damn it. Anyway,
yeah, we still have the Islamophobe left, which is fun.
Yeah, the Islamophobe and the transphobe. That's what we're left with.
Cool, neat, extra special, love it.
Yeah. So okay, RN is registered nurse, former Roman Catholic. Okay, and so you're asking questions about Trent, and I love, like honestly, like not just for algorithmic purposes, but I love the interaction. But you're asking questions about Trent. I honestly have no idea. But yeah, but stay tuned, and as we keep watching, if you have questions about what he's saying and how we respond to it, yeah, let us know. Keep it coming. But yeah, like I love Dan Dennett. Like I think of all the Four Horsemen, he was maybe like the least controversial, but he was also maybe like the least popular. He's like, I'd never even heard of him till like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. But his book, Breaking the Spell, about like the history of religious development, like absolutely fantastic. Highly recommend it to anyone. But then Hitch, like obviously controversial, like, but I feel like I'm almost afraid of like what he would be like nowadays. Like if he had survived, like I'm afraid he may have been more like Dawkins. Like I don't know how into like the anti-woke stuff he might have been. I don't know.
I would say probably not. just because he and his brother have like a real conflict. Opposites just like loved each other / hated each other.
Yeah.
And his brother is a tool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Intelligent, but just a tool.
Yeah.
And super conservative and
yeah. But the thing that like kind of like what made me think of like, well, what would Hitch think nowadays of what people like Dawkins are calling like the whole like woke movement? It's because last year it's this thing, because I guess his birthday, it's either his birthday's like in December or like when he died, or may have also been around December. But anyway, they do this thing like to honor Hitch. They call it like Merry Hitchmas. And last year it was hosted by, it was like this 4-people panel, like doing this whole like discussion tribute thing. It was Richard Dawkins, Stephen Fry, Lawrence Krauss, and another guy who's I'm totally blanking on his name. I wasn't familiar with him anyway. But what disappointed me was that whole thing basically devolved into like this whole like anti-woke fest thing. It's like, oh, Hitch would have hated the way things have gotten these days. I'm like, it was really disappointing. But part of me is like, I don't know. Maybe he would have been on board with what they were saying. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway,
I want to respond to James real fast before we get back.
Oh yeah. I was thinking that too. Yeah.
So I read through this a few times because I like partially agreed with it, and there was a part I didn't, and I had to find it. Islamophobia is a term created by fascists to conflate bigotry against Muslims with a valid criticism of Islam, and that's what Sam does. Oh, Nietzsche is dynamite. I don't think I don't see how it was a term created by fascists. If anything, I can see how it's a term created by leftists to conflate bigotry against Muslims with valid criticisms of Islam. I don't think that's true either, but like I could see that being closer to the truth. I do think it is for someone who's a Christian, or even anybody who isn't, who has a problem with some of the things that like Islam directs people to do, and some of it is really bad, like some of what Christianity commands people to do, really bad. And sometimes that does get conflated with Islamophobia. It's like, no, it's just a criticism of the religion. It's nothing against the people.
Yeah.
Who have that religion.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's like so many terms. Like I think there are legitimate uses of it and illegitimate uses of it. I think there's plenty of times when people are actually being Islamophobic, but I think there's also time when it's misapplied. Just like anything. Like, I mean, the term racism can be misapplied, but it also racism is still definitely a real thing, even if some people might misapply the term in some instances.
I understand,
like anything, but
I understand the oversensitivity and like the over labeling of racism sometimes.
Yeah,
because
or
we've done it so well for so long and so violently.
Right.
I understand why people would be super sensitive.
Yeah, or I guess like in the similar realm of the Islamophobia thing, like the anti-Semitic label, like. It's so misapplied. Like when people are just like criticizing literally anything that the current nation of Israel is doing, which they're doing a lot of what I think would be, maybe sound like an ironic statement, but what I think to be pretty objectively shitty things.
They're doing enough to make Yahweh blush.
Right. Yeah. But again, Melly with the good question. Yeah. Seriously, like, wasn't he on Epstein's list? I want to say. But
now, there were a lot of people who were on his list because he brought money to people. Also, it was not a mystery the other stuff he was into. So,
yeah. But apparently, like Krauss, like
the massages.
Yeah, but apparently Krauss, like even on his own, there's a lot of allegations against him for inappropriate conduct, to put it mildly. Yeah, he's one of those people. He's a person like when I was first getting into the whole like atheist sphere or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
he was actually like I enjoyed like because when he's just talking science, like he's got some really cool stuff like he talks about, and even a lot of his like arguments against God and like Christianity, like good. But then the more, I think what really tore it is again, like recently the whole like his whole like anti-woke stuff and how there was this book that I don't know, say he edited, he may have like contributed to, but it's basically a book that's supposed to be like a compilation of like a bunch of essays from different scientists and whatnot. And it was called The War on Science. And I think one of my favorite YouTube channels, The Friendly Atheist, the way he talks about it is like, okay, think about if anyone's putting out a book nowadays called The War on Science, and it's coming from a like atheistic like point of view, and like especially like in America, things going on now, like he's like the real war on science is coming from like Christian nationalism, like Republicans, yes, conservatism. But he's like, but this book doesn't talk about that at all. It's only talking about like the anti-woke stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like it's total nuts. Bullshit.
It's calling the scientific method biased. It's like, that's clearly you don't know what it is. It's not biased.
Mm-hmm.
It just says, here's the best way to figure out what's true, because this has been the best way to figure out what's true.
Right. So there, I don't know how many tangents we're on that, but I did want to point out real quick that I just got a notification. Apparently we have a new follower on Twitch, which does not appear to be a bot. Someone called Disciplined Outlook. So if that's you watching, thanks. Welcome. Please comment, because we would love to get a Twitch comment from an actual human being. Yeah. So if you are not a bot, please jump in and let us know. All right. So
kind of a bot name, but I have also liked all the bot names so far. So
That's true. All right. Anyway,
wait, the real Melly put this up. This is important.
Yes.
Epstein advised Krauss on how to handle his own allegations, which is the dirtbaggiest of dirtbag moves.
Right, yeah, because Krauss emailed him. He's like, hey, it's got all this shit going on against me. What do you recommend I do?
Hey, guy. Got all these allegations against me. How do you handle your allegations?
So this is interesting. Like, is bias. It only deals with hypotheses that are testable. That's selection bias. Like, is that selection bias, or is that like, okay, so what's a hypothesis that's not testable? I would call that
things.
Yeah, I would call that indistinguishable from not being real. It's like, how else do you know that it's real without being able to test it?
Because the problem with unfalsifiable things is literally, and I'm using it correctly, anything that is unfalsifiable could be true.
Mm-hmm. But it's indistinguishable from it not being true, because there's no way you can tell.
Could also be fiction.
Yes. But yes, as Spooky, again with the links on point, as a history of SA. Mm-hmm.
God, what a
but apparently Chris Mooney wrote The Republican War on Science over 15 years ago. I'm not familiar with that, probably because it sounds like it's a book. I do read a lot. I just don't read a lot of actual books. It's the ADHD. I can read like articles, blog posts, listen to podcasts, and I still get the information. I just don't actually read literal books. But yeah,
God, I got books I haven't read that I need to read.
Yeah, me too.
If anybody here, you're all in the target market, so you probably are aware of it. The YouTube channel, Some More News.
Yes.
By the way, one of our old good friends we're still friends with. Writes for the show.
He's been on the show.
Yeah, he's like an editor.
He's been on our show a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, they had an episode out about George W. Bush, and I had not realized how much of Trump is pulling off a George W. Bush act in a way without the subtlety of George W. Bush. Like it's an echo.
That's a sentence I never thought I'd hear.
No, it's an echo of the Bush presidency. Like Trump is Trump brand George W. Bush. And the thing, and like everything that like was going on in Venezuela, they're repeating the exact same fucking like motivational talking points for trying to get people like ginned up to want to go into Venezuela. The exact same phrases, like side by side comparison.
Yeah. So check out the YouTube channel, Some More News. Our good buddy Eric Barnes is one of the writers. He does great work. It's a great show. So better advisors. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
Trump administration is aping the Bush administration.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're about a quarter of the way through. So
Cool. Let's power through it.
This is especially evident in the book of Judges, which recounts how Israel constantly fell into idolatry and as a result was punished through foreign domination. But God had mercy on Israel and sent a series of judges to deliver his people from their oppressors. While some of these judges were good and noble people, others were of a quality that apostate Israel deserved. And one of those judges is the subject of our case study.
Damn.
that's
Bitch.
like that's the other like part. It's
That's
like
the
well,
apostate Israel deserved. Damn.
it's like again, you're telling me these people are broken. Who made them so fragile? Because all the people want to say, well, all this stuff, it's because of our fault. Like, we chose to do evil things. Like, well, why did God give us a capacity to do evil things? They'll say, oh, because he had to give us free will. It's like, well, okay, but I'm not going to get into the whole free will debate. I'm not convinced it's a real thing. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, sure, God gave us free will. But he also gave us a fuck ton of limitations. Like, I can't fly. I can't teleport. I can't grow an extra arm when I want, or grow taller when I need, or shrink down when I want. There's all kinds of things that I would love to, like, if I had free will and like had no limits on my abilities, like I would do these things. But God apparently gave me these limitations. All I'm saying is, why didn't he just also give us the limitation to, I mean, I could go as far as to say just to do absolutely nothing evil, but let's just say, like just for starters, don't give me the capacity or desire, or not just me. You can talk about me as if I'm desiring to do these things, because I'm not. But just humanity, do not give any of us the capacity or desire to abuse children. Like, just for starters. Like, so yeah, that's why I do not buy this whole like free will argument. Like, well, God had to allow us to do evil stuff. It's like, no, he literally fucking didn't. Like, he made everything. Again, he designed everything the way it is. There is nothing that is not his fault. I don't know how you can get around that. So bringing it back to this, like talking about like, well, these are some of the judges were bad, but that's who Israel deserved. It's like, well, why did God make people who were capable of doing things that made them deserve such terrible people to rule them? Like,
there have been a couple times so far where he's talking, and then all of a sudden there's this darkness that peeks out, where he's like, well, that's the apostate Israel deserved. And you're like, whoa.
right?
Mattress in a basement, what?
Yeah, right. Like, at least that, like, because even if we still had the like desire to do things, like put some sort of safeguards, like, because yeah, like I might have the desire to like say like, you know what, I want to like swim down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench and just see what the fuck's down there. But God gave me limitations, and if I do that, it's going to stop me before too long. So yeah, just put the same limitations in me harming other people.
You'll be much smaller when you get down there.
And squishier. But anyway. Yeah. So again, like, apologists like to put on the front of critical thinking. But really all it is just coming up with excuses, because this is my opinion, but I think if they actually did apply actual honest critical thinking, they wouldn't be coming up with excuses for why things don't seem to match the way God is presented to us. They would look at, like I said before, they would look at the God who's presented to us and the way reality is, and we would say, these things do not match. So instead of just having faith, the trust that this God that I can't see or perceive, apparently by design that I can't see or perceive him, which is its own fucked up thing. But instead of, it's like they're saying, like, I'm going to trust that instead of the plain reality in front of my face, where like actual critical thinking tells you, judge the thing that's just being proposed and that you don't actually have evidence for yet. Judge that based on the empirical evidence in front of you. But okay, so
welcome, dipshit. And the reason why I'm saying that is because
okay, well, if God didn't give us
first,
okay, so if God didn't give us the capacity to harm children, then where did our capacity to harm children come from? Who made us?
And you can't just say darkness is the absence of light.
It's like God didn't give me the capacity to fly. He didn't give me the capacity to teleport. But that's something where I would choose to do. Like, those are things I actually do want to do sometimes. So why?
But apparently God had to give us the capacity to harm children.
Right. Yeah.
But careful with calling that a temptation offered by the devil. That the devil tempted us with harming children. That's kind of gross.
Yeah.
To even call that a temptation. I don't know.
Yeah. So like,
I mean,
thanks for commenting, but this
if you're tempted to harm children, and God is what keeps you from doing that, then by all means don't deconvert.
Yeah, please. Yeah, keep believing in God if that's all.
For the children.
Keeping you. Yes. Yeah, please. Yeah, literally for the children. But yeah, this like okay, it's so you're trying to present this as it's not this, it's this, but really the way, if you can continue reading your comment, it sounds like he gave us the capacity for both, but you're saying we just chose one or the other. It's like, but no, like he gave us the capacity for both. If God actually created us, then yes, he gave us both capacities. But
you know what they do to people.
You have not refuted the claim that he gave us the capacity to harm children, because we are literally saying that we harm children and all of our capacities. Like if we were created by God, he created all of our capacities. So if we have the capacity to harm children, he gave us the capacity to harm children. I don't know how you get around.
So God would then be the source of harming children or wanting to harm children.
Yep.
Yep. Also, shit. What was I gonna say? Oh. All right, so if the devil tempts people to do things that are bad, then with that thinking, people in prison have been tempted by the devil to do bad things. And even they treat people who have harmed children very poorly.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, sometimes the real heinous people, they have to keep sequestered from the general population because a lot of the general population has been abused or knows somebody in their family who was.
Yep.
So, some of the worst people disagree that the devil tempts them to do that.
Yeah. Man, so again, the real Melly, like, just on fire. I mean, like, I've also noticed you, like, with a lot of good comments in, like, the Zadanza stream, so thank you for gracing our chat with your wisdom as well. So, yes, some Christians have to make God more impotent in order to make him more palatable. That's pretty much exactly, like, if people are familiar with Philip Goff, like, or Thomas Ord and his book, like God Can't, like kind of stuff. That's literally what that is. Like, because it's a book, I haven't read it, but I have listened to Thomas Ord talk about like his concept of like the limited God. I've heard Philip Goff talk about it, and all I can think is, okay, you believe this not because there is any evidence that this is actually true, but because this is the only way you can possibly reconcile a good God with the problem of evil. Like, okay, fair enough. Like, yeah, that is the only way to reconcile it. But I still see no reason to believe that it's actually the case. But yeah, that's all you got. Oh, so God gave us the knowledge of possibility, but the urge to do these things is so we created that urge. So did you know that about us, Matt? We can God made us like, so there was like a factory model, but we're able to improve on that or unimprove. But apparently we can do things that God didn't create us to be able to do. That's incredible.
How is that possible, though? If God is God, then God is the source of all things. Anything that is came from God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And if God is all good, see, this was my problem, even like as a progressive Christian, like who was all into the universalism and the panentheism and like how God is like just ultimate source and God is just pure good. And God is the source of everything. And like, but like, okay, if God is all good and everything comes from God, then how can anything not be good?
Like, but God can use everything for his good.
Or to quote the Bible, like, can bitter water flow from a freshwater stream? Like,
no, but it can flow from a rock.
Or can a fig tree bear grapes or whatever it was? Like, no, it's talking about if something is the source of all things, then all things can only be like that source. So if the source of all things is all good, how can not good exist? Unless the source also had that in it or that intention in it.
Well, not good is just the absence of good. So what you're saying is
the God isn't everywhere.
Yeah, because then like there's like pockets of not good in the thing that came ex nihilo, came out of nothing from God. God poofed it into existence, made the possibility for there to be the lack of good.
Mm-hmm.
Just can't get away from it. It's God's fault.
Yeah. It's like I said, if you are going to propose that God created everything from scratch and he designed it himself, knowing full well what all the ramifications of everything would be, what the consequences, like the whole system of do this and this happens, if he designed all of it, then there is literally nothing that is not his fault or his responsibility, however you want to put it. So, but yeah, God didn't give us that capacity, then Abraham wouldn't have been remotely tempted to bite on God's test to sacrifice Isaac, yet Abraham had Isaac on the altar. Oh, and we'll get to that later, too. That's something that comes up. Oh, remember how we're watching a video?
Oh, yeah. He barely moves, period, by the way. He's got his arms in the exact same fucking spot.
Yeah. He kind of blinks sometimes. Yeah, so God created humans just to exile them from the paradise he created for them and have said lose one of their children to murder from one of their other children. Make it make sense. I didn't read that correctly. I blame the beer. But this is what I love to bring up where people say like, oh, evil isn't like an actual thing. It's just a privation of good or whatever they want to call it. Like, well, Isaiah said God literally created it as if it is a thing.
If God exists, God is both good and evil and created both good and evil.
Yeah. And if everything that is came from God, then... And if a thing can only reflect the source from which it came, then... Yeah, God is part evil. God is part genocide. God is part SA. God is part... earthquakes killing a bunch of people. Like, that's just how it is. All right.
Study on how to read evil Bible stories, and his name was Jephthah. In Judges chapter 11, the leaders of a region of Israel called Gilead asked Jephthah to drive out the Ammonites who were oppressing them. Jephthah accepted their offer, and after a peaceful approach failed, he prepared to go to war. The
test must be just.
Now you sound like a bot.
Yeah. Right. Also, I don't know what that's supposed to be. So please further clarify.
You must understand we are not all in your head.
Yes. And we're also autistic. So if normal people would understand what you mean by that, we are not those people. Yeah. Because normal's dumb. I mean, we love our normal viewers. Please stay. All right.
Jephthah didn't know if he could defeat the Ammonites, so he made the following vow to God. If you will give the Ammonites into my hand, then whoever comes forth from the doors of my house to meet me, when I return victorious from the Ammonites, shall be the Lord's, and I will offer him up for a burnt offering.
He said him.
Yeah.
No, that
Yeah,
could
so-
just be a translation problem, but
Yeah, so this, like, to what you said, like, probably a couple hours ago, but it's almost like he expected it to be a slave or something.
yeah,
So,
because that would normally probably be the thing if you've got slaves, like running out to greet him first would probably be kind of uncouth of a thing to do for the family, but the slaves should like hurry out and like carry his shield or whatever the fuck, lead the horse to the stables.
yeah.
And,
And also-
the people who would be doing that are not like the most expensive slaves.
Right.
So he's
Yeah,
like,
so-
hey, if you
like,
do that, I'll kill one of my cheap slaves. Because I love you so much.
Well, because basically, I mean that tracks. I mean, he's basically asking God to give him the ability to kill a bunch of other people. So yeah, in response, I'll just kill one more. Sure. It's like, so
Fair
that
trade.
kind of makes sense. So also, FYI, Melly, like you're at the point where I'm not even like reading your comments before I put them up. I'm just assuming they're great. So yeah, so keep it up. But yeah,
Oh shit! I gotta get. Hold on. Yeah, you talk.
yeah. So all right. So well, I'll let Trent talk a little more. 'Cause I don't think we've done enough of that. So
shall be the Lord's, and I will offer him up for a burnt offering. To the ancient audience that heard this story, this is the equivalent of watching a modern horror movie and a character says, "Let's split up." You brace yourself because you know something bad is about to happen. The story continues. Then Jephthah
yeah. So this is where like Trent starts to get me and think, okay, I think he may actually be taking a reasonable approach to this because he's recognizing it's like, yeah, this sounds like this could go poorly for our guy here. So, hey, too fucking late. Even though I did read that before putting it up, but still. All right. The trial of life.
Somebody's
and the
brain's
choices,
on autopilot.
the trial of life and the choices we make and the divine knowledge of our choices and the judgment of these decisions that God always knew we were going to make must be just. Okay, I need to stop putting people's comments up before reading them. Like, Melly's put me in like a bad habit there, or whatever you want to call it thing.
What are you, man? You know,
Oh, welcome. Like, you must be new here.
also
Ignorance is not blissful. You must be so not blissful about what the fuck we're talking about right now. But welcome. Glad you're here. But as we're continuing to hear more of Trent's wisdom and giving our response, please, like, in all seriousness, love to get to know. Like, I love seeing new people here, and I love hearing new people's thoughts, even if they're different than ours. I just love hearing them until I don't.
It's
So.
obvious the algorithm has been told to push Catholicism.
Ooh, well, maybe we should be covering this stuff more often. So, also, Ember, I'm putting yours up without reading them as well. But, don't tell the chat you're putting comments up without reading them. Shit! You'll end up showing something like Matt's butt. It's like Bisquick. Well, I mean,
That's so descriptive.
you can't prove it doesn't.
It's true.
So
You can't prove I'm not
speaking
made
of,
of Bisquick.
Yeah. Well, I have never seen Matt and Bisquick in the same room before. So if that's the metric by which we're judging such things. So
I must be Jesus. I haven't seen me and Jesus in the same room either.
ooh. That's good.
Also, Jesus all along.
Also, speaking of, I've never seen me and Ember in the same room before.
Interesting.
So am I Ember, or is Ember me, or is Ember Bisquick? That kind of almost made sense at some point.
I've got another way to ruin pancakes for you, but I'm not going to say it.
Right, because that's why me and Matt are such good friends. Because I always know if I ever need someone to ruin pancakes for me, I know Matt's my guy.
It's a little graphic. I'm not going to share.
Well, I need to pee. So do you want to share that? Or?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, we'll keep going we'll keep going and let me know when we have something that you can vamp on that's good for the people, and I'll relieve myself. All right.
Came to his home at Mitzpah, and behold, his daughter came out to meet him with timbrels and with dances. She was his.
Oh, so something came out, someone came out of his house that he didn't expect, and it's like, oh man, who saw this coming? Except everyone.
His only child. Besides her, he had neither son nor daughter. And when he saw her, he tore his clothes and said, Alas, my daughter, you have brought me very low, and you have become the cause of great trouble to me. For I have
Okay, now he doesn't reference this, but just this whole, like, him blaming his daughter for this. Like, and maybe this is like an issue with the translation. Like, maybe in the original Hebrew, Kip, you're apparently awake. Okay, let me know. And is this like an accurate translation? Like, was he actually like blaming his daughter for this, or is this just the way it was translated into English? But here's the thing:
like, sounds like he's saying it's her fault,
right? But here's the thing: like, when it comes to like because this is one of the things that Christians try to fall back to. It's like, well, that's just like a mistranslation. Like, part of me is like, okay, yes, I'm actually interested in that because, like, yeah, I like to know the truth. This sort of stuff intrigues me. I like learning like more. Like, oh well, okay, Kip said, yeah, see, it's her fault. Which, I mean, is there a better way to like sum up like much of what we know as Christianity? Is like, see, it's her fault. Whether it's Eve or Jephthah's daughter or like that woman who's just dressing in clothes that are comfortable to her, but you just can't stop checking her out. But yeah, but
there's Christians telling things being her fault is even down to, like, I was listening to something about purity culture and how there was a Christian who was a Christian woman giving advice to other like conservative evangelical Christians, women, girls, on how to take their coat off in class without being seductive. And basically, like, if you can't do it without being seductive, it's better just to leave it on.
Like,
it's like, what? Because people taking off a coat instantly brings to mind stripping.
It's like, yeah. I mean, you would know. You're the women. So.
Also, if you're a Christian woman and you're complaining about how like young girls are taking their coats off too seductively, maybe you should consider what your sexuality actually is,
right?
And whether or not you should lock yourself up because you're a danger to young people.
Exactly. There was this cartoon I saw. It was like taking place like in a church, and like this couple, like this man and wife, and there was this other woman and her young daughter, and like the woman from the married couple was talking to the woman who's the mother of the young daughter, saying, like, referring to her husband who was standing next to her, like, basically saying, like, you should really have your daughter dressed differently because, like, my husband says it's a problem that she's like dressed into like whatever. And so like the mother responds, oh, thanks for telling me. Now I know that your husband is not a safe person for my daughter to be around. It's like, yep.
By the way, also, DP is handling our light work in the chat.
Yeah, and thanks for like filling Kip in on what's going on. Yeah, Ember poured pancake batter on Matt's ass. Then someone bet Tommy $20 he wouldn't chug an entire bottle of maple syrup, and then toss Matt's pancake salad.
Ooh, gross.
I mean, that's one interpretation of what happened, but
a lot of liberty was taken.
But speaking of interpretations, back to the video here. So even if like that whole like Jephthah basically blaming his daughter, which Kip apparently seems to agree, like, yeah, that's what he was doing. Unless Kip, like, let me know if it's anything different from what you know of the original Hebrew or whatever. But even if I'm interpreting it that way literally because that's what the English translation of the Bible in front of me says he's saying. But if someone wants to tell me, oh, well, that's not what it originally says, like part of me, like I said, part of me is like interested in like digging into like these texts and figuring out, but the part of me, like when I'm responding to Christians who are telling me that the Bible is the word of God and it is being presented to me in the way that God intended it because he wants me to believe certain things, like that part of me like almost doesn't care what the original, whatever different ways of translating, because like I'm like, okay, but if God is actually in control of this process of his word coming to me, I'm just going to take it the way it comes to me, assuming that God is in control of this process. So however it's presented to me is how he wanted it to be presented to me. So I'm reading these words and it's saying Jephthah is blaming his daughter, which is fucking bullshit. But if people want to tell me, oh, but that's not the way to interpret it, because if you understood the Hebrew and in this way, and if you like read this scholar and like this, like my question at this point is like, okay, how smart and how well read and like how much access to certain like privileged like knowledge do I have to be a good Christian? It's like, I mean, I wasn't going to make the announcement tonight, but Matt, if you...
By the way, I do need to... So we've got... I'm not going to cover all of it, but in the chat, we've got Truth Life Fishing and Q Blessed double teaming DP in the chat.
Man, I didn't know this was that kind of channel, but apparently it's happening on here and in the chat.
It just occurred to me while I was describing it. I'm like, it's too perfect. I gotta say it.
Pancake ninja.
All right.
See, Melly, this is why I just put your comments up without.
All right, so Truth Life Fishing and Q Bless, what you got to understand is you guys are working from a narrow perspective that already has a presupposition of what God is like. And of what Daniel Price is doing is
you keep going. I'll be right back.
Okay, it is looking at the text and saying, okay, based on this text and the information in it, without any preconceptions about how God is, how does this show God to be? And so you guys are looking at it from two very different perspectives. I would say one DP's is more aligned with the actual text, and you guys are pulling things. You're pulling from a tradition that you've learned, something you were told a particular way to read. Fuck, let me back that up. You were told who God was, and told to read the Bible in light of that information. That was a mistake. If the Bible is the only like hard record we have of who God is, and it's the Word of God, we should base who God is, our knowledge of that, just on what the text says. And sure, you can say Holy Spirit too, but like the Holy Spirit and the Bible are really going to have to rhyme. Also, like, our chat is very friendly. However, if they ignorance is like blood in the water to them,
right?
And I advise you to listen to them. And instead of just saying to yourself and out loud, what you're saying is wrong, ask yourself, could this be true? Because you'll find probably more things in your Bible than you thought were there.
Amen.
It's a good place to start.
Right. So I don't know if it's like the chat or the Trent that we're not watching, but I'm on the third beer now.
I like the Catholic artwork.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's some good iconography.
Yeah.
But so I'm moving on in the mix pack. So I actually haven't had this one, but this is the hazy version of the Two Hearted.
That one's pretty good. I did like that.
Okay, that's good. Because like I said, like the red and the black IPA, like I had such high hopes, and they weren't bad. They were just not the best, but hey, another actual person on Twitch. Awesome. All praise is to the one God. You might be lost, but welcome anyway. I'm glad you found us. Like, in all seriousness, hello. Yeah. Can you react to a surah from the Quran? We could. I am like zero at all familiar with the Quran, so I don't know how well that would actually go.
Here, what I recommend is we're already on something else right now. If you were to send that to our email, thehumanitylive@gmail.com.
Yeah, here, I'll bring that up right now.
As a suggestion, we could do that sometime in the future. So what we're doing tonight was a Trent Horn. Is that his name?
Yeah, Trent Horn.
Yeah. Somebody requested that. James, what's his nuts?
Yeah.
In the chat.
Our Facebook top fan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Facebook only fan.
Yeah. and Ember in no way when they show up on Facebook as well.
Oh yeah, correct.
Yeah, but they're all our only fans.
It's the Trinity.
Oh, now there's a Trinity I could get behind, and I will on our OnlyFans. I mean, sorry that went a lot of places. So, let's see. It's a conversation between Jesus and God from the cross. Sorry, I'm just clicking on right. I should stop my practice of just clicking on anyone's chat.
Yeah,
my bad.
You should.
So anyway,
somebody might get super transphobic or racist at some point eventually.
But I will click on this. I have no idea what this is referring to, but only pancakes. I approve this message. Ooh, don't have that temerity. But this is what I meant to click on when I clicked on Kips. But yeah, me too.
Is Kip getting in on?
Yeah. So for those, for those,
you're blessed. You don't know what you've gotten into.
So for those unfamiliar with the Dr. Kip Davis, like biblical scholar, Dead Sea Scrolls expert in particular, all around knows what the fuck he's talking about when he's talking about things. Because like a good scholar, he stays in his lane. So if he's talking about something, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. So you may not agree with him necessarily, but he knows what the fuck he's talking about. All right. So this whole like Jephthah blaming his,
the smugness in that, by the way.
Chef's kiss.
It's like, so you have the temerity as he cracks his knuckles.
It's like cracks all the knuckles, cracks their knuckles. And that's oh man.
Good
all
time.
right, so I just wanted to point this out because I don't think Trent doesn't address this at all. The whole like Jephthah basically blaming his daughter. It's like, look what you've done. It's like, dude, you're the one that made this ridiculous oath to God to kill a thing. It's like
his daughter's just like, Dad, what the hell?
Yeah. So, but hey, like I said, like for those who don't know the story, like let's see what happens. But again, given the idea of like this God of the Bible is like all loving, and this will come up later, but even like given the previous example of like the whole like Abraham and Isaac thing about how God's like, yes, kill your child, wink. But then later it's like, oh, actually don't, JK.
Here's
just
a ram.
testing you. Yeah. So God stepped in before to stop this sort of thing, right? So we have that as a precedent. So let's see what happens as we continue on here.
Open my mouth to the Lord, and I cannot take back my vow. Some exegetes say that Jephthah did not actually burn his daughter alive, but offered her up as a consecrated virgin. But this seems to contradict verse 39, which says Jephthah, quote, did...
See, I love how like Trent at least acknowledges, oh, there is a way out of that, but he's immediately like, nope, he totally did it. So
and it's barely a way out. Like he forced his daughter into celibacy. Isn't that so much better? It's like,
Yeah, it's like, which
he
I mean,
robbed her of her sexuality for the rest of her life. Super cool and neat.
yeah. Also, I mean, I this is like just on its own. This is a great question.
No, it is.
Like, yeah,
Yeah, you presuppose that
yeah,
free will is a thing at all.
yes, and also to Trent's credit, he agrees with you here, Kip. So, see, this is why, like, going into this, like, just at this point in the video, I was still hopeful that Trent might actually present an actually like good, like thought-provoking response. Still one I probably would disagree with still, but it might be good. Might be
Might be
good.
thoughtful.
But, yeah.
with her according to his vow which he had made.
Yep.
And his vow only mentions burnt offerings, not consecrated virginity. But what does this
Yeah, so basically Trent's like, yeah, he killed her like he said he would. That's the thing. So I'm glad that Trent is at least, again, at this point, it's good to see, okay, he is like confronting the text as it apparently is expressing itself. It's like, yeah, this is what happened. He's not trying to sugarcoat it. So I'm like, all right, this is good. He's approaching it honestly. Let's see where he goes with this.
Also, super
Let's
neat
be-
that God is asking or accommodating sacrifices of children, just like he accommodated sacrifices of animals. Putting kids and animals in the same, yeah.
Yeah. But also, like, because people want to talk about, yeah, so Trent, not sure if slavery is evil or not. Because, like, Christians want to talk about how we can only have a sense of morality because of God or because of the Bible or whatever. But when the fact of the matter is, it is only because of Christianity and only because of the Bible that Christians can say, well, I'm not sure if slavery is wrong or not. But somehow without the Bible, we're able to say, no, it's wrong. So to me, it actually seems like, if anything, the Bible can be an incredible hindrance to being able to recognize things as right or wrong. But
By the way, Q Blessed in the chat, just excelling at missing the point.
yeah, you are not on the like Ember or Melly level of me just like putting your comments up without reading them. But keep
It's
keep going.
tremendous to watch somebody in an alternate reality argue a point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which
How do you feel about that?
it's so this is the hazy hearted, like, again, like, none of these are as good as the original. Like the original Two Hearted Ale is just so fucking good, but like, it's like none of the variations, like, so far, none of them are bad.
Yeah,
They're just like nowhere near the level of the original. So
I
yeah,
feel like Sam Adams was involved in the branding choices there, because like a hazy Two Hearted should, in my mind, because it looks like very similar, it should taste very much like a regular Two Hearted Ale.
yeah, just hazier. But yeah, this is like, yeah, because again, like the original Two Hearted Ale, like the hop character on that is like so floral and like so heavy on the aromatics. But this is like, it's just like a lot of sweetness, like almost no bitterness whatsoever, but maybe like a little bit of like citrusiness.
Yes,
But that's like about it.
That's pretty common for a hazy. It's a citrusy note.
Like, oh, shots fired. See, I want to see. I legit want to see James and Kip like have a discussion sometime. That would be. That would be so ugly in all the best ways.
Sorry,
Oh, clearly, sorry. Yes,
Dr. Kip is one of. He is often a source.
yeah, like he literally himself is a source. Yeah.
So that's just.
But anyway,
I'm not laughing at you so much as I'm
Yeah,
That
so,
statement was just really, really funny to me.
but I wanted to bring this up from misinterpretations because this is a fantastic fucking question. Because for people who know me and like my background and what ultimately led to my deconversion, like I said, like when it comes to arguments against Christianity, like the problem of evil, like for a lot of people, is like the ultimate. But for me, it was divine hiddenness. Like that's what ultimately pushed me away because I was like, God loves me. He wants a relationship with me. I'm already autistic. Didn't know it at the time, but realize it now looking back. Like
Should have known.
I'm having a hard enough time forming relationships with people I can see and interact with. But he's wanting this relationship with me, but he's not just fucking showing up. But yeah, like so I have a hard time sometimes loving people I can see. How am I supposed to not only love someone I can't see, but have that be the deepest, most satisfying, loving relationship that I have? Like that, to the way my brain works, makes absolutely no fucking sense. But apparently God's the one who gave me this brain. So why did God give me a brain that has no way of actually making sense of him? But also, if you're wanting to tell me that like autism and like other forms of neurodivergence that make this harder for me are just another example of the fall and our corruption, like if you want to tell me that like the autistic brain is somehow fallen and broken, I got 2 words for you, and they ain't happy birthday. So,
But
And,
so better remember the whole like what's your source thing about Kip. That makes me think of a time when a guy mansplained my own journal article to me. If you read, Dead Name, you may have a clue how this works.
So he literally told you, well, if you read you,
Yeah.
but in Dead Name form. Oh, and unfortunately,
It's like either they're stupid or you could have been more clear.
Yeah.
And they're probably stupid.
And this isn't to diminish what you're saying, like because the whole like, well, this happens to other people, but more to amplify what you're saying. Like
Correct.
You are not the only person this has happened to. Like that is a problem with.
That's kind of what we're
talking to women. So
some part of chat is trying to get across to Q-Blessed. Get across to Q-Blessed is I have you read your source material?
No, if only. Well, but here's the thing: if they learned the difference, there would be no more apologetics.
True.
So,
dude, it's gonna be nuts. All right, so.
Good question, Maya. If a woman has an opinion, I'm not there to explain it to her. Do I?
No, that's exactly what's happening on the right now.
Oh,
like my concept of the world goes away. Do I even exist anymore?
Which, all right, so people, if you are not familiar with the Maya Atkinson, but you love the sort of thing that, like, the energy that just this comment brings, like, check her out. Her show I believe it's every Sunday, Bad Science Sunday. Watch that. It's on Sunday evenings. Yeah. Well, apparently, like, we've been invited on, so we may be making. We may be making an appearance, like, sometime early next year, but. Yeah, speaking of which, Maya, if that offer is still open, I know like on YouTube, like it doesn't really have a good like direct communication. So again, just throwing the email address out there. So yeah, if that's still an offer on the table,
there's no excuse for YouTube not to have a direct message option.
Yeah, because there's like, that's just dumb. But yeah, if you're still interested in having us on, I mean, and if not, that's cool too. But if you are. Yeah, reach out. I'd love to connect and make that happen sometime, or to have you on here sometime. That would be cool as well. I'm assuming Matt would be fine with that, but
yeah.
So Maya or anyone, like literally anyone who wants to reach out to us for any fucking reason, here's the email address. Like no one ever emails us, and it's making me mad. So someone please. All right. Anywho,
Flint and Steel. Welcome.
Ooh. Sometime in February. Ooh. You heard it here, folks.
Look at that.
So yeah, reach out, Maya. Yeah,
we got another newbie. Shit.
Good evening, friends. No, we've had Flint and Steel before. Is this Bartholomew? Is this Bartholomew? I want to say that's Bartholomew. Yeah, good old Bart. So, but yes, Bad Science Sunday every Sunday night at 5:30 Pacific time, and that's 8:30 Eastern, which is where we're at. So,
yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, check it out. Bad Science Sunday. Also, speaking of Dr. Kip, and also speaking of shows that are terrible at keeping up with like actually watching the video that they're watching, Budget Scripture Saturday. I think that's every other Saturday. Kip, correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, another fantastic show. Check him out. It's with the Dr. Kip, the Nitty, the Weasels. It's good times.
Yeah, I want to show this exchange.
It's Barty Boy. Yes. So and Spooky again. Spooky on point with the links.
Spooky rallies yet again.
Yeah.
Here, I want to show this exchange real fast. So misinterpretation says Christians often assume atheists never try to connect with God, or that they might have been devout Christians at some point. Correct. But then down here, Q Blessed responds with, Miss I, you're completely projecting that assumption onto Christians. It's not true in the slightest. Maybe not for you.
Yeah,
but we have seen a lot of Christians claim that.
Yeah, and as she just says, and hey, Kip just emailed us.
What the fuck?
He says, "Does this actually work? Hello," and I'm about to reply. It fucking does.
This is groundbreaking YouTubing right here. Has anybody YouTubed an email before?
Yeah.
With narration.
Yeah. So there you go. So yes, the email address does work. I did just receive an email from the one and only Dr. Kip. So if Dr. Kip can make it work, anyone can. Does that sound? That's not insulting, right? That's more encouraging. Not demeaning.
He knows his Old Testament, but can't do much else.
But even he can figure out the emails. So, all right. Oh yeah, Trent's still here.
He's grimacing.
Honestly, the way like this episode's going, I keep looking over there and like, looking at Trent, like, oh, you're still here? Fuck. We're almost halfway through.
If you had to put a noise with this face, what would it be?
I think just a fart. I think that's all this.
Yes.
Yes, the other BSS, Budget Scripture Saturday, every alternating Saturday night at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 Eastern. Nitty, the Weasels, and are back this weekend. Yes.
The Weasels.
Straight to the spam folder. And like, no, you actually showed up in the main thing. I don't know how. I mean, I thought
ours go straight to the spam folder?
No, I thought I had mine set up. I thought I had mine set up to send all Canadians straight to spam, but apparently not. Fucking Gmail. Anyway, all right.
If your email doesn't start with "I am America's hat," straight to spam.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, we refer to Canada as America's hat. They refer to us as the meth lab in the basement.
Yeah. It goes both ways.
This episode prove. Remember, just because the Bible records a story, it doesn't mean God recommends the actions in it. The biblical text does not praise.
Right. So here's the thing. Like, from my rememberingness of reading the Bible, like, when God really, really doesn't approve of something, like he's usually not shy about it, right? It's like if like Israel does something that is an abomination, like in his presence, like he like not just lets them know. Oftentimes, will like off some bitches, by like opening up the earth and have it swallow them, or like sending down fire, or even the guy who like I don't remember the poor guy's name, which when they were transporting the Ark of the Covenant and it was like starting to fall off the cart,
Right.
and literally all he did was like put out his hand to like hold up the Ark of the Covenant so it wouldn't fall off a cliff or some shit. But because it was so holy it can't be touched, God still struck him dead just for touching it, even though he was trying to save it. So
them's the rules.
Clearly, right. So all that to say, we know when like anything, even at something that can be like something from completely good motives, if it's something God doesn't approve of, he is like Johnny on the spot to let people know, hey, that's not what I want.
But only about the pettiest things.
All right, so we received an email from Bart as well. His email just says, "I'm Canadian. Am I in the spam folder?" Like, no, you are not, because you admitted it up front. Like, I only have it set to like send like the ones who were like trying to be like covert.
Acceptance is the first step to recovery.
Right, right. The ones who are trying to hide their Canadianness, like those are the ones. Like Gmail knows who you are. But
man,
anyway,
we're tapping into like old conservative stuff, where we would say we were trolling in the past. That wasn't the word then, but we thought we were making jokes. Now we're making ironic jokes about things we used to not be ironic about.
Yeah, but also real quick, Bart, please share the handle. You are allowed to share the handle, my friend. Share away. I would love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, people like
through astronomy. Very nice.
Yeah. I love astronomy. So
dude, look,
I'm interested. So
I don't know if anybody's familiar with the topic of disclosure. If you want to be, I have a bunch of YouTube channels to recommend. But basically it covers science stuff that's going on in the universe that look, if Christians are still having a hard time with gay people, when we start making like observations about reality that are falsifiable and are measurable, and they're still wrestling with the unfalsifiable shit, and the falsifiable shit is getting more wacky, they're gonna lose themselves.
Right. All right, so but back to Trent here. So he's trying to like lay the groundwork. Like, look, just because the Bible tells a story about a person doing a thing, that doesn't mean that God endorses or blesses or approves of the thing at all. But as we've like said, like with even like the smallest, even like most purest of intention things, if anything happens that God didn't want, he is super quick to let us know. Right? So like that's the groundwork here. So again, given all that in this story of Jephthah making this oath to God, saying, okay, if you give me victory in battle, I will sacrifice first thing that comes out of my house. But then it turns out to be his daughter. So Trent's trying to tell us that this actually isn't a thing God wants. So knowing that, because of course God wouldn't want that, because that's so obviously a horrible thing for a person to do, to sacrifice their daughter. I mean, any kind of human sacrifice God clearly doesn't approve of, but especially someone's own daughter.
If there's ever a time for God to interrupt and say, actually.
Right. So this is what I'm getting, like the way Trent's setting this up, like God is, and based on like from what I have read in the scripture, and like Dr. Kip backed me up, like when God is displeased, he's very quick to let us know. And like, and I also got the email from Bad Science Sunday. Bad Science Sunday. So cool.
What
awesome.
is happening?
Man,
People are using the email. I don't know how to act anymore.
We're still we're still at more than 10 viewers at one time. This is unheard of. Anyway,
good times.
So yeah, so all that to say, like, so the way Trent is setting this up, if I didn't know this story, my expectation would be if God doesn't want Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter because that's such a horrible, abominationous thing, if that's a word, then he's going to step in and stop that. Again, because we have this precedent of, like, even when God told Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, he still stepped in at the last minute to stop that shit because, like, no, I absolutely do not want this to happen ever, so I'm going to make sure I send my angel to stop you right away so this does not happen. So let's see how God intervenes and stops it this time. Oh, except we actually already covered that part where Trent says, oh no, like Trent was actually trying to, like, emphasizing the point. No, Jephthah did totally actually sacrifice his daughter. Like, that's already been established. Sorry, everyone. That's
super hella did.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Cubalist, I was about to say to you, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're like, were you hoping to convince people to agree with you who didn't already? Because that won't happen here.
Yeah. Which I want to highlight this. So he's saying the Catholic Church is responsible for some of the largest scientific findings in history, including scientific method itself. With that, okay, is it that the Catholic Church is responsible for that, or people who happen to be members of the Catholic Church are responsible for that? But then, like, and
it was kind of the only game in town. So
yeah, okay, so Islam is responsible for a lot of for algebra. Yeah. Algebra, basically. I mean, algebra is an Arabic word. Okay, so does that mean Islam is true because they gave us algebra? What are you arguing here? What's the actual point?
That was around longer than the Catholic Church.
Yeah. So,
I mean, like, Arabs were working on math before. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah. Which, I mean,
the reason why
I can't argue with this
looks so geometrically awesome on the inside because like math was already a big deal in that region before Islam even started.
Right. I'm just going to leave this up because it makes me feel good. So.
It's like Spooky wakes up from his drunken stupor every now and then. I know I just dozing off and like, got me super hot.
Yeah, I just love that's his first thought from, like, waking up from his binge fueled hangover. It's like, Tommy's hot. Like, hey, like I said, I'm 42 and single. I'll take it wherever I can get it. So, anywho, all right. So, where were we with Trent? Oh yeah, so
he was
laying the groundwork.
A dumb fuck.
Yeah, so laying the groundwork, like, okay, just because the Bible portrays some bad shit, that doesn't mean God approves. But from what we know, when God doesn't approve, he's very quick to let us know. So let's hear what he says about Jephthah killing his daughter for him. Because I'm sure God's going to step in for that, right? So let's. Or even if he doesn't stop Jephthah from doing it because he had to honor his free will, he's still going to have some words for Jephthah, right? He's going to have, like, a strong rebuke, like, oh, you should not have done that. Here's going to be your punishment now. Like, because if I'm thinking of the way, like, the God in the Old Testament punishes people, so because he talked about David earlier, I'm just thinking, I don't remember what exactly it was David did, but his punishment in that situation was that, like, his wife got raped or his daughters got raped or something like that. So apparently that's how God rolls. So I'm expecting at least that level of intensity from God here about, like, him actually, like, murdering his own daughter. So, yeah.
Jephthah for what he did. And it does not say that God helped Jephthah because of the vow Jephthah made, as opposed to just helping him deliver Israel because God loves his people.
Wait, what did he just say?
Okay, so he's basically saying, okay, even though the Bible story says that Jephthah asked God to help him to win victory in this battle, and then if he did, he'd sacrifice whatever came out of his house. The Bible doesn't say that God actually... Okay, the Bible doesn't actually say that God granted that. Like, it doesn't explicitly say that. Okay, but the Bible story does say, hey, God, if you let this thing happen, I'll do this for you. And then the thing happens. Like, in any context, in any kind of story, when you have a character say to anyone, hey, if you help me with this thing, I'll do this. And then the thing happens. It's clearly the assumption that the thing that the thing or the person that the character appealed to help get the thing to happen, if it happens, that means that thing helped them to have it happen. Did that make sense? I know I use a lot of like non-specific words in that, but like, so he's basically using like, well, it doesn't explicitly say that. Okay, but the way it's written, like, what other conclusion are we supposed to draw? I mean, it doesn't say that God didn't help him for that reason.
So
like, again,
should we assume then that God didn't want that to happen? Like, I don't.
Yeah, which again, like, okay, he's saying, well, the Bible, because he's trying to use as his excuse or his escape hatch out of this. That, well, the Bible didn't explicitly say that God didn't want him to do it. Okay, but it also didn't explicitly say that he wanted, like, it also didn't explicitly say what Trent's trying to say either.
Correct.
Like, sorry, I got my words all confused there. So he's saying, okay, the Bible doesn't explicitly say that God wanted this to happen. Okay, well, it doesn't explicitly say that he didn't. So, like, I'm full of cookies.
I wish I was full of cookies.
That's the only words I have for this right now.
I might need to go get cookies later.
Yeah, I'm actually out. I like had stocked up on like the Christmas cookies. Like I highly recommend the Archway Bells and Stars sugar cookies. Like they are the like exact
the sprinkles on them, the translucent sprinkles.
Yeah, like, well, they're red and green. Like some cookies have red sprinkles, other have the green sprinkles. But they are the exact perfect consistency for a crispy, melt in your mouth sugar cookie. They're just right on point.
I don't. My mom has this. She calls it a sugar cookie recipe, but it's a butter.
Yeah. I just love how, like, basically I'll let you finish, but I just had to point out, I love how the vibe of the show right now is, shut up, Trent, we're talking about cookies. Keep going. But yes, please.
My mom has these sugar cookies that she makes, and they're, I forget what they're not shortbread.
So,
but yeah, they're a great consistency. Yeah. They taste, the cookie dough tastes amazing. Yeah, looking forward to it.
So shortbread, and I say this as a person of largely Scottish descent, see last name Stewart. Shortbread, that's one of those things where, like, when it's done right, like, holy fuck, there's nothing better.
You're like, how did this hold its shape previously?
But if it's not done right, it's just just bland nothingness, suffering, but yeah, that, like, there really with shortbread, there really is no middle ground. It's either like the most amazing thing you've ever had or just trash. But
also, gluten-free vegan cookies are very good. It's like one of the things that's like really difficult to ruin. In fact, there might even be more sugar in that version.
Yeah, gluten-free vegan. I prefer vegan-free gluten cookies myself, but anywho, and now we're getting like cookie recommendations in the chat, which I love.
Chocolate caramel truffle cookies. Good night.
Which
that sounds rich.
I never would have, like, this is something I never would have actually thought to ask for, as far as like what my show was going to be, but this situation of we're talking about Trent Horn, but the chat is talking about cookies. This to me, like right here, that's perfect. I love this. I love that this is a thing that is happening right now. So thank you, the chat.
No, gluten-free vegan. No, man. No, they're good. There's like was it Devil's Food white chocolate cookies. That's one I've had. Also, there's a it's like a s'mores Oreo kind of thing, where like one side of the cookie tastes like graham cracker, the other side is chocolate, and the cream in the middle is marshmallow flavored.
Ooh,
damn good.
Ooh.
You can't eat less than 4 at a time, basically.
Yeah, which I mean, because like even like people say like the whole concept of like gluten free and vegan. It's like there are plenty of things out there that are gluten free and vegan that are just delicious.
Like I can't really have dairy, can't quite have eggs very often, and too much gluten makes me sluggish. Dairy makes me depressed. It's not a good scene. Eggs make me tired the next day.
Yeah. Speaking of things that are going to make me tired the next day, I guess we should probably finish this video.
Speaking of chocolate hobnobs,
it's like we're almost halfway done. Almost. Yes. Indeed. All right. Also, thank you, chat, for talking about like extolling the virtues of baked goods. I just love that that's what our chat is talking about.
Dude, 7-layer bars, the real Melly. My mom makes those too. Those are fucking amazing.
Ooh.
Especially if there's condensed milk in one of those layers.
Oh, you got to have the condensed milk. Let's speaking of which, like one of the best. Condensed. So speaking, because like we like to talk about like beverages on this channel, obviously. Speaking of, I have yet to see in the chat like what kind of beverages or any such thing that y'all are enjoying this evening. So please drop that in the comments. But one of the greatest beverages I ever had was when I was in Guatemala 20 years ago, actually, 20 and a half.
Goddamn.
It was June of 2005. There was this coffee shop in Antigua where we were. They served this drink. It was called a chocolate. I mean, my Spanish pronunciation is by no means perfect, but it was it was called a chocolate condesa. It was basically a type of hot chocolate, but it included, on top of like actual like pure cocoa, it had sweetened condensed milk in it as well. Holy fuck. It was like drinking a liquid brownie. It was one of the most fantastic things I have ever consumed. So
that does sound fantastic.
I mean, hey. Oh, man. I wish. All right. Oh, man. It's already almost midnight, and we're like not even halfway through this. All right, let's. We got.
It's just another example of how the book of Judges is more a description of what not to do than it is a model for how believers should behave. Now,
right. So when the Bible says what not to do, it's usually like God or like one of his people explicitly saying like, hey, here's the thing that people did. Don't do this. And here's your punishment now. Right. That's what we should be expecting. Right.
Some critics say that this story is evidence that the Bible possesses moral failings, including a heinous acceptance of human sacrifice. Yeah. Scripture scholar Tom Stark says that.
Yeah, some people might say that because that appears to be true.
It's at least not a rejection of it.
Yeah, so it's like weird, right? When people like read a story and say, "Hey, here's the thing that's in the story." That's crazy.
The Jephthah's actions only make sense if the Israelites thought that God would accept a human sacrifice. According to Stark, no repudiation of the.
Now, why would the Israelites think that?
But he did. Because there's no record of him rejecting it. If you don't reject it, you're at least passively accepting it.
That's right. That's why I like. I mean, like if my kids were to say to me like hey dad, like if we promise to like so I have two kids and they both said to me, hey dad, like if we promise to like punch each other in the neck and then you'll give us Christmas presents, that's what you want, right? And then they proceed to punch each other in the neck and I don't say anything about it, but then give them Christmas presents. What would you conclude from that?
Yeah.
Just saying. But apparently because special pleading, this is different. So
sacrifice is found here, nor does Yahweh intervene to spare the life of Jephthah's daughter.
Correct.
Bible
Weird,
critic
right?
Mark Rincatse agrees, saying the lack of divine intervention stands in striking contrast to the Abraham and Isaac story.
Doesn't it, though?
see, he agrees because it's a good fucking point.
Yeah.
So again, at this point, I was still hopeful that Trent, because I'm like, okay, he's acknowledging this. Yes, like I said, at this point, I was still hopeful because I'm like, okay, Trent is actually acknowledging. He's like literally like quoting and presenting these like very like pointed like refutations, rebuttals, whatever to this. So I'm like, okay, he may be approaching this honestly. So
yeah, seems like an important thing for this guy to skip over.
Right. But you see, well, he'll address that later. And this is, but his argument only works if the Bible is in fact univocal, as some might say. Also, okay, I'm going to stop apologizing for tangents. Okay, but real quick. So, Kip, let me know what you think of this idea. Like, I would love if someone could make this happen. So I know, like, you used to, as your outro music, have the Gojira song, like the one they performed at the Olympics, where they were saying, like, Asai Ra. I would love it if someone could make it happen, if it was, like, to that same music, but instead of saying Asai Ra, the words Hatikva. Let me know if that's something you'd be down with. If you know someone who can make that happen, I think that would be the perfect thing for your channel. And anyone else who's familiar with Dr. Kip and like all the various inside gags and whatever on his channel, like, you know what I'm talking about. That would be fucking amazing.
That sounds great. I also blanked out hard and missed all of that.
So do you know, like, on Dr. Kip on his channel, the whole like Hatikva inside joke thing?
No. I've
It's
heard it said, but I didn't get it.
So I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember it was something. I want to say it was Wes Huff or something involving him, where they were showing Hebrew on screen, and they said, like, the voice said it's like a hatikah or whatever, but it was actually showing hatikva. So that kind of became like Kip's like little sign off thing, and everyone hatikva. So, and apparently he approves. So like that Gojira song, like the lyrics are Asira. So I'm thinking if someone said Hatikva, that would be fucking amazing. So Kip, if you know someone who can make that happen, I mean, I don't, but I mean, I'd be willing to, if I had like an instrumental track of that song and could teach myself how to do that kind of vocals, I would do it. Like, or just record that over it. But if someone else can do it better, that
I'm just starting to be able to.
Ooh.
Like, barely. I still can't find the range where it doesn't hurt after a while.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, people say, like, with that kind of like extreme metal vocals, like, oh, it's just noise or just tearing up their vocals. Like, no, like, it's an actual talent. Like, if you know what you're doing, like, you can do like some amazing shit, and it's completely healthy. Like, doesn't damage your vocal cords at all. Yeah. Anyway, Speaking of Will Ramos and Lorna Shore, who I was talking about earlier.
It makes my daughter laugh, like reflexively when I do it. So
Nice.
A few nights ago, I was upstairs and I just was making weird noises, and she just starts cracking up. It's like nervous laughter at the same time.
It's like, all right, DP, you've already won the chat. Now you're just rubbing it in. I fucking love that song, especially that moment. That is my favorite. This actually might be my favorite moment of any Gojira song. Like the song Flying Whales, like, now I can't say the word. Oh, I can't believe my eyes, but it's true. Fucking amazing song. That's also my favorite album of theirs, From Mars to Sirius. Just, it's like the way I would describe the sound of that album, From Mars to Sirius, is riding a submarine through space. That's how I would describe the sound of that album. It's fucking amazing.
Along that same line, and the whales coming out of the dark, the submarine in space. In Ahsoka, Star Wars show, they had space whales, and there were scenes where there were whales coming out of the dark of space. And I kind of wonder if what's his nuts, one of the showrunners for that show, damn it, I should know his name. Anywho, I wonder if he's a Gojira fan.
Wasn't that also the plot of Star Trek 4?
Space whales?
Yeah.
Well, no, that was whale language. I don't know if it was space whales.
But they actually had they needed to like deliver the whales to somebody in space.
Right, but those were Earth whales being delivered through space.
Well, Earth is in space.
Oh my god, everything is space whatever.
Exactly.
I'm Space Matt. Your space tummy, that's a space microphone.
This is my space beer. Oh fuck, that means they're space Catholics. God damn it. Anyway.
Like, is that like the band Ghost? Are they space Catholics?
I don't know. I guess my only tie-in with the band Ghost tonight was in like disappointment in like my two previous beers and how disappointing they were. Like, yeah, again, this is the thing like everyone says about Ghost, but I mean, I agree. Like, they are not a bad band. Like, for what they are, like, they're good. I'm just saying for the way they presented themselves, especially earlier on, they are just not at all what I expected. So in that sense, they were disappointing. Because I was expecting something like much more like Batushka. Like,
yeah.
If Ghost sounded like Batushka, that would make sense. But like I said, for what they are, they're fine. I have no actual problems with them. I'm just like, nah.
It's not.
Yeah.
They're less of a band and more performance art. But when I saw a charismatic voice react to one of their songs, and all the layers of symbolism and like the musical choices, and hearing her explain the effect of certain musical choices on human psychology, and
yeah,
I was like,
it's a great channel. Yeah,
what's his name? Tobias? What's his nuts? Is that his name?
Yeah, Tobias.
Yeah,
they're like, I want to. Are they
brilliant dude?
They're Swedish, so I don't know how that's actually pronounced in whatever their native language is, but we would say Tobias, but yeah, it's probably different in European. But this comment also makes me happy. Like anytime I like talk about music and someone says, "Oh, I'll listen to that." I'll listen on my way to work tomorrow. Never heard of Gojira until now, unless you count the kaiju. I don't know what the kaiju is, but
Gojira.
I don't know.
Oh, the kaiju. Oh, you're talking about shit. That was one of the sci-fi giant costume things in Japanese film. Is that what you're talking about? I think kaiju are those giant creatures.
Oh, okay.
In Japanese film.
But the band Gojira, metal band from France. Yeah, like I said, like my favorite album of theirs is From Mars to Sirius. A close second is L'Enfant Sauvage.
They opened the Olympics in France.
Yeah, they were part of the opening ceremonies. Yeah, fucking amazing performance. The Way of All Flesh is another good album. Honestly, like after L'Enfant Sauvage, I didn't really keep track of them, so I couldn't tell you. But yeah,
Mastodon's
from Mars to
good.
Sirius. Yeah, from Mars to Sirius, fucking amazing album. L'Enfant Sauvage, terrific. Yeah, I actually saw Mastodon 10 years ago.
Oh,
Again,
Godzilla
also
equals Gojira. Gojira was
Yeah.
probably the Japanese name.
Yeah, because they actually originally the name of the band was Godzilla, but there was like a copyright, so they had to change it. So they just went with Gojira, which was the original. So, like, how do I not know about kaiju? Like, because I'm me. I don't know about most things.
I only know about it because I watched Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Oh, another fantastic show. But yeah, I actually saw Mastodon again 10 and a half years ago when they were touring with Clutch. That was a good show.
If you guys don't know who Clutch is, find Clutch, listen.
Yes. Yeah, Clutch is like one of those bands, like I don't know how anyone, like no matter what type of music you're normally into, you're probably still going to love Clutch. I would put them in probably like if you had to put them in a genre, probably like hard rock, but just always fucking good.
And a lot of the songs, the vocalist Neil, that's his name, right?
Yeah, Neil Fallon.
Yeah, he has like the cadence of a Baptist preacher.
Yeah, but you can also tell like weed has been like a very strong influence. I mean, they're one of their most.
Has one
yeah,
of,
one of the, I was
awesome
about to say
bass
one of
line.
their biggest songs is Space Grass, and I loved how like when I saw them, he said like they played Space Grass, and then there was another song. Well, it was on the. Why am I blanking on like everything right now? But
wait, who hasn't published an album for 19 years?
Yeah, who hasn't published an album? Like, what are you talking about? I mean, you can't be talking about Gojira or Clutch because they both, or Mastodon because they've all put out albums. Fucking sausage stuff. Okay, this doesn't help clarify at all, but even 10 years, I'm like, what? But thank you for trying. Oh, fuck, what was it?
10 years.
Oh, okay. The album I was thinking of was Earth Rocker. One of the songs on there, Crucial Velocity. So they did Space Grass and Crucial Velocity back to back. So after they did Crucial Velocity, he's like, so that song was about going really fast through outer space. And this next song about going really slow through outer space. It's conceptual, very conceptual. And then they did Space Grass, which is Jesus on the dashboard. But fucking amazing song. But yeah, check out Clutch. I mean, I don't know how anyone can listen to their song Cypress Grove and not smile. So that's my recommendation for tonight. If nothing else, Clutch and their song Cypress Grove.
Yep.
It's just the epitome of feel-good music. So anyway. Oh yeah, speaking of the opposite of feel-good, Trent's still talking.
And here is one atheist YouTuber's cartoonish take on the story.
Oh, okay. So,
cartoonish.
So he's writing this off as just cartoonish. But here's the thing. So if I'm actually not sure, but I'm assuming this is non-stamp collector because like I've seen some of his stuff and it seems
cartoons
like
can make great points. I don't know what his problem is.
But here's the thing. This cartoon actually does make a fantastic point, and Trent doesn't address it at all. He just writes it off. Oh, look at this cartoon. But okay, so again, speak in the context of like
a little poisoning the well.
Yeah, Jephthah promising to sacrifice his daughter, but now this cartoon's going to bring up another instance of parent sacrificing their child in the form of Abraham and Isaac, and he actually makes a fantastic point. But Trent's just like, oh, look at this dumb cartoon. So
I'm home.
Daddy!
No!
Oh no, I told you his daughter would be the first thing to come out of his house. Stupid deal, Lord.
Yeah, now one of us has to go down and stop the sacrifice, like when Abraham was about to kill his only child. Shall I go now, Lord? Really, Lord, as soon as you're ready, just give the word and we're there.
Yeah, so this right here. Like, so Trent's like just completely writing this off as some dumb cartoon, but it's right like the point, like, oh, hey, remember that other story about child sacrifice where God did step in to stop it? Even though it was one that he ordered him to do, but regardless. But
I feel like probably what he's really doing here is saying, if you hear this argument from someone, this argument is cartoonish. Meaning, don't take it seriously.
Yep. Yeah, as our good friend Bart here says, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's like, because that's the thing, like, to me, like, because I was thinking, oh, he's playing this. He's going to address this point about, like, contrasting it with the Abraham and Isaac story. But spoiler alert, he fucking doesn't. He's just like, look at this dumb cartoon. And then just fucking moves on.
Yeah, it's like a way to bring up what refutes what he's saying and just calling it dumb and then moving on.
Yeah. Apologetics, ladies and gentlemen. But let's listen to the non-stamp collector, as multiple people in the chat have recognized. So thanks for confirming that. That's what I thought as well.
But God had already told the Israelites in Deuteronomy 12:31 that sacrificing sons and daughters as burnt offerings was abominable. This,
so here, let's
that sacrificing sons and daughters.
Okay, so if Kip is still awake and or not watching hockey,
that game's got to be over by now.
Yeah. So clearly we know, like, if something is said in one part of, like, the entire Bible, like just one part of the whole thing, then we can use that one part of a sentence or whatever to inform how we read the entire rest of the Bible, right? It's univocal, as the great Sean McDowell would say. So what Trent is trying to do here... Okay, but yeah, here's the other thing that Trent doesn't bring up. Like, so Trent's trying to say, well, one part of the Bible says that's not cool, but another part says it does. So, but just for being thorough, I'm actually going to look that up, because I'm actually not familiar with that passage, so I'm just going to see what it says. If I can type. Exodus 22, 28 to 29. All right. Exodus 22, 28, and 29. You shall not revile God, nor curse a ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer from the fullness of your harvest, from the outflow of your presses, the firstborn of your sons you shall give to me.
Yeah, that sounds like instituting child sacrifice.
Yep. The firstborns of your sons you shall give to me, just as you would the fullness of your harvest, the overflow of your presses, the outflow of your presses. Yeah. So you're basically equating the firstborn with just like crops, things that you would offer, burn, whatever.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, damn it.
Well, this was still good, though. Okay, sorry. 22, like... Okay, fine. 29 through... Not 60. I can type.
The 3 is not a 6.
Yeah. But they're right next to each other.
Are they?
You got the 3 and the 6, like, on the number pad there.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So 29, do not hold back offerings from the granaries of your vats. You must give me the firstborn of your sons. Verse 30. do the same with your cattle and your sheep. Let them stay with their mothers for 7 days, but give them to me on the 8th day. So, because here's the apologetic that a lot of Christians give to the whole, when they say, well, what it really means by off, like just devoting them to service. So they're just going to like serve in the temple, like with the priests or whatever. All right. So is that what they're doing with the cows too? Like, are the cows also serving in the temple with the high priest?
And the wine from your press should also serve.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So, yeah. Or maybe the Bible's just saying a thing you don't like. So you're like, oh, there's got to be another explanation. No, there doesn't have to be an explanation for this other than a thing you don't like. Maybe it just is a thing that you don't like.
There was a time when they thought God wanted their firstborn sons sacrificed.
See, but here's when...
But then, like, later, the firstborn son of God, the first begotten son of God, only begotten son, is supposed to be sacrificed. The only way that makes sense is if it's rhyming something from the past.
Right? But here's the thing, like... totally lost where I was going to go with that, but...
Also, if you remove a week-old infant from their mother, they will die. So that means if you do that and they die, that was God taking them as a sacrifice you were offering.
This guy was like, thanks for doing that. Taken. So,
man, I think people just learned trial and error and then just called certain things laws, orders of God.
Yeah, so, man, I'm trying to remember what I had in mind because I was like, damn, that was a good point, but I didn't quite get to it. So we're talking, it was the verses about offering the firstborn of your sons, just like the cattle. Like, obviously, like, cattle aren't just serving in the temple. Like, yeah, I don't know.
The Bible super contradicts itself unless you see it as a progression of understandings.
Yeah. Also, our apologist friends seem to have left the chat. That's a shame. Anyway.
Daughters as burnt offerings was abominable. This lesson was taught as far back as the story of Abraham and eventually became part of Israel's national identity. God did not have to intervene to tell Jephthah not to do this, just as God doesn't intervene to stop every other grave sin in Scripture or in our own lives.
Wait, but he did sometimes.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, that's basically the whole problem of evil. Like, that's the argument. Like, why doesn't God stop these things from happening?
Well, because he doesn't have to.
No, but here's Trent's, like, this is the argument he actually just presented us. He's like, so if you, like, were to, like, boil it down to a specific example, like, take the whole problem of evil, it's like why doesn't God, like, stop all this stuff? But they're like, well, give me something specific. Okay. Here's one example. Why didn't God stop this one bad thing from happening? And their response is, well, he didn't stop all this other bad stuff from happening, so why should he here?
Clearly, he doesn't have to. That wasn't my question. Why doesn't he?
Yeah, and we're like, yeah, that's the fucking point, dude. It's like, so your response only just makes it worse and worse. So, like, we're, like, being willing to limit it to just one example. Like,
wait.
Okay, here's one example where... Yeah, that too. But here's the thing. Like, Trent actually addressed that earlier. He's like, well, like, it doesn't say that God let them win just because Jephthah offered that. Like, there's been plenty of times where God, like, assisted Israel in winning battles, but it's like, okay, but...
Wait, I really hope this is the screen grab YouTube picks.
Well, but if it's not, I'll come back to it later and get that. So here, I'll just put that up just a little longer, just to make sure. But so, what was I saying?
I don't know, but sometimes if you look excited, YouTube grabs it.
Yeah. All right. So, but fuck, I was making a good damn point.
Sorry. I blame the women.
Damn, what was I talking about? We're talking about like cows and
Sacrificing shit.
like chat. Remind me, what was I talking about before I stopped talking about it?
If you don't care, maybe don't.
But yes, that image does look questionable. Okay, well, I'll just back.
What is happening?
I'll just back Trent up a little bit, see if that like jogs my
identity.
memory.
God did
think
not
they were
have to
sacrificing
intervene
that
to
person.
tell Jephthah not to do this, just as God doesn't intervene to stop every other grave sin in Scripture or in our own lives. Unlike in the case of Isaac, God.
Okay, yeah. So with the whole like problem of evil thing, like that being the whole like that's our argument. We're saying like we try to like nail down on a specific because when we present like the problem of evil, like a lot like sometimes Christians might say, well, you're being like too general. You got to get like specific. Like, okay, we have all these different atrocities and horrible things that have happened in human history in mind, but okay, we'll focus on one thing.
Yeah.
You'll say, okay, then this one instance, why didn't God step in and intervene and stop this one thing? And their response is, well, look at all these other instances where God didn't intervene. It's like motherfucker, like that was our fucking point. Like you're actually making the problem worse by bringing up all these other instances where God also didn't intervene. Like that's like
This is a Renaissance painting, right? It looks like it.
Maybe, yeah.
Chiaroscuro, is that what it is?
Like,
where it's high contrast between black and white, or light and shadow?
Yeah, chiaroscuro, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite look like Isaac is being sacrificed right there.
Yeah. But anyway, so this is like saying, like, so say, like, so part of my responsibility as a parent is, like, picking up my children from school, like, when they're done. So let's just say, like, I was, like, chronically bad at that. Like, there were, like, so many days where I'm just, like, completely, like, late, or I just fucking forget to pick them up from school, like where this is like a pattern of like me just like not picking them up from school.
Yeah,
and they're like
call CPS, Child Protective Services.
No, but if they were so like, Dad, like there's this whole big problem with like all these times you don't pick us up from school. Like, well, that's too general. Like we need to like let's like drill down. Okay, give me one example, then we can like address that one instance, like where I didn't pick you up, and we'll like tackle that and like see what the issue was like in that one specific example. Okay. Last Thursday, like you were supposed to pick us up at like 2:50, but like you didn't show up till like 4:00. And I'm like, okay, but what if my response was like, okay, but what about like
all the other times?
Like think about like for the entire month of October, I didn't even show up at all. Like that's what he's saying right here. Like that is the level of argumentation we're dealing with right here. It's like we're saying there's all these problems. It's like, oh yeah, name one. So we name one. It's like, oh yeah, but what about all these other problems? It's like, dude, you're doing my job for me.
By the way, before when you commented that the apologetics bros, how they left, Truth Life Fishing just kind of like faded away. like once Cubeless really started poking the bear and it was just getting beat up, Truth Life Fishing was just kind of like, I'm just gonna quietly left.
No, yeah. See, so Bart here with the summation. I could have, but I didn't. So you aren't all loving? See, you're taking my words out of context again. I didn't intervene because I love them. Confused Jackie Chan. Yes. Oh, I actually used that meme, and I'm actually pretty proud of one of my usages. So going back to like when I still had the cancer.
That's Jackie Chan going, but the goalposts.
Yes. Like,
you moved them.
Yeah, I used that one, and because like back when I had the cancer, like I just got like I don't remember if it was an email or an automated voicemail or something from like the hospital I was going to, because like I needed to like schedule my next round of scans to see like how the cancer was doing. So they messaged me to say, "Oh, call us right away so we can get this scheduled." I'm like, okay, so I called the number that was in the message, and they like put me on hold. And I'm like, oh, sorry. No, it was actually like or it was something like they called me and I answered, and I said, and I was like, hey, is this the number to schedule? It's like, yes, this is. Here, we'll transfer you to the like scheduling department or whatever. And then they put me on hold. And like, it might have even gone to voicemail or something. But I was like, "Oh, sorry, you called me at an inconvenient time for you." I'm like, "What the fuck?" But fortunately, I was able to schedule the scans, and that was actually the round of scans that showed I was in complete metabolic remission. So it all worked out. But yeah, for
one of my
for a time there, it was like, "The fuck, man."
One of my doctors called me like a couple weeks ago, and when I answered, I was on hold.
Mm-hmm.
So I just hung up.
Yeah, that's always the
and then they called me right back, like I wasn't on hold. Like, how are you even aware that happened?
All right, so I will say, for me, if the question begins with "Have you ever watched?" the answer is probably no. But Matt may have seen Supernatural.
No, I think I watched the first show and I was just not into it at that point. But I think I'll revisit it because that sounds like something I'd be into.
Yeah, but if you move the goalposts, it makes them like you a pylon. Knows the American foosballs.
DP, you probably have. I recommend this to everybody else too. The show Lucifer. God eventually comes in later seasons, played by President Allstate.
Oh yeah, Dennis Hass.
Yeah, the president from 24 and the Allstate guy, the deep voice.
Yeah,
and as a character, it's unclear whether
hands?
he's a good guy or a bad guy. But the character of Lucifer has an actual character arc, and you end up identifying a lot more with him. It's really interesting. The first, if you're going to watch it, I'd recommend trying to find somebody online who put together a chronology of episodes that matter to the broad story arc, leaving out the filler episodes, because there's a lot of those in the first few seasons. And then once it went on to Netflix, and because it was canceled by network, it got definitely more comic booky and more like exploratory with religion and theology.
Yeah, Dennis Haysbert. Yes, thank you.
He looks like a Haysbert.
Yeah. Again, like I said, I don't know if this is actually a thing, but if it is, DP is kind of winning the chat tonight. So everyone else, step up. Yeah, do better. Anyway,
Trent has things.
No, so Melly has seen it, apparently. The conception of hell in that series. It's apparently a big fan of.
Yeah, all the evil characters were like just really compelling. Lilith was on there.
Ooh.
She was a filthy minx.
Yeah, the more I've learned about
she was actually... Yeah, no, that was a good character.
Yeah, the more I've learned about Lilith, the more of a fan I keep becoming. Anyway, so let's more about like why. So again, like Trent even showed that cartoon from, we're assuming, non-stamp collector, like making that comparison to the story of Abraham and Isaac and say, like, well, if God intervened there, surely he's going to intervene here with Jephthah and his daughter. But he just like completely blew past it, like didn't even really address it. But now, but yeah, let's see what else he has to say.
Never commanded Jephthah to offer anyone up as a sacrifice. So no special intervention.
Back him up.
Every other grave sin in Scripture or in our own lives. Unlike in the case of Isaac, God never commanded Jephthah to offer anyone up as a sacrifice. So no special intervention was necessary. God's word.
Oh, no special intervention was necessary. Jephthah's daughter would like a fucking word. Like, how the fuck can you say that?
Jephthah was just overachieving. God didn't ask.
Like, okay, if you don't want a thing to happen and you have the power to stop the thing, but then the thing happens, how the fuck can you say no intervention was needed?
Well, God couldn't be bothered.
Like the level of denial that has to happen for a person to fucking say that.
Do you think he would say women are fully people?
Oh, he would say that. I'm sure Trent would say that.
But could he argue for that? Like, is it real enough to him that he could do that?
I'm sure he could find certain Bible verses that say so, or certain church traditions that say so. But I don't think he could like deal with and actually like refute or dismiss all the other examples of Scripture and church tradition that say the opposite.
Because according to Genesis, women are an excised portion of men. Like,
right. Or even according to the 10 Commandments that Christians here in America keep wanting us to put up in schools. Like, with the commandment about, like, not coveting, like, it says, don't covet your neighbor's wife. Never says don't covet your neighbor's husband. But it also does say don't covet your neighbor's slave, their house, their donkey,
right.
Other forms of property. But it doesn't say you can't covet their husband. But it does say you can't covet their wife and other forms of property. Right? So... Right. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I have never commanded insert relative to do drugs, so no special intervention was needed. I love my insert relative. I am staying out of their spiraling addiction because I love them, because free will, right? Right. So, therefore, interventions are of the devil. And, okay, Maya, being a woman, would know. They can't convert. That would take agency. It's like,
no, they can't covet.
Yeah, and I'm only assuming that a man typed these comments for you, Maya. Because if you were to type these yourself, like that, we'd have to like just burn you right at the stake right now. So,
and if God doesn't intervene, that means He wanted it to happen because He loves.
Right.
You. Also, if He intervenes, it's because He loves you.
Yeah, that's literally what Trent is saying. Is like when God does intervene it's because He loves us. But when He doesn't intervene, it's like He can't because He loves us. Again, like this instance with Jephthah and his daughter, where again, I feel like he does not at all do justice to the comparison that Non-Stamp Collector made to the story of Abraham and Isaac, because in that story, God intervened because because in that story, well, it's like the excuse that Trent is trying to use here is like, well, God never actually commanded it, so that means He doesn't have to intervene. Okay, well, what do we do in the story like where He actually does command it? And it's like we're supposed to appreciate that He intervened, like in the thing that He told the guy to do. And it's like, oh, you're so great because you stopped him from doing the thing you told him to do, and that's better than not intervening at all and just letting the person do it. Like what what?
I mean, what if he wasn't paying attention? Like, what if Abraham? It wouldn't make sense for Abraham to assume the angel telling him to stop is evil, right?
Right.
It's a demon tempting him, or a jinn, whatever they were into at the time. And yep,
yeah. Yeah. So again, chat on point tonight, loving it. So even
also,
this one,
now I want tricks.
I appreciate the laughs that are out loud.
Hey, do you guys remember when Trix looked like Kicks, but it was sugar coated and colored?
Yeah, like all of the pieces were like the same shape.
Yeah.
It was like a little ball.
That was better. When they moved to fruit shapes and instead of like frosting, it was that weird shiny glaze. Not as good.
It's like,
and the lemon bananas. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Fuck off with that.
Called them lemon curls. They look exactly like fucking bananas. Get out of here with that garbage.
Yeah. Yeah. God was being passive aggressive when he spared Isaac because he basically told Abraham when he sent the ram, your child's no better than this beast. You're killing one.
Yeah, one's as good as the other.
That's the takeaway from that story. Yeah. Fucking damn it. All right. So let's back him up because, okay, we're talking about Abraham and Isaac here. Yeah.
To offer anyone up as a sacrifice. So no special intervention was necessary.
Okay, so I do not understand the standard of, well, if God didn't specifically command it, then there's no need for him to stop people from doing it. Okay, God didn't command the Israelites to make the golden calf, right?
He only stops it when it's his fault.
But he still intervened and said, hey, now I'm going to punish you for that. Even though he didn't tell them to do it, he still intervened to punish them for it. Or, I'm like, so you're telling me there's literally no example in the entire Bible of God intervening to stop people from doing something he didn't tell them to do? Like, really? I really fucking doubt that.
The ram was intervention.
Right? Yeah, but what Trent would say, intervention was okay in that instance because God did specifically tell him to do it, which, first of all, like, never mind how fucked up it is that God actually told him to do it, but apparently that makes it okay? Like none of this is okay. None of this, Trent. Hey, and I hope you're watching this. None of this is fucking okay.
I just remembered Waffle Crisp.
Ooh.
And then wasn't there like a honey-shaped thing?
Oh, honeycomb? That was the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or, but speaking of things being disappointing, do you remember?
Hours?
Yeah. But speaking of things being disappointing, do you remember Cookie Crisp?
Yeah, that was also very good.
So I
not
bought
enough
some
in
of
the
that
box ever.
But I bought some of that recently because like it was on sale, like on clearance or something at the store. Not nearly as good as it used to be.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, it tasted like, because I remember like the way Cookie Crisp used to be. It almost seemed like real cookies. Like it was like flat on the bottom, and then like
and
it was
the chips were like real chocolate.
Yeah, but it was like shaped like an actual cookie. Like you could see like this was actually on a pan because like got a flat bottom, and then it's kind of like
are they like puffy discs?
Well, now it's, first of all, they're smaller,
of course,
but take like so basically take two of the pieces and like put the flat parts together, so it's more just like this weird oblong shape, and just make them smaller.
Yeah,
they basically they kind of taste like Cocoa Puffs, only instead of like the whole piece being chocolate, they concentrate the chocolate into like a few chips in it, and the rest of it's just kind of It's just,
it used to taste like chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, I mean, it's still it's all right. I mean, for a sugary cereal, yeah, it's fine, but yeah, it's just not at all what it used to be. But hey, I still am a Cinnamon Toast Crunch kid. Like that is the shit. That might be my all-time favorite.
But you remember when it was in there too long?
Yeah.
And all the cinnamon sugar came off of it, and all I had was like these weird floppy squares that were a little slimy.
So that's why you got to eat it quick, man. So now I do not remember Quisp. That's
wait.
Ooh.
Kind of.
Had a Martian on the box?
Kind of.
I don't remember that. Yeah. No, so here's my nostalgia cereal that I only vaguely remember that I don't hear enough people talking about. Do you remember Smurfberry cereal?
Oh man, I don't know if I ever had that, but I really wanted to have it.
I remember having it at least a couple times. It's basically like the little, basically imagine Cocoa Puffs, like that shape of like cereal piece, only they were red and blue and like berry flavored instead of chocolate. That shit was fucking amazing.
I never had Quisp. I'm looking at it. It's a crunchy corn cereal.
But yes, then you speak going back to the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I love that that's what our show is about right now. Like Trent can fucking wait. We're talking about cereal.
I think the best way to eat the Cinnamon Toast
like
Crunch is you get a bowl of milk, right? Don't put the cereal in yet. Put a little bit of cereal in at a time. Okay? And then you eat that because it's crunchy. You get the milk, and cinnamon sugar isn't really all off of it yet. And then by the end, when you're done eating, you're like, I'm full now. What you have left is this like magical, super sweet cinnamon sugar milk.
Yeah. Man.
And you've gone through like 4 rounds of cereal in there.
Yeah. Talk about Cinnamon Toast Crunch is so much more pleasant than Trent. But
how is he just 40?
All right, we got less than 5 minutes left. Let's see if we can actually do this. All right.
God's word was enough for him. And so, as God often does in Scripture and life in general, God allowed the consequences of Jephthah's bad decisions and sins to be his own punishment, even if that involved Jephthah harming someone he cared about.
Okay, so he's setting this up as God let Jephthah kill his daughter because that would be his own punishment. So I'm gonna let this play a little. Well, let's let this play a little more.
What did she do?
Let's let Trent go here and let's see if he actually addresses that, like from his daughter's perspective. Like, hey, don't spoil it, Matt. Even though
I haven't even seen this as a no.
Even though you're absolutely correct without seeing this, let's not spoil it. Let's see if Trent addresses the fact that maybe it's not fair to punish one person by letting another person be killed wrongfully. Let's see if he covers that. Hey, we'll get to it. Be patient. Or he won't get to it all. But regardless.
She's incidental.
No notes.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that Jephthah wasn't planning to sacrifice his child to God, since he had only one daughter, and he was devastated at the thought of sacrificing her. So who or what was Jephthah planning to sacrifice? Now, it could have been an animal, since the Hebrew word asher in Judges 11:31 can be translated as whatever instead of whoever. Therefore, Jephthah could have said, whatever comes forth from the doors of my house to meet me, I will sacrifice. Indeed, when many...
See, to me, this is like completely pointless.
Why would an animal come out the front door, Trent?
Yeah. Well, he's about to address that, so let's hear his take.
People return home, their dogs are the first to greet them, and the book of Tobit describes Israelites having canine companions. But it's also plausible that Jephthah planned to sacrifice one of his slaves to Yahweh in exchange for a military victory.
And that would have been fine. Like, is that what you're saying?
They didn't keep dogs in the house. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, but also, like, with him, like, shifting to, like, well, he could have been a slave. Like, as if that's fucking better. Like, so first of all,
Trent's a terrible person.
Well, I'm going to let him finish, but because I want to make sure this is what he's saying, but...
Victory. Jephthah may have believed that Yahweh would accept a human sacrifice, not because Yahweh revealed that to the Israelites, but because other nations sacrificed human beings to their deities, and military victories sometimes followed these barbaric rituals.
Okay, so first of all, what he's saying is like...
As unrelated things do happen.
Like, so Jephthah may have thought this was how things work because other people do it, but what he's saying is God didn't correct him. Or what he's saying, well, because God said it in this completely different book before that he should have known. But like, okay, but here's the thing. If I tell my children, like when they're like young, like when they're toddlers, like when they're first able to like actually understand, if I tell them like as soon as I can, like, look, don't hit each other in the head with a brick. Like that's just bad. And like, okay, I've told you, you understand it, cool. And then now that they're teenagers, if one of them goes to hit the other one in the head with a brick, I'm not gonna just sit back like, well, I already told him. I'm not gonna intervene. Like I already told him like over 10 years ago. Like that's what he's presenting. That's the God that he's telling us is the one in charge here.
The real Melly is a good point. Some Christians act like victims are NPCs in other people's stories rather than actual human beings.
Exactly.
I mean, it's happening right now. Like the Epstein victims are like political pawns, like to be avoided because it's bad for business.
Yeah.
Extra special, neat, and cool, guys. Your God is the God of love, the best.
Oh yeah, and our buddy Bart with a great point. Yeah, totally agree. I can't freaking stand it. 98.6, and that's an exact number, backed by research. Might as well be. Percent of Christianity relies on what the Bible might say. Like, seriously, we spent 2,000 years taking their freaking word for it and deciding how to interpret it later. Yes, like, that's one of the things, like, I tell Christians, like, when they tell me, like, well, what do you think of Christianity? Like, I don't know how, like, can you accept it? Can you reject it? Like, first of all, make up your fucking mind what Christianity even is. And then I'll let you know if I accept it or reject it.
Get back to me.
Yeah. Like, because it doesn't matter. Like, no matter what I say about, like, any problem I have with any, like, kind of Christianity, so many Christians will just come out of the woodwork. Well, that's not real Christianity. It's like, well, according to these Christians, it is. But then they explain to me their version of Christianity. Like, okay, well, that has problems too. But it's like, so that's why for people who've been following the channel, like if people remember me doing like my Sunday videos, which I swear I'm going to get back to doing more regularly, but I just haven't since. So for anyone who's watched those, if you want more of those, let me know in the chat. I enjoyed doing them when I remembered to or felt like it. But one of the ones I did a while back was basically saying like, this is why I can't reject Christianity or accept it. Because I feel like there is no single version of it for me to accept or reject. I feel like it's up to Christians to present me with one definitive version of Christianity, and then I will tell you if I accept it or reject it. Because
otherwise, you're just rejecting versions of Christianity.
Yeah, and I will say, like to this point, every version of Christianity I've ever heard, I reject. But if y'all can make up your mind and give me like one absolute definitive, this is what it really is, then I'll let you know. Until then, all I got is like, yeah, everything so far they've given me, I reject. But yeah. Anyway. So what was he saying?
Not because Yahweh revealed that to the Israelites, but because other nations sacrificed human beings to their deities, and military victories sometimes followed these barbaric rituals. According to the Bible Knowledge Commentary, quote,
and God didn't see fit to correct Jephthah about it. It's like,
and why would he? Only a woman's life was on the line.
Yeah, like, and it was a like a young child woman. I mean, they're like extra meaningless or something.
They're just expensive.
Though Jephthah made his rash vow, he probably knew something about the prohibitions of the Mosaic law against human sacrifice. Yet his half-pagan background, combined with a general lawless spirit dominating the period of the judges, could readily account for his fulfilling this vow. So instead of Jephthah being able to bless his family through the sin of murder by offering a human sacrifice to Yahweh that would allow him to become a powerful leader in Israel, Jephthah's attempted murder and illicit human sacrifice brings the curse of murder upon his own family. However, other critics make the argument that Judges 11.
Oh boy.
So again, what you're saying is like God didn't intervene. That's like bottom line here.
He's just kind of repeating himself.
Yeah. It's like, so you're telling us that God absolutely does not condone or allow this sort of behavior. But when one of his dudes says, I'm going to do this for you in order to get
Doesn't
this.
say no, don't.
But not only does he just not say no, when his dude says, if I do this, then that means you're going to give me this outcome, right? God still gives him the outcome. So, like, you would think at very least that if God disapproved of this method of achieving victory in battle, then he would have just said, well, if this is going to be your vow, I'm not going to give you victory in battle. Like, but Trent's like, well, yes, God still gave it to him, but that doesn't mean he approved of his method to give it. Like, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't approve of it.
Like, but you can't say he did.
And you can't say he didn't.
But you can't say he did.
Touche.
Aha! I win.
I mean, that's really the only way apologetics ever wins, is it just wears the other side all the way the fuck
just
out.
Keep asserting that you am the big smart.
Yep. The big brain smarter. Yeah. Ugh.
But the Bible and the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
I know that's not what it's called, but that's a funnier name.
Yeah, it is true. That's true. Yeah.
It's better.
7:29 says that, quote, the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah. Doesn't that mean that God wanted Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter? No, the Spirit of the Lord.
Also, that was kind of a dumb, like, zoom in and zoom out. Like, let's
says that, quote, the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah. Doesn't that mean that God wanted Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter? No, the Spirit of the Lord did.
See, that zoom in, this is just like a purely like technical like critique, which is weird because like I'd say for the most part, I'd say like for Trent's channel, as much as I like have problems with what he's actually saying, like production value, fine, like it's good stuff, certainly better than us, but it's just that little like that slight zoom in and zoom out, like for effect or whatever. It's so slight, it almost seems like a glitch of the camera. Like it was like trying to like auto correct itself, but then like
yeah,
that
and it was a weird point to do it because if the Spirit of the Lord comes upon someone and then they do a thing, normally that means they did the thing because the Spirit was upon them. Yeah,
well, but see, here's the thing. Nuh-uh. So let's hear more.
No, because
that God wanted Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter. No, the Spirit of the Lord did come upon Jephthah, but that does not mean that God endorsed everything Jephthah did after that point. For example, the Spirit of the Lord came upon Samson in Judges 15:14, but not long after that, Samson visited a prostitute. According to Old Testament.
Okay, but in this story,
that was kind of like the next thing he did in the story.
Yeah, but also he's assuming that God didn't want him to visit a prostitute.
It didn't say he didn't.
Yeah. Right, Trent? Yeah, but here's the thing. In this story, he is specifically asking for God to do a specific thing for him. And then the Spirit of the Lord comes upon him, and he does the thing that he asked God for him to do. How the fuck else am I supposed to read that?
Yeah. If
like,
it was
let me know.
And then a week later he killed his daughter, I'd be like, okay, sure, non sequitur. But then,
yeah. Or I'm speaking of like specifically like the winning of the battle. So here's the way the story goes. Jephthah. Okay, so tell me.
Oh, like, he promised his daughter, he promised to kill whatever, okay. And then Spirit of the Lord comes upon him, and then he wins the battle.
Yeah. So say like I feel like the only reason that Trent can have any objection to like the plain reading and interpretation of the story is like he just doesn't like the way that works. But let's say in any other circumstance,
that definitely sounds like an approval. he makes a
Right.
promise.
So
Spirit comes upon him, and then
yeah.
I think when the Spirit comes upon somebody, it should make a splat noise. Whenever the Holy Spirit enters somebody, it should make a splat noise.
I wish it did, or like a fart noise, or something like that. Yeah, that would be fantastic. But okay, so take it completely out of the context of this particular story. Just say, like, in any circumstance, you have a person who says, "Okay, God, if you help me do A, I will do B." Next part of the story, God's Spirit comes upon the person. He does A, and to follow up, he does B. In any other circumstance, you say, oh, clearly the Spirit of the Lord, like, because God approved of him doing B, he said, okay, I will help you do A.
He did the right sacrifice magic.
Yeah. So
Promised
it's like,
anyway.
Yeah, so let's say the story was like, hey, God, if you, like, if I promise to give my church $500, then you'll let me, like, get this job that I'm trying to get. And then, okay, so that's part one of the story. Part two of the story is the Spirit of the Lord comes upon this person. So then, next part of the story, he gets the job, so he gives the church $500. Like, anyone would say, okay, yes, this was clearly God helping this person get that job because he promised he would give the church $500. But apparently, because in this story, the thing that the guy promised was something that we now currently view as a bad thing, well, that can't possibly be what actually happened. Like, dude, have some fucking integrity and intellectual honesty to say, like, read the story for what it actually fucking is. Like, I just can't.
By the way, in the chat, Ghostly Grunt, that is the best name for that noise that Martin Short makes all the time in Only Murders in the Building. He makes this noise all the time, like.
Oh, I can only imagine. Holy fuck. I tell you, he would have been like the classmate I hated the most, if that's... God fucking damn it. So that's basically Trent's excuse here is like, well, God didn't So first of all, God didn't actually specifically tell him that his oath was okay, so it wasn't his responsibility to stop him. And then, like, okay, well, yeah, the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, but that doesn't mean that God's Spirit was responsible for what he did after that happened, because in these other stories, God's Spirit comes upon this person and he does a thing that we clearly know is wrong. So I think he had some more examples. So let's see if he gets to some more.
Testament scholar Christopher Wright, quote, "One thing that is said quite often about these judges is that the Spirit of the Lord, Yahweh, would come upon them. When this happened, it was a signal for action. Empowered by the Spirit of the Lord, they could exercise charismatic leadership and do valiant exploits that were recited around the campfires of Israel for generations to come." Wright then lists 7 instances where this phrase is used, and each describes a person being strengthened for war, including Jephthah. The passages do not describe the person being protected from sin in general. For example, Wright says the superhuman power given to Samson clearly exposes all too human weaknesses. A similar analysis can be applied to Jephthah, whose skill in combat did not aid him in fighting spiritual temptations.
But why not? Why can God's Spirit help you kill? Okay, why can God's Spirit help you kill some people, but not prevent you from killing your daughter? It's like,
not help you save people.
Also, like, Matt, you reminded Kip of a thing that he was watching. What?
Cool. If it was Lucifer, I need to watch it again too. There's a couple of shows that I never finished and I want to keep watching. Also,
Right. Someone
rewatch the X-Files. It still holds up. It's on Hulu. It's awesome.
Yeah. Someone looped the Max Headroom style, make a music video out of it. Tommy going, comes upon him.
Comes upon him.
Yeah. Thank you. So, but yeah, I don't know where he's getting the standard that, okay, the Spirit of the Lord coming upon a person, like, that's only good enough to help them, like, succeed in warfare, but isn't good enough to help them not kill their own daughter. Like, what?
Tomato, potato.
Fucking what? I'm trying not to pull a Dr. Kip and just, like, completely blow out my microphone right now. Like, just fucking what? Oh, God fucking damn it. Hey, and we got a BS. Welcome. Oops.
He started typing something, and then I guess it entered too soon.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a good summation of, like, much of what we've been watching here tonight. Like, I wish that's the thing. This video would be so much better if at any point in the middle of talking, Trent would kind of realize what he's saying. Go, oops, never mind.
No, he knows, and he thinks it's a good idea.
Yeah. No, we're still in the outro. It's all right. We started the outro 3 hours ago, and
we got that good old Midwest goodbye.
Yeah, God, he's about to kill his daughter. Not now, Gabriel. The game's on. So you're saying God is like Dr. Kip watching hockey instead of our show? So basically, you're calling Dr. Kip a genocidal deity. That's what I'm hearing there. Oh, God, you let Delilah cut your hair, Samson. Now you're a weak cuck. Deuces. That's how I interpret that particular passage. Oh, yeah. Remember that one guy who called Trent based earlier? Oof. Yeah.
Woof.
I remember that happening. I don't remember who it was, but I do remember that happening.
Yikes.
Not a good look. Not a good look. Bold strategy, Cotton. All right. Where are we at here? Oh, yeah. So he's basically, so Trent is saying, what was he saying? It's like, oh, yeah. So this whole concept of, well, just because the Spirit of God comes upon a person doesn't mean that everything he does immediately after is of God. It's like, well, then what the fuck is the point of the Spirit of God coming upon you if you can still do things that he doesn't want you to do? But
no, it's a neat trick.
And finally, the critic could object that.
What?
Sorry, it's a neat trick, and you feel good for a minute, and that's the whole point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jephthah was praised in Hebrews chapter 11 alongside other heroes of the Jewish faith, and so God did condone his human sacrifice. Hebrews 11 can be applied to Jephthah, whose skill in combat did not aid him in fighting spiritual temptations. And finally, the critic.
It's like, well, why didn't it help him in fighting spiritual temptation? Like, why can God only give you the power to win in war? Yeah, but like I said, but why can that not give you the power to not murder your child?
So the Spirit of God doesn't help you in spiritual matters.
It's only in warfare.
Yeah, only in the killing.
But it doesn't help you when. But again, it doesn't help you when not killing your own goddamn child. Like, okay, I would say, like, well, then what fucking good is the Spirit of God then? If it doesn't prevent me from murdering my own child, what fucking good is it?
It allows you to give God all the glory. While you do your messed up shit. But I did it for God. It makes it all
And as much as I feel like they're driving me to the contrary, I am switching to the non-alcoholic now because I feel like if I was drinking as much as these people are actually making me want to do, I would not be able to work tomorrow. So, God, fucking.
Yeah, I stopped after 3.
It's like, goddamn the lot of you.
Because if I had 4, there was probably going to be a 5th.
Yeah.
That would
Oh
be
yeah.
good news.
That's the way beer math works. So yeah. That's why. So I'm
Exponential
being
growth
good.
after 3.
Yes, that's why I said I'm being good. I'm stopping at 3. And this is non-alcoholic. See, I'll even feel like I need to prove it to the people because I'm in such a bad way. Where do you say non-alcoholic beer on you fucking can? Not that the rest of you can. Okay. Non-alcoholic, less than 0.5% because that's what they legally have to say. So,
All right, you need to fill time. You need to fill time for a minute because I got to go see a sink about a horse.
the legend continues. All right. Yeah. That didn't glorify God. I know that's not what she was talking about, but it applies. It's what's the word for like multi-applicational? Is that a word? I don't know. It is now. All right, Trent. What the fuck else does your dumb face have to say?
Critic could object that Jephthah was praised in Hebrews chapter 11 alongside other heroes of the Jewish faith. And so God...
Yeah, you could object that he was praised because that's kind of fucking objectionable.
...did condone his human sacrifice. Hebrews 11:32-33 says the following: "For time would fail me to tell of Gideon, Barak, Samson, Jephthah, of David, and Samuel, and the prophets, who through faith conquered kingdoms, enforced justice, received promises, stopped the mouths of lions." But the list...
Oh. All right. From the perspective of the authors, there were no spiritual matters. Interesting. Care to elaborate? I'm interested. Oh, but Real Melly with a good question about the beer. What brewery? It's just the Go Brewery, G-O. This is the Sunshine State Tropical IPA with mango and peach, and it is actual like real mango and peach. I would say this is one of my favorite non-alcoholic beers. It doesn't so much, not because of its like actual beer flavor, but the like mango and peach flavors in it are just really good. So it's like no, it doesn't necessarily like remind me specifically of like an actual like tropical IPA, but with the mango and peach flavors, it's just really good. So, but I do in general, when it comes to non-alcoholic beers, because I became a bit more of a connoisseur of those going back to my days like having cancer and being on immunotherapy and not being able to actually drink as much as I would like. They would limit me to like, I think they said like at most while on immunotherapy, I should have like 2 or 3 beers a week. So like a good cancer patient, I had 3 to 5 beers a week. But I did find like I found some actually like good non-alcoholic beers. And I found in general, the best style I found was hazy IPAs. Because like with IPAs, like, because if you're not familiar with beer and like how it all works, like why it has alcohol, it's mostly due to the malt, because like the malt in the brewing process produces sugar, and then the yeast eats that sugar and converts that to alcohol. So the more malt you add to the beer, like the more work it is to remove the alcohol. So then the more other things you're removing from it. So long story short, but like hops don't add any alcohol to the beer at all. So you can add as many hops as you want, and doesn't affect that at all. So IPAs are just known for having a lot of hops, but also the hazy IPAs, just being like less filtered, they still have a lot more body to them. So in my experience, the non-alcoholic hazy IPAs are the closest to the experience of actually like having that type of real beer. So that's my recommendation. Yeah. So Go Brewery is the one who made this. They also have a hazy IPA, which is pretty good. Their double IPA I find is actually kind of disappointing. It's like, how do you have a double IPA that's non-alcoholic? It's not really like a double IPA at all. It's just, But yeah, Go Brewery, Athletic Brewing Company is another really good one. Like I think Go maybe also, but like they only make non-alcoholic beers. Their hazy IPA is really good. Also, their regular IPA is also good. They also have a Pilsner, like a golden Pilsner, non-alcoholic that's really good. Or another very specific example, I think it's called Untitled Art. Brewery. I think they're out of Georgia. Now, they do actually make like regular beer as well, but they also make a bunch of non-alcoholic ones. They're like the Untitled Art Hazy IPA is very good. It's one of my favorites. But also they have a s'mores stout, which again, kind of like this one, it doesn't necessarily taste like the actual beer of like a s'more stout, but what it is, it's just really good. It's just like drinking like a sweet s'mores beer-ish kind of drink. So yeah. That's my recommendations. Yeah, Go Brewery, Athletic Brewing Company, and Untitled Art. They're non-alcoholic beers.
How is Brewdog's non-alcoholic one?
Oh yeah, there's first of all, I just love that they're like non-alcoholic branding. They go with like alcohol free, so it's AF. So it's like their hazy non-alcoholic is like hazy AF and so on. Like there's like it's pretty good. Like I mostly recommend Brewdogs because like at least in like the stores around here, like their 6-packs are usually like about like $1 cheaper than the other ones. So for being slightly cheaper, it's pretty good. But I mean, it's still good. It's not bad by any means. Again, going mostly with their hazy, but I still prefer the others. So for me, it's worth the extra $1 to get the other ones. But yeah, but for $1 cheaper, yeah, it's still really good. They're hazy AF. Yeah, very nice. Oh.
Yeah. The whole point of the story is how deadly important it was to keep your vows, Kip says. That was what the author of Hebrews is highlighting.
Yeah, but what would Kip know? He's never written any books or anything. See, and that's like, to me, like reading the story, like that's the takeaway I get from it. But from the people, and I don't know if Trent is actually trying to say that this is a thing that actually happened. But to me, that would be like the good news of the story is like, is this probably didn't actually happen? So yeah, if you read it, like, it's like even then it seems weird because you would, even if you didn't think it actually happened, because obviously if you thought this actually happened, like that's fucking horrifying. But even if it is completely metaphorical, and it's like, oh, this is just to teach a lesson. Okay, I would hope that actually part of this lesson would be God actually intervening and explicitly saying, "Won't fucking promise that, you fucking dumbass." like, because to me, the lesson of the story is, okay, like, I guess the way like most Christians nowadays, like the way they portray God is like the way the lesson should be is God doesn't like this. Therefore, when you do this, he's going to tell you, don't do this because I'm not going to honor this. But the way it actually plays out as a cautionary tale is like the reason you don't promise this stuff to Yahweh is because he's going to actually expect that from you. And you're going to have to actually do it. Because that's the kind of fucked up God that Yahweh is, that he is going to accept you sacrificing your own child. To me, that's the lesson. Even if you are to take this completely metaphorically, like this didn't actually happen, that's the lesson. That this is what Yahweh wants, and this is what he is going to make you fucking do if you promise this to him. And he's not going to do a damn thing about it.
I'll hold you to it, even if it's evil.
Yeah, so that's why, like, in the description of this video, and like when I posted about this earlier, what we're going to talk about, it's like, yeah, Trent's going to have these excuses, but is it going to make it worse? Like, I feel like Trent's making this worse.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, please, someone tell Nitty about the non-alcoholic beers, because I know he's a connoisseur, and he's like stuck there drinking his like non-alcoholic Guinness, which is fine, but there are better things out there. There are better things, my friend. So,
yeah, if you live in a town of any size, there's probably a place in town you can find a variety.
Also, I love this. How unsurprising that the author of Hebrews understands the Bible better than Trent. Fucking A, right? Well, and yeah, and if you like the hazy beers, I know this is from a while ago. Yeah. Hazy IPAs, from my experience, the best option for the non-alcoholic types. So, all right. Man.
What's Trent thinking about next?
Well, first, like, BS. Jeff, the story is way worse on Calvinism. Yep. Much like everything. Everything is way worse on Calvinism. But here's the thing that Calvinism has going for it. It does have, in my opinion, like, as far as like making logical sense, not being like actually good. But when it comes to things like the problem of evil, Calvinism just says, oh, it's no problem. God just is evil. It's like, problem solved.
Our old pastor was an evangelical Calvinist. He went to a Calvinist seminary anyway. But ended up leading an evangelical church.
Mm-hmm.
And never said anything disavowing Calvinism.
Yeah, well, see, he dropped out of seminary, apparently. So
did he? He didn't finish?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh my God, that makes so much fucking sense.
Yeah.
Remember how you would like, whenever the disdain he had for people who could argue the Bible? And for theology in general? Like, you're a fucking pastor. How do you hate theology?
Yeah, but we'll get to more on that like next month when we're doing their deconstruction series. We're only doing. I think we're only doing like their online version of the sermon, so he doesn't appear in any of those. But it's all the same bullshit. But anyway, yeah, local grocery chain is out of Wisconsin, so the beer selection is prolific. Ooh, I can imagine. Anyway, all right. So it's almost 1 a.m. We should probably.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, we only got like a minute and a half left.
We can do it.
Oh, let's go.
The list of heroes in this chapter only describes people who were able to do mighty deeds because of their faith in God. Hebrews 11 does not say that these people were without serious flaws. Rahab was a prostitute. Gideon practiced idolatry. Samson had a weakness for women. And David...
Okay, it doesn't say... Yeah, okay, it doesn't say these people were without flaws. But in the story of Jephthah, again, the thing that he was a flaw was directly related and tied to the rest of the story where he said, like, God, if you do this for me, I will do this thing. And this thing that he said he would do would be terrible. So he's talking about David here. Let's let him...
committed adultery and murder. Jephthah's vow only shows...
Okay, so in order to make that analogous with David, that would need to be like, okay, God, if you bless my kingliness or whatever, I will fuck the next thing I see as I look out on my window across the roofs of the building. The guy's like, oh, well, it's Bathsheba. Guess you got to do her. It's like, like it would have to be that for it to actually be analogous in the way that Trent is presenting this.
Yeah.
It's like all these sins that like, who all did he mention? I'm just going to back him up just to see who all he mentioned here.
People were without serious flaws. Rahab was a prostitute. Gideon practiced...
Okay, so that would be like Rahab.
That's a sexy picture of Rahab, by the way.
Without serious flaws. Rahab was a prostitute.
Yeah, so again, to make this analogous, this would have to be like Rahab tying her prostitution with what she asked God to do for her.
Yeah, with battle.
Yeah. It's like, all right, God, I'm only gonna like hide your spies if you let me like sell my body for sex. But no. Okay, next.
Gideon practiced idolatry.
Okay, and then like with Gideon, it's like, all right, God, I'm only gonna like if you like give me victory in battle, I'm gonna like worship other idols. And God's like, cool. Or Samson here.
Samson had a weakness for women. And David...
Okay, so that's like saying, okay, Samson's saying, all right, God, if you give me strength, I'll have a weakness for women. And God's like, okay. It's like...
Deal.
Like, how does he think this is working in his favor at all?
committed adultery and murder. Jephthah's vow only shows that he was a sinful human being who God used for the benefit of Israel, not
for the benefit of Israel, but for the what of his daughter? Again, he's just blowing over like the fact that like his daughter had to be killed for all of this. Had to be killed.
Just a consequence.
It's like, oh, but it was for the benefit of Israel winning a battle. It's like, so you're telling me like God couldn't have found another way to like give Israel victory without God just letting this guy kill his daughter?
She was only a girl. I mean, Trent hasn't even addressed how that's bad. Must not be. I'm going because his admission. I'm going to take it as an endorsement.
Yeah, this is what like I have a daughter. You have a daughter. Like, I mean, I shouldn't have to have a daughter to be this fucking pissed about this interpretation of this story, but the fact that I do just makes it that much fucking worse. Like, even in my days as a Christian, like I couldn't even imagine telling God, okay, well, if you give me this thing, then I'll be willing to like let my daughter like have an F on her next test. Like even something like that, I would not even dream of that. That thought would not even enter my mind, let alone the fact that God would actually make that happen. I could never get to the point where I would think that God would be so evil that he would make my daughter flunk a test. But you're telling me that this loving God of yours will let Jephthah murder his fucking daughter. And I'm still supposed to think that this God is anything near good. Like,
well, you'd have to change your perspective on what you think good is. Like obedience is more valuable than anything. Like blind faith is more valuable than anything. Like B.S. Lewis said, blind faith or what do it? Or no. At least his daughter got to mourn her virginity. Yeah.
Right?
At least she got to feel bad about herself before she died.
Yeah. It's like, cool. Like,
glad she had that opportunity.
Yeah, that's why, like, again, approach this story with anything other than the presupposition that the God in this story is ultimately good. Like, I guarantee you, if Trent read this story in the Quran or in the Vedas or literally any other religious text, and all he knew was,
point.
Yeah, and all he knew was this God who's being presented to me right now allowed his dude to sacrifice his daughter to him and did nothing to stop it. I guarantee you, Trent would say that is an evil God. But because this happened in his book and it's his God, then he can't say that this was bad. So he has to come up with any goddamn fucking excuse that he can. I'm sorry, I'm getting fired up about this because God fucking damn it, this is pissing me off. Like, it just frustrates me so much that they can't see this.
It might be even worse. He kind of agrees that women are worthless and slaves are worthless. And I mean, we already know he can't say, he's not able to say slavery is bad.
Yeah. I'm like, see, and
like, I don't know what's worse.
Yeah.
Like, what's more inexcusable, the ignorance to say these things or the awareness to say these things?
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's bad. Like,
the ignorant can be convinced, but when you're, well, there's the chance they can be convinced. But But if you're on board with it, like, we should probably just keep you separate from the rest of humanity.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, because like this is the problem of religion. Is it gets you to excuse bullshit like this because, well, it's in my book, so I have to find a way to make it right. It's like, no, you actually fucking don't.
You could just say, yeah, that's messed up, right? Wait, so
Yeah,
the Book of
again.
Judges, it was written about a pretty fucked up period in Israel's history. But what was it written during that fucked up period? If it was, then like, why would you trust it? If like Israel was being delivered over to apostates, like you said earlier, because they deserved it, why would you trust what was written about during that time or from people? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he does look like he's getting ready to blow something.
yeah, you're not muted, man. But yeah, saying if God makes you do something bad, it's still your fault because free will, right?
Looks like he's about to blow his microphone, but his aim is off, and he's just gonna face plant into it.
But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, Bart like sums it up: all knowing, all loving, all powerful. Pick two. Okay, I would add pick two at most. Yeah, because you can't have all three.
Possibly all
But
knowing, possibly all powerful, not all loving.
Yeah, I would say you can't have all three, but you can have none. So, but again, like, pick two, but also justify that decision because, like, people like, your Philip Goffs, your Thomas Ords, they'll say all knowing and all loving, but he's not all powerful. But no actual evidence to say why he's not all powerful, other than it just doesn't work with whatever other theology they have.
If there's something God can't do, then it means that puts God more in the range of being an emergent property of the universe than the creator of it. Because that's God bound by laws external to God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, like, fun fact, something I heard, like, even if the whole, like, all-knowing thing, or omniscient, like, that's almost, like, it seems like that's actually impossible, because, like, because first of all, how would you even know that you're all-knowing? It seems like there's no way to actually know that you're all-knowing. Because even if you did actually know everything that there is to know, how could you actually know that that's the case, that you know everything? So in that case, you don't know that you all know. So you just can't actually be all-knowing.
Well, unless it's like pantheism or panentheism, where God is everything, transcends everything, then if God is everything, then God would know if all parts of him are known.
Well, but then how would he know that he actually is everything? Because if there actually was something beyond him that was very intentionally wanting to not be known, how would he know that that's not the case?
Well, he wouldn't, and then he'd know it anyway. Like what your brother said about something else.
Yeah, the whole, like, could God, like, create a rock so heavy he couldn't lift it or whatever? And I will say too, my brother, like, who is a very conservative Christian, this is, even though it's kind of bullshit, it still is my favorite answer to the whole question of, like, can God create a rock so heavy he couldn't lift it? My brother's answer was, like, yes, and then he would lift it anyway. Which, I mean, of all possible answers, that's probably the best one. But so I'll give him credit for that. So, and you're welcome. But yeah, see, BS agrees, so therefore I'm right. So,
yeah. But if God is kind of an emergent property of the universe, as the universe emerges, and it plays out after the Big Bang, then existence is infinitely knowable, but cannot be infinitely known. Like there's not an end to it. There's not like something to wrap your arms around to say this is everything.
Can a rock create God? So, well, if you smell what the rock is cooking, something about a people's elbow. I don't know. No.
You know what used to be in the Rock's contract? It might still be. He can't be in a movie where he's the villain or where he loses.
But he was like the Scorpion King in like one or two of the Mummy movies, and he was like the villain and lost.
Okay, then maybe that was earlier on.
Yeah, it might have been, but
maybe that was a special case. But in general, don't approach him for a movie where he is the villain or loses.
Right. Yeah,
the Rock will find you.
Because also, no one wants to see that. Come on. Now, I don't think I've seen this, but if you haven't checked out B.S. Lewis's channel, what the fuck are you doing? Check it out and watch this video because I sure will.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Since God imagined the evil his creating would have, he was already guilty of it in his heart. Yeah.
According to Jabez.
Yeah, I mean, if you just imagine it, that's the same as doing the thing. So
cool, so might as well.
Yeah. See, a rock can't, but a stone could. Maybe. Yeah. The Rock says, I'm going to whip God's candy ass and his rock too. And that's the bottom line. Wait, because I feel like we're mixing characters here, but that's cool.
Well, didn't Stone Cold have the Austin 316 or whatever it was?
Yeah. Yeah, Austin 316 says, I whooped your ass or something. All right, well, so there's still a video we're watching. It only has like a little over a minute left. I think
it's going to make me mad.
That God willed or desired that Jephthah engage in human sacrifice. Ultimately, the author of the book of Judges did not think his audience was so inept that he needed to write in big block letters, what these people did was bad. Instead, the final verse in Judges hauntingly indicts Israel's decrepit condition.
He could have just said it a little bit. What?
Yeah, especially if this book or in this like set of works was supposed to be for like all Christians ever, then maybe that would have been handy.
This is all kind of just a
right
big non-answer from him.
Yeah, it's basically like this whole video could be summed up in like plausible deniability. Except it's not actually very plausible, but he's trying to present it as if it is. Yeah. Yeah. I think Trent needs some big block letters. Fucking A. Ooh. For the after party. Wait, we have an after party? What is this?
I don't know. I can't click on it.
Yeah. But I'm intrigued. Other people, please click whatever that is. Like, also, like I don't remember giving BS a wrench, but okay, I'll allow it. The thing
we need wrestlers named the paper and the scissors, and then throw them in the ring with the Rock.
That's the first question. Once and for all, squirrel. Couldn't have said it better myself. Okay, so.
By the way, Squirrel Girl is a really weird superhero.
Probably. All right, so, but here's Trent explaining why it's okay that in this specific example, God did say this is specifically wrong. Even though in other parts of the Bible, God did need to tell us specifically that eating shellfish was wrong. Like, that was something that required being explicit.
That was real important. Accidentally killing your children, okay, fine, whatever. But shellfish, don't get out of fucking town. Don't even try.
Right. Yeah. Something else for Kip's. I don't know how to feel about that, Kip. TBH.
But are you sleeping if you're watching the chat?
This is like some weird kind of somnambulism you got.
God doesn't like liars, Kip.
It's like he'll let you murder your own daughter, but he won't let you lie like that.
Sure.
That's just, yeah. Which, where the fuck does this standard come from? Where Trent is trying to, well, in this case, God didn't need to explicitly tell us that this was wrong, even though in like, literally, like
clearly somebody needed to, though.
Yeah. It's like, but again, like, but that, okay, maybe for his day, but maybe for us now, if this word of God was supposed to be for all people of all time, that would have been helpful if there would have been some kind of footnote from the author. Oh, by the way, for people reading this later, this is bad. Like,
what if he had promised to get his child aborted when he got home if God would give him victory in battle? Would he still be arguing this isn't a good, like, that's totally fine? He had an oath to keep.
Wow.
In the very beginning, he touched briefly on the abortion thing, I think, just like an image or something.
Yeah.
And just never touched it after that.
I want to see Trent defend that. If someone says, God, if you give me this thing, we will like abort our child.
Using your instructions.
Yeah. Like, well, God didn't stop it. No, he would still argue that was a bad thing, but because I think that's the argument he's making here. Is like, well, it was still a bad thing that Jephthah did it, but it's like, yeah, but why would your God let him do the thing that? Almost. Well,
Canadian got salty. And thank you for that.
Yes. Yeah.
Fishing for thank yous.
Yeah. And also, fair point. That's come on, Kip. So apparently, what I heard, like, Kip is apparently a Christian now because he thinks God is real enough to damn this stream. So he's atheist card revoked, motherfucker. Let's see. The story also reinforces the extreme power child sacrifice has in Yahweh Extended Universe. Yep. Oh, for sure. Well, yeah, wasn't there a story? It was in like one of the Kings where one of the armies that, or nations or whatever, that Israel was trying to invade, like their king, like sacrificed his son on the wall of the city, and that caused Israel to be driven off. So...
yeah, child blood magic.
Yep. See, I think God just totally miscalculated. Yeah. He never imagined that Trent would actually take this shit seriously and waffle on the easiest question on earth, the slavery question. There are like a billion gods, but hey, if Dr. Kip enjoyed it,
well,
I don't know if anyone heard that fart of mine while I was shrugging. It was in there.
We did not.
Well, I'll do better next time. I promise. So,
well, we've enjoyed having you here, Dr. Kip.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I forget if you were on, but I do plan on releasing just as a shorter video. It'll still be like 20-something minutes. But when you were on with us a couple weeks ago, just talking like through your book about like the Book of Job, I'd love to like release that as a clip. So, because that was good times. Mm-hmm. I mean, the whole 2.5 hours you were on, and we couldn't fucking see you. It was still good times. But
I literally didn't realize it had been that long.
Yeah, because like I remember afterwards, like Matt like messaged me like, "Hey, you want to like just like clip like that part of the show where Dr. Kip was on. I'm like, clip. It was 2.5 hours. Like, it's not a clip.
It's
He's
a
like,
damn stream.
yeah. But yeah, no, actually. So,
Well, we should probably finish
yeah,
so you can be dismissed.
but Kip's got to stay.
Inept that he needed to write in big block letters, what these people did was bad. Instead, the final verse in Judges hauntingly indicts Israel's decrepit condition. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Every man did what was right in his own eyes.
So we're apparently supposed to take that and like, so does that mean that like even all the things that everyone did in the book of Judges that is portrayed as a righteous act that God did command them to do, that was also not right because this one verse at the end said that nothing anyone did was right? Hey, you can't have it both ways, Trent. You can't say that this verse means that all the things we don't like were actually bad. Well, then that means that everything was bad, including the things that you think were good.
How can people who use hyperbole to make a point not recognize it in something else? Like they would say, well, don't take me seriously when I said that. Like clearly I'm exaggerating, whatever they would say, but they're using hyperbole. But then when something is also using hyperbole in their holy book, they don't recognize it as such. They take it completely literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's, again, like that's apologetics. Like there are no actual overarching standards and principles. It's just very situational. Like, well, what gets me out of this particular argument? Like, regardless of what other problems this creates in other arguments, what gets me out of this one specific argument in front of me? And we'll deal with those later in a way that makes this current argument a problem again. But well, that's the thing. See, you're assuming we have hearts. So jokes on you. And yes, I do remember that time God said he didn't want a king. Might have been multiple times, but yeah,
definitely said it. Was like, yeah, but a king though. Can we have one? No, but can we?
He's like, fine, I'll give you the guy who doesn't even fucking want to be a king. And then I'll blame him for how he fucks up anyway. Which maybe that was like to kind of reopen this wound, but it reminds me of a certain spouse of yours who shall remain nameless, who was hired by a church of ours and then given a job she didn't want to do and wasn't hired for and wasn't in her skill set and then was blamed for not being good at it. It's like,
yeah,
he's basically Saul in that.
Well, the person who was evaluating her performance was bipolar and had stopped taking their medication.
That's a good combo.
And may or may not have just been banging her supervisor. They were together a lot and super chummy.
Yeah, see, well, God didn't specifically tell them anything about that, so he wasn't going to stop them. So that's what Trent says.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think
we're almost done.
I think, if anything, she was just blowing him in the office.
Well.
Allegedly, in my opinion.
Right. All right.
Again, Judges is not an instruction book on how we should live our lives. It is a warning about what happens when God's authority is rejected. Pope Pius XI said this, as should be expected.
Yeah, a warning, like when you reject God's authority and threaten to murder your child, he's not going to do a damn thing about it. That's the lesson.
Say, okay, like, maybe in the rest of the book, maybe, but like not what's relevant to this.
Right.
In historical and didactic books, the Old Testament books reflect in many particulars the imperfection, the weakness, and sinfulness of man.
Okay, well then, how is it different than any other book? All books then like reflect the imperfection of man. Why are we supposed to give this particular set of books special reverence? Like literally, like this is like, so I get it. Like when, like whether Catholic or not, like when Christians say, "Oh no, we don't believe in like the complete inerrancy of Scripture. We don't think it's like directly like God like directly dictated all this. It's straight from heaven. Like, no, it's very human. Like, this is all just humans giving their perspective. I'm like, okay, like that's a reasonable way to look at it. But from there, I do not understand how they still revere it as special, like over and above anything else. So I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Reject the inerrancy of Scripture, reject all that, but then why hold it up at all then? It's like they're trying to have it both ways. But yeah.
Yeah, collection of ancient hero tales is morally ambiguous.
Oh, for sure. And even in places where you could argue that it's morally explicit, like it's not necessarily correct in what it's saying, but yeah, that's one of the things about like certain forms of Christianity like this. I'm like, okay, great, yes, reject inerrancy, reject like ultimate authority of Scripture, whatever. But we're like, okay, but then why do you still revere it? It's like they're still trying to hold it in some kind of like middle ground that like doesn't really make sense. So they're like, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's still special. Why? I just don't get it. So
reflect in many particulars the imperfection, the weakness, and sinfulness of man.
Okay, also, okay, how do you know which parts reflect the sinfulness of man? You're saying, like, okay, some parts of it are, like, reflecting the will of God, other parts aren't. Like, how do you judge it? Like, by your own standards. It's because, like, by modern standards, we say slavery is bad. So in the parts where where the Bible seems to say that slavery is cool, we say, okay, well, maybe that part's not quite perfect. Okay, well, that's your standard. Which, good. I'm glad that's your standard, that slavery is bad. But recognize that that's what you're doing. Please. Like, yes, this has been like 5.5 hours of torture. But thank you, chat, for making it bearable. We appreciate.
I don't know how we do this.
Yeah.
I've been sitting on a stool.
Reflect in many particulars.
I'm always sitting on a stool.
Yeah. And then you have back problems. Weird.
That's better.
The imperfection, the weakness, and sinfulness of man. If you'd like to learn more about how to address tough Bible passages like this one, see my previous episode on atheists misreading the Bible. Also check
hard sayings.
Bible passages like this one. See my previous episode on atheist.
Might we have to check this one out?
Yeah.
Because
listen
like
to him tell us the point of being an atheist. Cool, Trent. Awesome. Do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be on that's in the queue, as it were.
Misreading the Bible. Also check out my book, Hard Sayings, A Catholic Approach to Answering Bible Difficulties, and Dr. Matthew Ramage's book, Dark Passages of the Bible, Engaging Scripture with Benedict XVI and St. Thomas Aquinas.
Why can't you just engage it?
And also, how did people engage that before those people existed?
Wrongly.
Like, yeah, which, again, I feel like this is a point that escapes, like, so many Christians. It's like they just, I don't know, like what's the right word for this, but it's like when you take any sort of like problem in the Bible and say, oh, well, this is explained by this theologian later. It's like, okay, well, what the fuck did the people who only had the Bible before this theologian existed? Or even if they stay within the Bible and say, well, this Old Testament passage was explained by Paul in his letter, like hundreds of years later. Okay, well, what were the people in the meantime during those centuries supposed to do with that passage before Paul was around to explain it? Like, we just do, oh, well, because we have, like, our benefit of being able to look back now with all this history of, like, Christian thought, like, we forget, like, when Christianity started, they didn't have Thomas Aquinas. They didn't have C.S. Lewis. They didn't have Bill Craig or whoever the fuck we think explains all this shit now. Like, they just had, like, the earliest Christians, like, from the way it looks, only had the Gospel of Mark. So they didn't even have any fucking post-resurrection appearances of Jesus. It's like, he died, the women showed up to the tomb, and the angel said, "Hey, he's gone," and they were afraid and told no one, and that was the end of the fucking story. It's like until like Matthew and Luke were written or whatever the fuck. It's like have some fucking perspective. Like,
what a cliffhanger,
right?
Also, this book, Dark Passages on the Bible, where he's, looking at it through the lens of these other two people. Isn't that kind of like isn't that like appealing to authority in order to appeal to authority?
This is like appealing to authorityception.
It's like Turtles all the way layers.
Down. Yeah. Authority all the way down. Yeah.
You will respect God's authority.
Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a very blessed day.
Doubt it.
Yeah, I'll
Doubt
have
it,
a day. All right. Fucking just fuck. So
it looks like it hurts him when he smiles.
Man. All right, well, hold on. Was that audible?
That was quite.
Okay, good. I promised the next one would be, so I delivered. All right. So that's my. Maybe that sums up my thoughts for that, or here.
I don't feel better for having watched him.
Yeah, maybe this sums up my thoughts a little better.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
The last part of that was perfectly brutal.
Yes. Or I guess in really short summation, just my attitude towards pretty much all apologists.
You fucking people.
Yeah. So, well, thanks for suffering through some Trent Horn, and also thank you / fuck you to. Why am I always blanking on his? What's our Facebook friend who suggested this bullshit?
Caesar's Messiah.
What?
You guys should watch Caesar's Messiah if you've ever seen it. Joseph Atwill breaks it down very concisely.
Well, did you hear what I said, though?
No, I didn't.
The guy who recommended that we watch Trent Horn, our Facebook top fan buddy, who's maybe a Russian bot.
Yeah.
James?
Yeah.
James, yeah. So thanks / fuck you, James, for...
Fuck you very much.
For synchronizing with my brain somehow that we need to watch some Trent Horn. Because, so I had a few videos in mind for Trent Horn. There was another one where he was trying to, tackle, the morality question and how, it's actually showing up as one of these suggested videos at the end of that one, the moral madness of atheism. One, it was a much longer video and gotten much deeper stuff, and honestly a lot darker. It's I'm for our first video discussing Trent Horn. I mean, I don't know if I want to watch a 25-minute video where he's talking about the darkest things and cops fucking German shepherds and stuff like that. And
whoa, Trent.
Yeah. Okay, that's not exactly his words, but anyway. Bestiality was a thing that was brought up, and
other, I don't know, maybe church abuse, maybe used as an example. History's most prolific PDF ring that you belong to.
Yeah, but his point again, the old trope of atheists don't actually have a standard for morality, so they can't say that any of this stuff is wrong. It's okay, man,
Neat. Why don't you go touch some kids, Trent?
Yeah, but don't. Yeah.
Yeah, he said sarcastically.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's why like we settled on this one because okay, this is a little lighter and shorter, but yeah, but if people want to watch us like cover more Trent Horn, like that might be the one we do because like most of the rest of his videos seem like a little more like Christian infighting type stuff, which like I really don't have any interest in reacting to because like I just don't care.
No,
but
nuances without a distinction.
Yeah, and it's like here's what Protestants get wrong. It's like I don't fucking care. So anyway,
the kettle's black.
Yeah. All right. Well, so this might be like some of our like highest like consistent viewership like throughout the entire episode, which is
good times.
This was fun. Yeah. Thanks for all the interaction, everyone.
Had some new people.
Yeah. Even the ones we disagreed with. We're glad you're here. Glad you're interacting. Keep it up. Especially if you're watching later. Like still, please leave some comments. Let us know what you think.
If we've learned anything tonight, Catholics are desperate for content because they ended up here.
Right. Yeah. Apparently. Yeah. Apparently. And we also saw in the chat some former Catholics. So we take those as well. I prefer. But yeah, just because it's been up there a lot and apparently people are actually emailing it now. If there's any other videos you want us to cover, any topics you want to hear us discuss, if you'd like to join us on the show sometime, or if you just want to say, hey, whatever, email us right here at the email address. It says Humanity Live or the Humanity Live. You can spell it either way. There, I made the joke. It's still funny to me. I don't care what the fuck the rest of y'all think.
I'm starting to nod off here.
That's good. All right. So that's good. I appreciate the honest feedback. But I appreciate this more.
Thanks for all the fish.
Yeah, but come back next week where we're doing our big Bible character tier list episode. We want to have people on, like joining us. Like we'll put the link out, but also if you know for sure you definitely want to join us, like email us at that email address and we'll send you the link beforehand so you can be on from the start. Otherwise, like I said, we'll have the link in the chat and people can join at any time. And
anybody you want to see on the list?
Yes. What's that?
If there's anybody that you want to see on the list of people that Bible rank.
Yeah, like I said, like when we did it last time, I just looked up online for like there was this pre-made list. So, but I could see what's out there now. I don't know if the same one's out there, if there's different ones. Yeah, ones we can edit. But yeah, if you have any specific requests for Bible characters, yeah, let us know. Here, I'll just put it out there one more time just while I'm talking about it. Where'd you go? There you are. But yeah, there's the email address. Let us know if you want to be on, if you have any specific requests for Bible characters that you definitely want to have on the tier list. That's next week. Then the week after that will be Christmas Eve. I will not be here. Matt may or may not be. The week after that is New Year's Eve. I will also not be here. Matt may or may not be. Or what would you think of maybe like one of those weeks doing like a Tuesday show instead?
That's fine.
Yeah, we used to be on Tuesdays, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, because the reason we moved to the Wednesday
episode coming up.
Oh yeah, because if we do one of those, I think our 100th episode might be like our first episode in January. But if we don't do either, it'll be like the second episode in January, if my math is correct. But yeah, 100th episode's coming up, and that'll be one of the Crossroads deconstruction series episodes. So that'll be fun. That's
the reasons why Crossroads can eat a bag of dicks.
Yep, just an entire bag. Shriveled ones too. I don't know why they're shriveled, but that just seems
or right. Just foreskins.
Yep, there you go. That makes sense. So yeah, next week Bible character tier list, Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve that week may or may not be a show, but we'll let you know. And then Crossroads and some shriveled bag of dicks, maybe or maybe not. So yes,
my brain just did a thing.
Bag of shriveled dicks. That is exciting. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about there. I mean, thank you for commenting. We love you. This is how we treat you. So yeah. stay tuned for all that. But yeah, as always, thanks everyone for interacting. Like that's part of what makes this show fun and why we keep doing it. I mean, okay, honestly, we still do it if y'all weren't here anyway, as evidenced by the year and a half that we were doing the show before y'all showed up. But hey, we're glad people are actually here now and also enjoying this. So yeah, it's always appreciated. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's about it from me. So unless you had anything else, Matt, take us out.
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
Good night and have a good week.